Chapter 896. Fellow Gong, I'm willing to assist you in destroying the fire devourers. Ji Changfeng comforted the remaining disciples and elders of the Cloud Sail sect before riding the wind over. He was furious and sorrowful, but he was in high spirits. With the assistance of your divine wind, we can definitely take down Fire Melt Mountain and make the fire devourers pay with their blood. Gong Yuan riled up and her eyes lit up. Her main objective this time was to rope Ji Changfeng into their group. This would be the most important part of the battle against the fire devourers, but Ji Changfeng had always been evasive. She never expected the fire devourers to help her out so much in the end. Afterwards, she told Ji Changfeng about the existence of Stoneheart. Is this true? Ji Changfeng stared at Ru Xian in disbelief. He was very curious about just what kind of appearance she wore behind the bronze mask. He thought, on one hand she's the myriad poison ancestors' disciple in name, but on the other hand she's used by the king of Southern Yu to threaten Li Qingshan. She's even connected to Gong Yuan in countless ways. Just who is she? As real as I can be. Ru Xian bowed slightly. If you can really accomplish this, then you'll be the benefactor of my Cloud Sail sect. Please accept a bow from me. For the sake of revenge, Ji Changfeng was already willing to pay any price, but he was not particularly confident in taking down Fire Melt Mountain. Ru Xian's extremely vicious plan of wiping out the clan was just too much to his liking. He was basically like a person about to die of thirst seeing a pool of clear water. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he bowed towards Ru Xian without any regard for his status. It was obvious that if the Cloud Sail sect survived this disaster, the future generations of descendants would all be taught to wipe out Fire Melt Mountain. This hatred would be passed down, constantly being filled with new flesh and blood, growing deeper and deeper until one side was destroyed. Ru Xian returned the bow in a hurry. You flatter me. Then Ji Changfeng said to Li Qingshan, Fellow Li, I can't thank you enough. I'm truly unable to return the favor. If you need me in the future, please feel free to ask. Well said. However, you've ruined the fire devourers' plans this time. The fire devourers will never spare Savage Mountain. The south cannot be compared to the South Sea. Ji Changfeng analyzed the situation for Li Qingshan. In short, Savage Mountain was very dangerous and so was Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan listened with a heavy expression, but he understood in his heart that Ji Changfeng wanted to pull him on board so that he could have more power for his revenge. Gong Yuan also said, You've witnessed the power of the fire devourers. The divine fire tablets are the divine artifacts of the ancient divine kingdom. They've probably only obtained them recently, so they still haven't unleashed their full power. Once they recover their strength, not only will Savage Mountain be destroyed, but even your life will be in danger. However, for the sake of how you've saved me today, I'll provide you with protection. The two of them echoed each other, which made Li Qingshan secretly sneer. He obviously wanted to take down Fire Melt Mountain very much and obtain the legendary divine Wudong tree, but he would not go so far as to be fooled into fighting to the death with the fire devourers just because of a few empty words. The most important thing to understand was that Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng needed Li Qingshan's help, not the other way around. As a result, he interrupted them. I'm very glad that the two of you know how to repay a debt of gratitude, but I've already said it in the Philian Hall back then. I don't like these flowery words. First of all, the South is indeed different from the South Sea. The fire devourers can indeed destroy my Savage Mountain, but they have to consider the consequences of other folks slaughtering cultivators, not to mention that I'm a White Hawk commander of the Imperial Court. That's one of the reasons. Do you think the fire devourers have so many misgivings? The world is about to fall into chaos right now, and the Imperial Court is weak. Why would they still care about the South? They've already become honored guests of the king's estate, so there's even less reason for them to fear some White Hawk commander. Gong Yuan retorted coldly. She needed Li Qingshan's power very much to subdue her inner demons and increase her cultivation. And only when the two of them worked together could they push the heart of the abyss to the limit and fend off the fire devourers' divine fire tablets. Otherwise, the battle this time would be extremely horrific. That's why there's still the second reason. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just return to the Green Province. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng immediately fell silent. Li Qingshan had no grievances with the fire devourers, so there was absolutely no need for him to throw his life at them. Savage Mountain was not the Crystal Palace either. It was just a cultivation dwelling that he had stolen in the first place, so giving it up was no big deal. Gong Yuan said, Just a few threats from the fire devourers are enough to scare the mighty king of savages into running back to the Green Province? It's not like I've lost anything anyway. I've just been cursed a little. Once I undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I'll come back for revenge. Isn't that much simpler? Li Qingshan said like it was obvious. Your Majesty, I don't owe you anything. Instead, you still owe me 5 years to use the Heart of the Abyss. Li Qingshan reminded. I only hugged you. It's not like I've slept with you. Don't you think you can coax me onto the ship with just a few words? Ji Changfeng let out a long sigh. Fellow, are you really just going to leave like this? No, I'll stay behind and assist you in taking down Fire Melt Mountain. Li Qingshan said, but I'm not your savior. I don't need your gratitude or protection. Instead, I need actual benefits. Since it's an alliance, then there should be sincerity. We need to figure out what each party should receive and what they should pay. The planning before the battle and the distribution after the battle are both indispensable. We can't just stick it all together like this. What do you think? You're still the one who's thought it through. That's exactly how it should be. Ji Changfeng immediately agreed. He had already begun planning what Li Qingshan had mentioned a long time ago. It was very easy for the weak to be coerced and sacrificed if they worked together with the strong. There had to be a set of rules. As a result, he said he was willing to lend Gong Yuan a hand, not asking Gong Yuan to avenge him. However, he could not bring himself to do it, so he could not put it as bluntly as Li Qingshan. Most importantly, he did indeed have an irreconcilable grievance with Fire Melt Mountain. Now that Li Qingshan was interested in a formal alliance, he obviously welcomed it with open arms. The main reason why the Cloud Sail sect had faced such a disaster this time was still because of the merfolk of the South Sea. They needed to receive the corresponding compensation, find a suitable island, and rebuild the Cloud Sail sect. How do you want to form an alliance? Gong Yuan sank into thought. First of all, your attitude. What I need is respect, not exploitation. Don't use your grand high-end schemes of kingship on me. When he reached there, Li Qingshan communicated, if you were as obedient as just now in my arms, our partnership would be much more pleasant. Sure. Gong Yuan squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. As for the rest, this isn't the place to talk. We both need time to consolidate our cultivation, so why don't we all go back and recuperate first? We can gather in the Crystal Palace on the next night of the full moon and discuss how we're going to take down Fire Melt Mountain. Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng both expressed their agreement, so Li Qingshan bid farewell and left, returning to Savage Mountain with Ru Xian and Little Anne. They flew 500 kilometers away, leaving Giant Ship Island far behind. A cool breeze blew, and the moon shone brightly. The ocean was boundless, and the sound of the waves continued. It was peaceful. The great battle seemed like a dream, but the increase in strength was real. Li Qingshan was in an extremely good mood. The 5th layer of the Tiger Demon had multiplied his strength. The 3rd layer of the Phoenix required him to balance fire and water again to obtain the 3rd innate ability of the Phoenix. If it was still the Phoenix's Nerva, that meant he would have 2 chances at rebirth. If he included the time when he turned into an egg, that would be 3 times. Just who could kill him? The Ink Sea was already close. Chapter 897. The east glowed and the sky brightened. White seagulls flew past in groups on the gradually fading sea. 2 rays of light streaked across the sky and landed on a small island on the horizon. This was the most common isolated island in the South Sea. The only special thing was that there was a volcano on the island. The volcano was not big, or rather very small, only 200 or 300 meters tall. A black pillar of smoke rose from it, and it would erupt from time to time, causing the entire island to tremble. Ru Xian stood on the white beach and looked up at the small volcano. She slowly took off her mask, and her expression was somewhat complicated, as if she had sunk into a distant memory. There was indescribable pain and happiness. Li Qingshan looked at her quietly. He had Little Anne returned to Savage Mountain first, and he accompanied Ru Xian to the east all the way here. Along the way she did not say a word, and he stayed silent as well. Ru Xian took a deep breath, and her smile was somewhat forced. Come with me to take a look? Although there's nothing to see. Li Qingshan said, lead the way. Ru Xian walked into the depths of the dense forest, and Li Qingshan followed closely behind. He watched as she stretched out her arms like a child, her fingertips sliding across the trees beside her. Every ordinary branch and leaf seemed to record a distant memory. Their field of vision suddenly widened, and an empty space suddenly appeared in the dense forest. Although it was called an empty space, it was only because there were no trees. In the waist-high weeds, under the slanting sunlight, sat a small wooden house. It was covered in moss and entangled with vines. It had long been dilapidated, but one could still feel a sense of delicacy. Its original owner must have put a lot of effort into it. Ru Xen looked back as if to confirm that Li Qingshan was still behind her. Her expression was like that of a lost child, with an indescribable weakness and confusion. Li Qingshan's heart tightened, and he went forward to hold her hand tightly. It was cold to the bone. The two of them walked along the cobblestone path that was submerged in weeds and came to the door of the hut. The door was tightly locked and rusted, but there were still remnants of the spiritual aura of a spell protecting the hut from the invasion of wild beasts. Ru Xen stretched out her hand and touched it gently. With a crash, the lock of the door broke into pieces. The spiritual aura dispersed and the door was opened. The memories that had been sealed for a long time came rushing back. Ru Xen seemed to have turned into a jade beauty, standing motionlessly in front of the door. The house was not big and everything was neatly arranged. The previous owner did not seem to have left in a hurry. It was just a long journey and he hoped to return one day. However, the thick layer of dust silently indicated that no one had returned. Li Qingshan wanted to say something but hesitated. He didn't know what to do. He felt that it was even more troublesome than facing the giant god of fire. After a long time, Ru Xen softly said, "I'm back." With teary eyes, she smiled at Li Qingshan and said, "It's not as hard as I thought." "Where is this place?" Li Qingshan used his rough big hand to wipe her tears. Although he wanted to be gentle, the effect was not very good. "Don't touch." Ru Xen pushed his hand away. "The place where I was born is also my home. Do you think I like to touch? It's as hard as a rock. Your family is really poor. No wonder you had to run away from home and even seek a living in Qingzhou." "Poor my ass, what do you know?" Li Qingshan chuckled. "As the dignified king of savages, I won't stoop to the level of a poor person. If you have anything to say it quickly. I'm in a hurry. I won't tell you even if you beg me." Ru Xen glared at him fiercely. Her eyes turned fiery red in an instant. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before coming to a slight understanding. He let out an undetectable sigh. "I'm begging you, great sister Ru Xen, just tell me." Ru Xen considered it. "Fine, since you're begging me like that, it's just an old story anyway. You knew a long time ago that I'm not a pure merfolk bloodline. I'm also a fire devourer, which comes from my father. Don't look at me like that. How would I know what they were doing back then? With how pure their bloodline is, it's clearly difficult for them to produce offspring with their own race. I wonder what kind of bullshit joke the heavens are playing, hee hee. In other words, you're the flower of water and fire I've been looking for?" Li Qingshan came to a slight understanding. Sure enough, the medicine that could balance water and fire could only come from her. Merfolk and fire devourers were natural water and fire spirits. Being able to balance water and fire and give birth to Ru Xen was practically a miracle. "Is there something wrong with your head? I told you a long time ago that the flower of water and fire doesn't exist. I'm a person, not a flower." Ru Xen roared without a care for her image, startling a flock of birds. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. "The spirit turtle suppresses the seas, I'll endure it." Only after cursing him for being an idiot did Ru Xen explain, "My mother searched hundreds if not thousands of undersea volcanoes, but she didn't find a single one. The legend is fake." "Your mother searched?" Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. "Do you think balancing fire and water is very simple?" Ru Xen tried her best to speak as calmly and as unconcerned as she could, recounting her distant childhood, but her voice could not help but sink. A very long time ago, the child born in this tiny wooden hut was on the brink of death from the day she was born. She suffered from the torment of two different powers. The cold and fever took turns acting up, almost taking her life. Perhaps she was not the first hybrid between a fire devourer and a merfolk. In her words, she was a mongrel, but not a single one of them managed to reach adulthood and become known to the world. Fortunately, her parents were powerful enough, sparing no effort, time, energy, or even their cultivation and lifespan to balance fire and water for her. Whenever the fever flared up, she would suck on the tip of her mother's finger, feeding on her essence blood and vice versa. Only then did she survive. Parental love truly is great. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh when he heard that. His heart skipped a beat. "Don't tell me the spiritual medicine you refined is—" "You can call me mother," Ru Xen said indifferently. "Fuck you." Li Qingshan suddenly scooped up Ru Xen and laughed aloud. "What a treasure. If anyone dares to touch a hair on you apart from me, I'll chop off their head." Ru Xen was speechless, but she felt much more relaxed for some reason. Li Qingshan said, Come. Let's tidy up this place." We'll consummate our marriage tonight and comfort your parents' souls in heaven. Ru Xen kicked him in the stomach. Aren't you in a hurry? Comfort my ass. With a series of jokes, the sorrowful atmosphere finally lightened a little. Ru Xen stepped into the room and tidied it up. She brushed away the thick layer of dust, and the household utensils came to life once more. Li Qingshan did not help her. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, sniggering. You say you don't want it, but your body's pretty obedient, huh? Before he had even finished speaking, a pot smashed over. Get out of here. Li Qingshan propped up his head with one hand and held the pot in the other, sitting on the stone steps at the entrance. He opened his mouth and blew gently, and the wild grass snapped, swept into the air by the wind. The courtyard immediately became spacious, revealing wells, streams, and countless tiny verdant insects, spreading their wings and soaring into the air. He suddenly frowned and stood up, placing the pot beside him. He sensed a familiar aura approach. Chapter 898. The woman with the coldness of the abyss stopped at the edge of the island. After a moment of hesitation, she made her way through the jungle and arrived before Li Qingshan. She was all alone. Her magnificent silken dress and noble crown of ice clashed with the atmosphere of the hut in the woods. When the sunlight landed on her, it seemed to become cold, losing its original warmth. Just when Li Qingshan was about to say something, Ru Xen walked out of the hut. The scorching, furious aura truly demonstrated her bloodline as a fire devourer. What are you doing here? I didn't think you'd return here, Gong Yuan sighed. What, you still want to chase me out? Ru Xen sneered as flames burned in her eyes. Gong Yuan was speechless. After quite a while she said softly, Apologies, that's not the outcome I want to see. I originally thought you could leave the south, the territory of Fire Melt Mountain, and start over in a new place. The South Sea was vast, but it could not contain them. A fire devourer, a traitor, and a detestable mongrel. Her apology and explanation seemed to take Ru Xen by surprise. She was left speechless for a moment. I can compensate you. After all, you're my. Gong Yuan took a step forward. Shut up. Ru Xen gradually recovered her composure. I don't need your compensation. You can't compensate me with anything, nor do we have any relationship. I won't take revenge against the merfolk only because that's not what my mother wants to see. Go, Your Majesty. This is my home. It's not a place you should come to. Fine then. Gong Yuan did not hope to be forgiven. Instead, it would be more accurate to say that if she was forgiven so easily, it would instead make it even more difficult for her to calm down. She recovered her cold and arrogant demeanor and said to Li Qingshan, Don't forget about 10 days from now. I'll just wait. Li Qingshan sat down again and fiddled with the jar with his head lowered. The jar was very delicately made. There were beautiful, colorful paintings on it like a totem mural. It depicted 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, holding hands as they stood. Although there was no expression on his face, he seemed very happy and serene. After Gong Yuan left, Ru Xen smiled bitterly and said, I've really embarrassed myself today. You're not as funny as usual today. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry up and tidy up the room. Women should be more diligent. Li Qingshan said without raising his head, as if he was the head of a family ordering his wife. Ru Xen was about to kick Li Qingshan, but she stopped halfway. Li Qingshan held the clay pot in front of his face and said, Be careful, if you break it, I won't be able to compensate you. Ru Xen snatched the earthen jar and returned to the house. She spent some effort to tidy up the house. The windows were bright and the tables were clean and spotless. All the painted earthen jars of various sizes were neatly arranged. She placed her hands on her waist and examined it with satisfaction. Suddenly, a ball of flame ignited in her palm. With a light toss, it flew out and spread rapidly. The flames soon connected into a large area and devoured the place called home. Crackle, crackle, the furniture burned and the utensils broke. Her face was illuminated by the firelight. She stared at this scene in a daze, her expression constantly changing. If one looked carefully, they would see that it was only the flickering of the firelight. Her expression was still like a jade sculpture. Li Qingshan gently embraced her. She murmured, Qingshan, as a cultivator, you can't be too emotional. They are talented and should have a very long lifespan and a very long road. Then wouldn't you be gone? I'd rather not have me. If not for me, do they regret it? Li Qingshan interrupted. No. Ru Xen thought for a moment. Then it settled. As for feelings or not, it's all nonsense. It's just that they aren't strong enough. Li Qingshan did not believe that there was any supreme truth in the world that could restrict all living beings. He did not believe that good people will be rewarded, just like he did not believe that good people will not be rewarded. Since there was no such truth, why not forget all worries, follow his own will and stride forward? Alright, let's just say you're right. But then we can only fight in the wild. Li Qingshan said in a rather regretful manner. The corner of Ru Xian's eye twitched. She resisted the urge to curse. By now, the hut had already completely turned into a torch. The flames constantly extended towards the sky. Li Qingshan stomped down gently with his right foot, leaving behind a deep footprint. The power of tremors silently penetrated the island. With a great rumble, the volcano erupted violently like never before. Boiling lava sprayed high into the air, sprinkling across the entire island. Very soon the entire island was set ablaze. He had already unfurled his phoenix wings, flying off with Ru Xian in his arms. Then he sighed. Now we don't even have a place to fight in the wild. Cough cough, maybe I'm a crude person so I don't really understand emotions that are too delicate. Compared to remembering my deceased family, I still prefer making my enemies suffer 10 times, 100 times the pain. What do you think? That's right. Ru Xian's eyes became determined from hatred. She gazed in the direction of Fire Melt Mountain. On the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, the 3 fire-devouring kings stood in the crater of the volcano, gulping in the flames and rapidly recovering their strength. A while later, Zhu Fan opened his eyes first and muttered, Li Qingshan viciously. He was tempted to go to Savage Mountain right now and reduce everything to ashes. Zhu Zai advised, there's no need to panic, King Fan. Perhaps that Li Qingshan has already been killed by the king of Southern Yu. He came from the Green Province after all. I refuse to believe the king of Southern Yu will just watch as an enemy like him matures. Zhu Yan also said, our priority right now is still to deal with the merfolk of the South Sea. Originally, I thought we could kill Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng by taking them by surprise, but I never thought we'd expose the divine fire tablets and make them cautious. Cautious? They still haven't witnessed the true power of the divine fire tablets. This time it's because Li Qingshan pulled some sort of trick and trapped the fire god, but it's also because your control over the fire tablet of man is still lacking. The fire god only has the appearance, not the inside. He can't summon fire god Zhurong's soul sense, nor can he wield it freely and become one with it. My flames of heaven and the Disaster King's flames of earth are much weaker too, or the situation would be completely different. Once we completely comprehend the 3 divine glyphs on the divine fire tablets, we won't even need to launch sneak attacks anymore. We'll directly slaughter our way into the Crystal Palace and burn those damned merfolk to ashes. Zhu Zai and Zhu Yan both expressed their agreement, devoting themselves to the comprehension of the divine fire tablets. At the same time, the fire devourers below the mountain played around in the rivers of lava as they absorbed the flames of the earth to cultivate. Fire devourers were just like their name. They did not eat anything, only eating flames. However, flames of the earth were only one of them. They could also set various items alight to taste flames with different flavors. They even had cooking methods similar to humans, setting various items alight together to create special flavors. As a result, fire devourers like to set things on fire very much. Just this aspect alone made it impossible for them to establish a close connection with the Banyan Tree King like the Shadow Palace. However, the flames of the earth were still the most important. They were equivalent to the staple food of humans. Chapter 899. Dazzling bright yellow filled their vision, surging, burning and rumbling. This was the sight of magma that would never change. Boom. Nearby, a bubble suddenly exploded. The violent force collided with the spirit turtle's profound shell and cracked. Scorching heat seeped in through the cracks, and the heavy smell of sulfur was suffocating. What was even more terrifying was the scorching fire poison, whistling past and entering through every opening. If it were not for the fact that both Li Qingshan and Ru Xian possessed innate fire bloodlines, they would have been in danger of dying from that. However, even more terrifying was the invisible underground magnetic field, which made it difficult for his innate abilities to operate normally. It took him quite a while to repair the crack on the spirit turtle's profound shell. It's too deep here. Even I can't maintain it for too long. Li Qingshan communicated with Ru Xian. Once the spirit turtle's profound shell shattered, he could still escape, but Ru Xian would definitely die. Go a little further ahead. We need to approach the center of Fire Melt Mountain. Ru Xian pointed in a direction. All right. Li Qingshan carried Ru Xian as he advanced slowly through the magma. He had to carefully avoid the unstable regions. If he accidentally caused many bubbles to explode at the same time, he would be in trouble. It's here, Wuxia said suddenly. We're several dozen kilometers above the ground at the very least. Can your virus be effective? Li Qingshan doubted. If we go any further up, we'll approach the formations of Fire Melt Mountain. Don't worry. The myriad poison ancestor can pollute a river that stretches over 100 kilometers with a wave of his hand. This is his painstaking effort as well. Water descends while fire rises. This is equivalent to upstream. It's perfect for poisoning. Li Qingshan had discovered a long time ago that the flames of the earth in this region were extremely unstable, rapidly surging upwards. The fire devourers must have purposefully drawn the flames up for devouring fire for cultivation, equivalent to humans digging a well to draw water. However, he was also rather curious. Is the river the same as this? Water and fire oppose each other, but there are also similarities. Brat, your comprehension is still lacking. Just watch obediently, Wuxia said with a smile. She folded her hands together and quickly formed a hand seal. Her expression suddenly became incomparably solemn. Li Qingshan retreated slightly. Gradually, a ghostly figure appeared on her body. It was the plague ghost that she had painstakingly cultivated for many years. It was a powerful secret art of the medicine clan. It had the miraculous power to infect the enemy with a serious illness. The plague ghost was wrapped in bandages, deformed and twisted, covered in sores and pus, emitting a rotten and filthy smell. Apart from that, his body was also covered in a layer of grayish-white, giving off a deathly aura that made one's heart palpitate. He was like a patient who had been bedridden for many years and had lost all feeling of physical and mental pain. He didn't even have the desire to live. He could only wait for death numbly. The plague ghost separated itself from her and turned around to face her. In that moment, Wuxia hesitated. She had refined the plague ghost for many years, and it was originally for revenge against the fire devourers. Now that she could finally take action, a dark, old face appeared before her. Doctors were like parents. Fu Huazi's influence on her was far greater than she had imagined him to be. The word forgive was his greatest hope for her. She sucked in a deep breath and murmured, I'm sorry, master. I've disappointed you. I can't forgive anyone. You don't understand what your master is trying to say at all. The old man feels like you won't be able to get revenge in this lifetime, so he doesn't want you to die. If he knew the current situation, what do you think he would say? Li Qingshan said. What would he say? Spare his ancestors and forgive his seventh uncle for killing those fire devourers. Li Qingshan bellowed. My master isn't that vulgar. Wuxia burst into laughter as if anything that conflicted her became extremely simple from his mouth. His decision of in for a penny, in for a pound, was something that she really could not learn. As a result, with a gentle push, the plague ghost flew out of the spirit turtle's profound shell and suddenly burst into flames. The flames were grayish-white like rocks, merging with the flames of the earth and rising upwards. At this moment, like the final radiance of a setting sun, she let out a scream, which was filled with bone-deep pain and despair. Wuxia gazed at it blankly. That was the voice that had once echoed through her heart day and night. Only by constantly cleansing and suppressing it with the water of oblivion could she prevent herself from falling into madness before her revenge. Suddenly she felt her heart empty as if a boulder had fallen to the ground. She felt unprecedentedly light, yet there was also an indescribable emptiness. Oh no, let's go. Li Qingshan picked up Wuxia and flapped his phoenix wings. He had only flown a short distance when an earth bubble burst loudly behind him, leading to a series of explosions. A heavy sense of danger surged through his heart. Li Qingshan constantly divined and changed the direction of his flight, dodging the attacks of the earth bubbles at the last moment every single time. The cracks on the spirit turtle's profound shell grew denser and denser. All the volcanoes in the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain erupted together. In particular, on the main peak, flames surged into the sky, scattering down like a rain of fire. The fire devourers cheered and spread their arms, welcoming the rain of fire from above. They were in a frenzy. Even on Fire Melt Mountain, a volcanic eruption like this was not common. It was treated as a symbol of auspiciousness and celebration, as well as a great opportunity for cultivation. The deeper underground the flames were, the purer they would be. Now doesn't seem like the time to erupt, Zhu Yin said in some confusion. Do you hear something? Zhu Zai turned her head and listened carefully. She seemed to hear a scream, but it also seemed like an illusion within the rumbles of the volcanoes. The surges of the magma have always been unpredictable. Could this be an auspicious omen from the fire god? Let's not worry about that. Let's focus on cultivation and attack as soon as possible. Let's destroy Savage Mountain first. Zhu Fan said. Yes, King Fan. Zhu Yan and Zhu Zai also felt like they had been overthinking things. Were there supposed to be other enemies who would charge through the magma to attack them? That was basically suicidal, and unlike the Cloud Sail sect, the geographical advantage of Fire Melt Mountain could not be destroyed through any means. As a result, they settled down and continued cultivating. A while later, the surface of a tranquil lake surrounded by mountains 500 kilometers away suddenly began to surge. With a great boom, a scarlet figure burst out of the surface of the lake. Flames followed closely behind, rushing into the sky and only dispersing after reaching several hundred meters. The lake immediately began to boil, turning into surging white smoke. Li Qingshan landed heavily on the ground. The spirit turtle's profound shell had already shattered. He unfurled his phoenix wings, and Ru Xian's jade-black eyes were currently looking at him. Her face was brimming with an enchanting smile. Seeing how she was safe and sound, Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. His eyes suddenly narrowed. As it turned out, her clothes were quite the impressive arcane artifact, but they had been reduced to ashes under the scorching flames of the earth. It was all thanks to the heavenly tome of cloud furnace she practiced that she had refined her body to become as tough as jade, which was why her jade-white body had not been exposed under the impact of the flames of the earth. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and kissed her faint, pink lips. All he heard was a moan, and the jade-like body in his arms softened. Chapter 900. The white pillar of smoke soared into the sky and blended into the gloomy dark clouds. The world was dark and gloomy. In the dark and dense forest, a white jade-like soft body rippled in the darkness, showing an inhumanly delicate softness. It was slightly less human, but it was so beautiful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Her lips were like red jade, like a red plum blossom on a vast expanse of snow. Her eyes were like black jade, like two spots of thick ink on a white paper, flowing with light and overflowing with color. This exquisite white jade beauty was being held in the arms of a man. His strong and slender body seemed to be cast from ancient bronze. If a beauty was like jade, it would be exquisite, gentle, and elegant. Then he would be rough and unrestrained without any carving. And at this moment they seemed to be one, indistinguishable from each other. Heavy rain poured down, falling on their bodies. The raindrops rolled down but no one noticed. Li Qingshan kissed her deeply as if he had poured all of his attention into the kiss, forgetting about everything around him. What burned in his heart was not the flames of lust, nor was there the excitement and complacency from finally succeeding after yearning for so many years. Instead, there was a deeper tenderness. He wanted to soothe the indescribable pain in her heart. He wanted to obtain all of her reliance and trust. Ru Xn frowned, her eyelashes trembling as if she was enduring great pain, but also enjoying great joy. A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. At first, it was indistinguishable from the raindrops, but it condensed into a crystal white mermaid pearl in midair. Their lips parted. Ru Xian opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan looking at her with a smile, holding the mermaid pearl in his hand. In her memory there was someone who looked at her like this, constantly mouthing words to comfort her, "Don't be afraid, don't cry." Then he was swallowed by the flames, turning into ashes. That scene was something she would never be able to forget. It was the most gentle blessing but also the deepest nightmare. And so she survived, never crying again until this moment. "Give it back to me." A layer of red appeared on her face, as if she was even more embarrassed than being naked. "No." He dodged her grasp, already putting away the mermaid pearl. "This is your gift to me." "No, you're not going to do it." She straightened up and stared at him. Although he had long known that she was not as ladylike as she looked, she had a rather fiery and bold temperament. But when he heard this he felt a little overwhelmed. He shrugged and said, "If you don't want to go, then don't. Let me go." She struggled, but he didn't seem to have any intention of listening. Instead, he smiled and hugged her in his arms again. "Let's hug for a while more." Naturally, she was unable to contend against his strength. She could only use her jade-white arms to gently encircle his neck. She quietly nestled in his arms. The rain became more intense. After a long time, he whispered in her ear, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes," she murmured. "Let's go back." "Who are you? Where did you take that lecherous Li Qingshan who's even worse than a beast?" Ru Xn widened her eyes as if she did not recognize him. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered with her. Although he had joked about having sex in the open, that was just a joke. He was indeed perverted, but he was not so perverted that he could not control his lower half. She was currently in a state of turmoil. What she needed was peace and comfort, not more stimulation. Ruxin smiled and stood up gracefully, revealing her slender, pure white body to him without any care at all. She chose a dress from her sumuru ring and put it on before patting his cheek. That's what you get for pretending to be a gentleman. You regret it now, don't you? A little. Hey, you can't escape from me anyway. Li Qingshan leapt up. Once we take Fire Melt Mountain, we'll properly celebrate. Ruxian smiled and did not comment. Li Qingshan condensed a suit of demonic armor with demon chi again and rushed into the air with her in his arms, heading straight for Savage Mountain. Returning to Savage Mountain, Ruxian returned to her dwelling to cultivate. Her experiences in the Cloud Sail sect had benefited her tremendously. The distant memories gradually stopped bothering her, and she found some relief in her mind. If she could settle down and completely eliminate her inner demons, it would be of great benefit to her cultivation. She would truly be able to unleash the wonders of the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace. And she still had to continue refining pills that balanced water and fire for him. You're useless. Li Qingshan watched as Ruxian returned to her dwelling, and little and said from the side. What did you say? Li Qingshan doubted his ears. So much for asking to return first, and you actually didn't accomplish anything. Little and turned her head away in disdain. What nonsense are you thinking? What we have is pure friendship. Li Qingshan shot a glance at him. Little and immediately smiled. Li Qingshan sniggered and carelessly rubbed her hair. I'll go discuss this with the Tree King. Sitting before the great banyan tree, Li Qingshan told the banyan tree king everything that had happened during this trip, seeking his wisdom. The banyan tree king said, "You've done very well. I didn't think the flower of water and fire actually meant something like this. It's not a natural spiritual herb, but a hybrid nurtured from the powers of merfolk and fire devourers. There really is a very deep fate between the two of you. There's still a very long road ahead of you, so it's right not to rush things. Feelings need time to build up." Li Qingshan was immediately left speechless. I've come to ask you for advice on strategy, not tips on picking up girls. The fire devourers have become guests of the King of Southern Yu. When we attack Fire Melt Mountain, will the King of Southern Yu really not take action? Or perhaps he'll wait until both of us are heavily injured before rounding us all up in one fell swoop. No one can guarantee that, but the chances aren't great. Why? Because logically speaking, it's impossible for you to take Fire Melt Mountain. What? The merfolk have at least 3/3 heavenly tribulation cultivators. Coupled with my cooperation with Gong Yuan as well as the Wind Gale King, the Master of the Sword Pavilion, and the Myriad Poison Ancestor, you think we can't take down a single Fire Melt Mountain? Originally, it would have been enough, but the true power of the Divine Fire Tablet still surpasses your imaginations. The fire god you saw was just a small demonstration of its power. Because it was above the ocean, it was even restricted. If the battlefield was on Fire Melt Mountain, the outcome would be completely different. What do I do then? Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. If the giant god of fire became even stronger, if its power was not depleted, if it was under Zhu Yan's control, just how terrifying of an existence would they be if the three of them worked together? Right now, all we can do is see the effects of the Stoneheart virus. If it really is as good as Miss Ruxian says, then the fire devourers will be completely infuriated. Only then will you have the opportunity to take down Fire Melt Mountain. I'll ask the King of Southern Yu for a favor, so you can cultivate in peace for a few years at the very least. Thank you for taking care of me, fellow. Li Qingshan said sincerely. With the Banyan Tree King vouching for him, it could be said to remove his greatest worries. As long as he had a few years, there was a very great chance for him to break through to the fourth layer of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. As long as he balanced fire and water, he could become a demon king. By then, there would be nothing for him to worry about anymore. He could go anywhere he wanted in the world. Li Qingshan summoned the cave masters of Savage Mountain to the hall on the top of the mountain again. Many things happened in the Cloud Sail sect this time, but the end result was still pretty good. I've already set a date with the Merfolk Queen Gong Yuan. We plan on forming an alliance in 10 days' time in the Crystal Palace to attack Fire Melt Mountain. You need to prepare yourselves. You must be curious about where Yu Wufeng has gone. He's already returned to the South Sea Sword Pavilion with his master. The master of the Sword Pavilion has agreed to assist me when the time comes. After this battle, I'll remove Yu Wufeng's blood oath. It's the same for you. I'll remove the blood oath for anyone who dares to fight and kill and contributes greatly. After this battle, I don't plan on leaving behind anyone's name on the blood oath scroll. The cave masters were shocked. Li Qingshan's intentions were very clear. He wanted them to risk their lives in this battle in exchange for their freedom. However, if they avoided battle passively and dragged out an ignoble existence, only death would await them even if they survived. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, Li Qingshan gave off a brutal, bloody aura, which also proved that he was not joking. Don't worry, my king. We'll definitely risk our lives and go through fire and water to help my king take down Fire Melt Mountain. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was the first to stand forward and express his stance. No matter what the other cave masters thought, they all chimed in. Very good. Li Qingshan nodded. He did not care how sincere they were. He stood up and left, leaving behind the 9 cave masters. They were all stern as they looked at one another. The gentleman of heavenly blubber turned around. Don't look like that, everyone. The king of savages has great foresight. Not only is he able to form an alliance with the merfolk, but he even has the guidance of the Banyan Tree King. Since he's determined to attack Fire Melt Mountain, he definitely has a chance at victory. He won't send us to our deaths. However, I know you've always been on good terms and there are plenty of people who find me an eyesore. But this time, if we don't work together and keep scheming against each other, who's confident they can return alive from Fire Melt Mountain? Li Qingshan had already returned to the 8-point hall in the center of the mountain. He called out to little Anne and they arrived in the Azura field together. He was just about to ask Yin Qing what the huge stone disc that had fallen from the Azura realm was, when he saw Yin Qing circling around the stone disc, touching it as she looked at it. She seemed very excited. She did not even notice the appearance of Li Qingshan and little Anne. This was far too rare for a cautious assassin like her. Li Qingshan asked, Yin Qing, do you know what this is? Of course. This is good stuff. This is called the Azura Altar of Armaments. Don't you lack a suitable weapon, my king? With this, you'll never lack weapons again. Yin Qing's eyes shone. Only after listening to Yin Qing's explanation did Li Qingshan understand the use of the Azura Altar of Armaments. As it turned out, the Azura realm was constantly at war. No matter what kind of weapon it was very easy to damage them. If an Azura died in battle, they could be reborn as long as their battle spirit remained. However, weapons could not be reborn with them. The Azura Altar of Armaments was connected to the legendary Armory of War and Chaos. As long as a damaged weapon was placed there as a sacrifice, they would obtain a brand new weapon. If a large number of regular weapons were sacrificed, they would obtain extremely powerful weapons. There was even a chance for them to obtain a divine weapon. Chapter 901. The Azura realm is really generous. Li Qingshan praised. He wanted a suitable weapon, so they sent him an arsenal. He then asked Yin Qing, I haven't had time to ask you, but is that voice really the Azura realm itself? This was what he was most curious about. Could it be that as a world, it also had life and consciousness? Sorry, I don't know either. As an Azura commander, I can't come into contact with such a deep secret. You need to explore it yourself in the future. If you're really the legendary person, you'll definitely be able to unravel this secret. Yin Qing watched the battle between Li Qingshan and the giant god of fire, and her attitude towards Li Qingshan became more and more respectful. It was no longer the perfunctory attitude that didn't care about life and death at the beginning. She showed respect from the bottom of her heart. I'd like to ask, what's the legendary person? The Azura realm and the heavenly Tao fight endlessly, but they lose more than they win. It's all because Sakra Heavenly Lord unified the heavens, and all beings in the heavenly Tao work together. On the other hand, the Azura realm is like a plate of loose sand without a leader. It's said that an Azura demon god will appear and lead the masses to attack the heavens, obtaining an unprecedented victory. That sounds interesting. Do you think I look like the legendary person? Li Qingshan spread his arms and made a pose. I've never seen the legendary person, so how can I dare to say you look like one? However, since that mysterious existence gave this Azura Altar of Armaments to you, it must be because it thinks you look like it. Although Yin Qing admired Li Qingshan, it was difficult for her to say that Li Qingshan was the legendary person, as there were far too many legendary people, like that in the Azura realm. Every single Azura king she had seen believed they were one. And there were countless Azuras who received revelations and rewards from the mysterious existence. From this angle, if Li Qingshan entered the Azura realm, he could be considered an elite among Azura. He had the spirit and strength to dominate an area, so he was worthy of her loyalty. However, compared to other elites, he wasn't that extraordinary. Li Qingshan smiled. It's not like you'll die if you say something nice. Forget it, I'll try out the magical effects of this Azura altar of armaments. But what kind of weapon should I change to? If you can't decide, why not let the Azura altar of armaments decide? That works? My weapon wasn't a circular blade back then. I got a revelation from the Azura altar of armaments and exchanged it for a void arc. Unfortunately, it was burned. Yin Qing sighed. Don't worry. You fought for me, so I'll help you get a weapon that's no weaker than your original. Li Qingshan patted Yin Qing's shoulder. Yin Qing smiled. In short, Azura believes that the choice of weapon a warrior chooses is a desire from the depths of the soul. It is a kind of fate. Then I'll give it a try. What is my fate? Qingshan, Li Shan, Yura, Emperor, Dao. Qingshan to say Shan, Lin Shan to Takama, 2, then Yura, Lin. In an instant he saw tens of thousands of weapons floating in the air. The number far exceeded the 18 weapons, but they were all shrouded in a layer of shadow. He waved his hand and a long sword flew into his hand. He waved all the sword techniques he'd learned in his life and sure enough, the sword chi crisscrossed, exquisite beyond compare. However, something seemed to be missing, and the shadow on the long sword never faded. He shook his head, threw away the long sword and picked up a sledgehammer. Time passed bit by bit. Yin Qing in little and stood to the side, watching as Li Qingshan gestured with his empty hands, as if he was using all kinds of weapons. The weapons engraved on the Azura altar of armaments lit up one by one, then dimmed one by one. Li Qingshan frowned. In the blink of an eye he'd already used 70 to 80 weapons. However, he'd used a dozen sword-type weapons, including giant swords, long swords, short swords and double-edged swords. There was no need to talk about the others, but he still didn't like them. Yin Qing said that finding a weapon was like going on a blind date, so what he lacked now was love at first sight. He looked around, wondering if something was missing here. Wait, why wasn't there a saber here? Among all kinds of weapons, if one had to say which one was the most common and had the most types, it would definitely be the saber. However, in this space there were all kinds of weapons but not a single saber. Not a single saber. So he roared, "Give me a saber." And then there was a saber. It was a very inconspicuous little saber, short and small. It couldn't be called a weapon, but it made Li Qingshan feel that it was very familiar. He reached out and held the little saber in his hand, waved it casually, and suddenly remembered that this was the first weapon he'd ever owned. In that shabby cowsheet with the bonfire boiling meat soup, he'd held this little saber, and forced back his brother and sister-in-law who'd bullied him. It was also this saber that helped him kill his first enemy on that moonlit night after he'd gotten drunk. Li Qingshan was suddenly enlightened and he let out a long roar. The gods are watching, justice is only in the saber. With two clangs, the two spiked clubs were first thrown at his feet, and then the various spirit weapons and magic weapons he'd obtained from previous battles were piled on the Azura altar of armaments. 10 weapons, 100 weapons, 300 weapons, 500 weapons. When he put down 527 weapons, the Azura altar of armaments suddenly lit up. Li Qingshan sensed something and knew that this was the limit. It wasn't that the legendary armory of armaments didn't have better weapons, but that with his current cultivation, killing intent and weapon capacity, he could only exchange for weapons of this level. Li Qingshan felt slightly regretful inside, but Yin Qing was very surprised on the side. She had once seen an Azura king use the Azura altar of armaments to exchange for weapons, but the number and quality of the weapons he sacrificed was about the same. As a matter of fact, it was even slightly inferior. This was because the stronger a weapon was, the better. Once it surpassed the user's level of control, the weapon would immediately backfire and even become the master. This kind of thing was common in the Azura realm. Divine weapons had spirits and they wouldn't recognize the weak. With his cultivation at the second heavenly tribulation, he was actually able to obtain the recognition of the armory of armaments. Truly inconceivable. If he went to the Azura realm, he would simply be a proud son of heaven, an elite among the elites. Sacrifice. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and the 527 weapons all flew up, spinning into the Azura altar of armaments and vanishing. When the last weapon disappeared, a blood-red light suddenly shot into the sky. When the blood-red light dissipated, a weapon was stabbed into the Azura altar of armaments. Why is it a sword? I clearly wanted a saber. Li Qingshan's expression changed and he realized that he'd seen wrong. It really was a saber, but it was long and straight without any curve. If it weren't for the fact that it only had a single edge, it would look more like a sword at first glance. The saber was dark red as if layers of blood had condensed, and it looked somewhat dim. Apart from that, there was nothing else worth mentioning. There was no guard, no decorations, and even the hilt was straight. Not only did it look very boring, but it also didn't have any sharp aura. This is the treasured saber I exchanged for with more than 500 weapons? Why does it look like the clumsy work of a blacksmith apprentice? I was supposed to forge it into a sword, but my craftsmanship wasn't good enough, so it became a saber. Li Qingshan muttered inwardly as he held the saber hilt. Yin Qing frowned in thought. She felt that this saber was a bit familiar, but she also felt that it shouldn't be. After all, the Azura realm was just too big and there were countless weapons. No matter how experienced and knowledgeable she was, she couldn't possibly know all of them. It wasn't until Li Qingshan held the saber hilt that his heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that saber? Your Majesty, be careful. A sharp pain suddenly came from Li Qingshan's palm. There seemed to be many spikes on the saber hilt that didn't even have decorations, and these spikes were constantly twisting and piercing into the depths of his palm, greedily sucking his blood. As expected, there's something strange. Li Qingshan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. He wasn't afraid of a demonic saber or a demonic saber that would devour its owner. He was only afraid that this saber was too weak. It could pierce through his skin in an instant. Even though he wasn't on guard, it also proved that this saber was unusual. He ignored the pain in his palm and pulled the saber out of the Azura altar of armaments. The originally heavy saber was now covered in dense red lines that looked like blood vessels. Li Qingshan held the saber horizontally in front of him. His left hand lightly brushed the blade, and the dense capillaries spread out from the saber. They pierced into his palm and sucked his blood. Li Qingshan didn't stop it, allowing the strange saber to suck his blood. He wanted to see just what kind of changes this saber would undergo. You want to suck my blood? I might as well let you suck to your heart's content. Li Qingshan backhanded the saber and pierced it into his heart. The strange saber was like a man dying of thirst in the desert who suddenly saw a clear spring, and it madly sucked his blood. Gradually, Li Qingshan's body turned pale, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. While the strange saber was sucking his blood, he took the opportunity to refine the saber. The refining process was unexpectedly smooth. It wasn't that the strange saber didn't have a spirit, but it was very welcoming of its new owner. The reason for this made Li Qingshan's expression a little strange. He murmured, "Bloodjaw." This was the name of the saber. It was quite a spirit, but it only had one requirement, and that was blood. It didn't matter if it was the blood of the enemy or the master. The thicker and purer the blood, the more powerful it was. The reason why it didn't resist and let Li Qingshan refine it was because there was no blood to suck in the arsenal of armaments. Secondly, it was extremely satisfied with Li Qingshan's blood. Li Qingshan cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, fusing the 4 bloodlines of the ox demon, turtle demon, and phoenix. Each bloodline could be said to be peerless. Although it hadn't reached the 9th tier and couldn't be considered truly pure, it was already very rare. After a long while, Li Qingshan slowly pulled out Bloodjaw. He had lost a lot of weight and his face was very haggard. However, the saber in his hand was blood red, and he was full of vigor. He had a vague feeling that this saber could even break treasured swords like the Fogbow sword and the Demon Dragon sword. This was indeed the strongest weapon he had obtained in his life. And because it was shaped like a sword, it was even more helpful in slowly converting the sword Dao that he cultivated to the saber Dao. It's just that this blood-sucking is a little ruthless. My physique is now stronger than the average demon king's, and with the tiger demon transformation, I don't care about physical injuries. The phoenix transformation can maintain my vitality and make it endless. If an ordinary person were to use this saber, they would probably be sucked to death before they could kill the enemy. Chapter 902. Li Qingshan's face was ashen as if he was terminally ill. There was not the slightest bit of life in him, but his craggy bones stood out even more. His eyes shone brightly, and his might did not diminish in the slightest. Yin Qing's words made him ask, "Why is it fortunate and why is it unfortunate?" Yin Qing said, "This Bloodjaw blade is truly a rare treasure blade. Its destructive power is astonishing, and there is almost no weapon of the same level that can compare to it. However, this blade is famous not because of its power, but because it's too difficult to use. The only way to unleash this blade's power is to make it drink its fill of blood, and the quality of the blood is very high. Can't we use battle to nurture battle? As long as we keep killing enemies, it'll be fine. Li Qingshan examined the bright red bloodjaw blade in his hand and faintly understood the meaning contained within it. It was an insatiable thirst for blood. Who can guarantee victory in every battle? Even if you win, you might not be able to kill a powerful enemy. That's why this blade must see blood when it's drawn. Otherwise, if it doesn't drink enough of the enemy's blood, it will drink its master's blood. Even if an Azura king wields this blade and drinks its fill of blood, it will become very weak. If an Azura commander like me dares to hold the hilt like you do, my life might even be in danger. However, it's precisely because it's so difficult to use that successive owners of the Bloodjaw blade will often offer it on the Azura altar of armaments in exchange for another weapon. Many divine weapons that were stronger than it had been destroyed in the war, but it had been preserved all this time. If your majesty isn't used to it, you can offer it again. It's great to be able to monopolize an Azura altar of armaments. No, I feel that this blade is quite good. It's perfect for wounding people. Also, don't forget that this world isn't the Azura realm. The intensity and density of the battles aren't that great, so there's plenty of time to recover. As he spoke, Li Qingshan stuffed a spiritual pill into his mouth. He had the bloodline of the phoenix, so his ability to produce blood was very strong. Moreover, after refining Bloodjaw blade, he could feel the uniqueness of this blade. It felt as though it was connected to his bloodline, and when he wielded it, it was as easy as moving his own arm. This was something that no other weapon in the past had ever felt. Thus he had an idea. He infused the power of vibration into it, and a layer of black ripples appeared on the blade. With a light wave, a black crack was left in the void. Good saber, Li Qingshan said. He had never relied on weapons, as his most destructive method was his fists. The destructive power of tremors was just too great. If he used a weapon as a medium, it would be unavoidable for the weapon to be damaged no matter how great his control was, unless he suppressed the power of tremors and did not use his full strength. However, if that was the case, using weapons would be pointless. He might as well just use his fist. After drinking almost all of his blood, the Bloodjaw saber seemed to have become a part of his body instead of an external object. He could finally use the power of vibration to his heart's content and fuse the divine ability into his saber technique. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a flaw, but in fact, it was its greatest strength. When the edge of the saber fused with the power of vibration, its power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It allowed his destructive power to reach an unprecedented peak, like a tiger with teeth. The Bloodjaw saber also trembled as if it had met a bosom friend. There was a natural compatibility between man and saber. Li Qingshan caressed the blade. Since you're my saber, I have to give you a good name. Bloodjaw is too uncouth. Let me think about it. Jaw also means tooth. This is equivalent to your name. And because of my tiger nature, I obtained the approval of the Azura realm and obtained you. This is our fate. From now on you will follow my surname, Hu. Let's call you, Huya. Li Qingshan raised Tiger Fang proudly and asked little An and Yin Qing, what do you think of this name? Perhaps it was because of the successful example of naming himself, Qingshan. He had always been blindly confident in his naming skills. Of course, the name Little N was also his masterpiece, not inferior to Qingshan. As expected, Little N said sincerely, all right. Yin Qing stammered, her expression slightly vexed. She wondered if there was something wrong with her sense of beauty, or if she didn't understand the customs of this world. She thought to herself, Tiger Fang, isn't this the nickname of the mountain children? No matter how I look at it, it sounds much more uncouth than Bloodjaw. However, changing the name of a saber like this was not a simple matter. If I were Bloodjaw Saber, I would never be willing to change it to Tiger Fang. The name of a weapon with a spirit like this could not be changed at will. It had to be approved by the spirit. Back then, Li Qingshan had completely subdued and refined the soaring dragon sword before he could change it to the demon dragon sword. Under the gazes of the three, the long saber flickered with a bloody light and suddenly dimmed. A portion of the veins lit up and the words Tiger Fang appeared in blood. Although the saber had a spirit, it did not have a complex intelligence. It would not fake like humans. This undoubtedly meant that it had approved of the new name Li Qingshan had given it from the bottom of its heart. Furthermore, it had done so without any suppression or coercion. If someone else obtained this saber in the future, the name they would obtain would be Tiger Fang, and not Bloodjaw. Alright then. Yin Qing sighed silently. After all, weapons were famous because of the person in the battle. Do you have any objections, little Qing? Li Qingshan swept his gaze over and asked with a smile. Little Qing? Yin Qing shivered all over. No. This name is very good. As expected of your majesty. She hesitated for a moment. However, Your Majesty, please call me by my name. Little Qing? She could not stand it at all. In the end you've stayed in the Azura realm for too long. All you know is fighting and killing all day. It's inevitable that you lack a good or bad eye for names. This is not your fault. Alright, go activate the Azura altar of armaments. You must exchange it for the best weapon. Li Qingshan patted Yin Qing's shoulder in a comforting manner. Yin Qing was flabbergasted, unable to explain herself. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan ate spiritual pills every day and his face finally recovered some vitality. He was no longer so haggard, but he still looked as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. His face was pale, but he did not seem to care as he played with the Tiger Fang saber in his hand. The saber was equipped with a sheath. Because the blade was perfectly straight, it seemed more like a sheath. The Banyan Tree King had crafted it personally from a tree branch. It was completely dark green in color and seemed like it had just been broken off from a branch. It still carried the grain of tree bark and had not been carved at all. There was only a ring of aerial roots around it, sealing the vitality of the Tiger Fang inside, preventing it from leaking out at all. Not only did it ensure that Li Qingshan's blood would not go to waste, but it also concealed the killing intent. No one could imagine that such a vicious blade of blood would actually be hidden in such a simple and natural sheath. Li Qingshan hung the Tiger Fang saber on his waist and said to Little Anne, "Let's go. We'll go to the Crystal Palace and take a look." Through the divination of the spirit turtle, there would be many disturbances on this trip, but he was even more fearless now. Chapter 903. On the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, in the center of the magnificent scarlet-red palace was a place that resembled a small flower. The divine Wutong tree was planted there. Its bark was red like fire, and its leaves were like flowers, overlapping and weaving into a huge canopy. Although it was nowhere close to the size of the Banyan Tree King, it was still an extremely magnificent sight, shining with pure crystalline light. The scarlet-red branches wove into a huge nest, which was where the phoenix had perched in the past. This noble divine bird had once rested here, sang nirvanic rebirth and ascended. When the phoenix flew away, no one knew whether it had any feelings of nostalgia or not. The 3 fire-devouring kings sat under the divine Wutong tree, each holding a divine fire tablet. Their auras were connected, becoming inseparable as they constantly practiced and worked together in their seas of consciousness. 10 days had already passed since the eruption of the volcano. To them it was almost as short as a split second. Afterwards, this split second passed, and they basically felt a shadow envelop their hearts at the same time. They opened their eyes and looked at one another. What had happened? Fire devourers were not skilled in divination, but at their level of cultivation, they would obviously develop a profound sense towards fate. But what they sensed right now was clearly not a good omen. Before long, a shaman priest in fiery red robes rushed into the sacred tiny garden and reported to the 3 kings that a clansman had died. Where did he die? Zhu Fan frowned. Zhu Zai and Zhu Yan exchanged glances. The death of a clansman was clearly not worth the shaman priest specially disturbing their cultivation. Right at the foot of the mountain. How did he die? Did something happen to his cultivation or did he get into a fight with someone? Zhu Fan's frown deepened. Within the vicinity of Fire Melt Mountain, he could not think of a third way apart from these 2 situations. If it really were one of these 2 situations, he definitely had to punish the shaman priest who did not know the severity of the situation. Neither. It seems like a strange disease or he was poisoned. Even fire devourers can fall ill, so just who can poison Fire Melt Mountain? Where's the corpse? Under the shaman priest's lead, the 3 kings arrived in a stone room at the foot of Fire Melt Mountain. A young fire devourer lay there. Zhu Yan knew that this young man was a rather famous genius in the younger generation of the clan. He cultivated at an extremely fast rate by devouring fire spirits, and was already on the verge of breaking through the first heavenly tribulation. Perhaps he would become a king in 1,000 years, but now he had died so mysteriously. Moreover, his face was ashen, and his eyes were wide open, as if he could not believe that such a fate had befallen him. He was filled with fear and despair. Something's wrong. He's losing his anger. Zhu Zai closed the young man's eyes. To fire devourers, anger was not just an emotion, but a never-ending spirit of battle. Even when they faced certain death, they should not have an expression like that. The youth's partner was called in. She looked to be about the same age as the youth, and she had a bright and beautiful face. However, at this moment she was filled with sorrow. The youth's death seemed to have taken away all the joy in her life. How did he die? Zhu Yan asked. Reporting to my king a few days ago, he suddenly said that his heart was not feeling well. I thought that he had swallowed too much fire and his body could not bear it, so I let him rest here. Then he gradually lost his spirit as if he had become a different person and quietly died. Life and death are decreed by fate. Haven't you seen a dead person before? Why do you look like that? Zhu Zai stared at the young girl and sharply noticed the ashen complexion that was similar to the youth's, except it was not very obvious. She felt a hint of unease inside. I just feel unwell. The young girl could not help but panic a little when the disaster king she worshipped questioned her. She felt even more uncomfortable inside. Zhu Fan suddenly plunged his hand into the youth's chest and dug out a heart. With how unbridled he had always been, his face was filled with surprise. The heart that should have been fiery red had turned into a grayish-white rock. The young girl let out a miserable cry, clutching her chest and taking a step back. A vicious wound had appeared on the left side of her chest. Move your hand away, Zhu Zai ordered. She was the one who had suddenly struck out, cutting open the young girl's left chest. The young girl endured the pain and moved her hand away. Between the jagged bones was a fiery red heart. Most of the grayish-white color had devoured it, making it extremely dim. Why is it like this? Zhu Fan bellowed furiously. Apart from them, there are many other clansmen who feel unwell. It seems to have all begun after the volcanic eruption 10 days ago. Go, find everyone who feels unwell. The shaman priest left with the order. Before long he returned with the fire devourers with similar symptoms. None of them had undergone the heavenly tribulation, but the number was so great that it left the 3 fire devourers shocked. And this was even after many fire devourers believed their bodies were fine, or the symptoms had not begun acting up yet. What made them feel even more uneasy was during this time, Zhu Zai had been removing the grayish-white color from the young girl's heart the entire time. She plunged her right hand into the young girl's chest and gripped the heart firmly, but she was afraid to use too much force, or the heart might directly melt. However, it was basically ineffective. This isn't a regular poison. It's more like a disease that humans speak of. The 3 fire devourers smelled the scent of a scheme at the same time. There was something wrong with the volcanic eruption this time. Someone had tampered with the fire. Just who was it? Merfolk? The king of Yue? That was not the problem they had to consider right now. Their priority right now was to cure this strange disease. If the infected clansmen all died like the young man, it would basically be an unimaginable disaster for Firemelt Mountain. Let alone attacking Savage Mountain, they had even forgotten about the war with the Merfolk. A shrill horn rang out from the main peak of Firemelt Mountain, gathering all of the middle and upper echelon. It's about time for it to erupt. Father, do you see it? You don't blame me, do you? Ru Xian spent a few days recuperating in her dwelling before arriving at the top of the mountain alone. Gazing in the direction of Firemelt Mountain, the face brimming with enthusiasm appeared in her head. As she endured the pain and torment of the conflict between fire and water, he would always think of ways to make her laugh. Even after they had been captured and brought to Firemelt Mountain, watching helplessly as his wife was burned to death, he would still smile as if it was just a vicious joke. Back then she hated him so madly, even more so than her hatred for Zhu Yan. This continued until he used the opportunity when Zhu Yan was in secluded cultivation to charge out of Firemelt Mountain with her. No one expected a fire devourer to be so patient. He successfully fooled everyone, leaving her with a smile in the end. Daughter, now that everything has happened, I have to tell you a huge secret. Actually, your mother and I picked you up. Haha, you've fallen for it. Head north, the further the better. My good daughter, I'll come find you as soon as I lure away the pursuers. In the end, she had fallen for it again. In the end, she did not even have the time to apologize, but even if she did, she would definitely be laughed at. I don't care if you blame me or not. I did it anyway. I've always been this willful. I'm not obedient at all. Ru Xen mumbled to herself and rubbed her chest. Her heart that belonged to a fire devourer had already become as cold as stone. In order to refine this virus that specifically targeted fire devourers, she had always been the best test subject. It was all thanks to the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace that she could turn her heart into stone and refine stone into jade, so she did not have to pay with her life. She could not help but thank her master Wuxia. That little dark-skinned old man insisted on saving that annoying Chu Tian, and he generously gave all of this favor to her. However, there was no need for her to be deeply grateful. It was not the first time he had saved her life anyway. I've really come across a lot of gentle people. Compared to Li Qingshan, that pitiful man who grew up without any love from his parents, bullied by his brother and sister-in-law, running into a horde of enemies no matter where he went, my life is still very good. Ru Xen found a balance with the pitiful Li Qingshan in satisfaction. Then she muttered with malice, "He's going to clash with the Mare people again in the Crystal Palace this time, right? Gongyuan, oh Gongyuan, running into a sex fiend like him really is your misfortune." At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and gazed at the sea map in his hand. He said to little Anne, "The Crystal Palace is probably right below. The Mare people sure are rude. They don't even have anyone to welcome me. I did save their queen's life after all. If you didn't use that method, the Mare people would probably be even more grateful to you." Little Anne smiled. When it came to understanding people's minds, she completely surpassed Li Qingshan. In the sky above Giant Ship Island, he and Gongyuan had fended off powerful enemies together through a method that was almost akin to dual cultivation. Back then, Gongyuan might have thanked him for saving her life. When her mind was one-sidedly suppressed and controlled by him, she might have even instinctively relied on and obeyed him. However, now that the person in question was involved, it was a completely different attitude. She was the mighty Marefolk queen, so noble and cold and proud, yet she was actually embraced by a human man in front of everyone. That was already enough to make her feel humiliated and furious. However, compared to the humiliation of having her mind invaded and controlled, this was nothing. And this man had ignored her dignity right from the very beginning. When he saved her, he had done it through a transaction. He could not be regarded as acting bravely for a just cause. Towards the end, he acted like nothing had happened at all, discussing the conditions of the alliance with her. If it were not for the sake of dealing with the divine fire tablets of the fire devourers, if it were not for the sake of finding a way to deal with her inner demons, she would probably be willing to never see him again for the rest of her life, or even directly kill him. Little Anne analyzed these principles for Li Qingshan and smiled. "That's why don't you think you can do whatever you want in the Crystal Palace just because you've hugged her? She probably won't treat you well this time." Li Qingshan smiled as well. "You sure have a good grasp of people's minds. Now that you've said that, I do regret it a little. If I had known earlier, I would have acted a little more righteous, and perhaps this Gongyuan might have secretly fallen in love with me. Cough cough, why am I telling you all this? Even if you don't say it, I can still guess it." Suddenly, a pillar of water sprayed up from the ocean. A blue whale swam over and floated to the surface. With a leap, it burst out of the water and turned into a large, burly man in the air. He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. "I've been waiting here for a very long time, King of Savages. I left in a hurry last time, so I haven't been able to thank you for saving my life. Please accept a bow from me." Chapter 904. Back then in the Philean Hall, I also understood your intentions of protecting me. I just happened to want to drink to my heart's content with you this time. Li Qingshan helped Elder Blue up and smiled at each other. Little Anne became emotionless again, standing beside Li Qingshan silently. "The Crystal Palace is right below. I didn't calculate when you would arrive, so I was a little impolite. Please don't take offense," said Elder Blue. She also knew that her words could not stand up to scrutiny. She was afraid that Li Qingshan would leave in a fit of anger. "It's just a small matter. There's no need to mention it. Let's go." Li Qingshan waved his hand. He had never been a person who cared about etiquette. As long as others treated him sincerely, he would treat them with sincerity without hesitation. Elder Blue thought, "His true strength far surpasses mine, enough to stand on equal footing with the queen, but he doesn't look down on me just because I'm willing to serve as the queen's mount. He definitely doesn't pretend to be polite like Mr. Ram of the King of Yu's estate either. Speaking of which, he's not a very difficult person to get along with. It's just that when he's being dealt with, he'll definitely erupt and refuse to hold back. Hopefully the three majesties won't make things too difficult for him, and the alliance this time can proceed smoothly. Oh right, don't make any trouble with that divine nun of the South Sea either." They traveled side by side, arriving in the sea and diving into the depths. As they rapidly sank, the surroundings grew dimmer and dimmer, but in Li Qingshan's eyes, it instead grew brighter and brighter, as the spiritual qi grew denser and denser. The entire sea rippled with light. Marefolk guards on killer whales swam past from time to time and bowed towards Elder Blue. They also cast gazes of surprise and amazement at Li Qingshan and Little Anne, but they were also deeply cautious. Although they knew the two of them were guests invited by Gongyuan, They clearly did not know about Li Qingshan's glorious feat of defeating the giant god of fire on Giant Ship Island and saving the merfolk queen Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan ordered all the people who came with her to keep their mouths shut, so that her dignity as a queen would not be damaged. What the ordinary mermaids and mermen knew was how she used her methods to fight back from the brink of death, and how she used the heart of the abyss to turn the tide. Li Qingshan looked around at the rare scenery of the deep sea. Huge and colorful strange fish swam past him. His gaze finally returned to Little Anne. Her seaweed-like long hair swayed in the waves, and her ethereal eyes seemed to be able to contain the entire sea, making his mind calm. Little Anne looked back and smiled, causing Elder Blue to be stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, this little girl is really strange. This seems to be a charm technique, but it doesn't seem like it. An old whale, am already like this. If I were a human, how could I escape from her charm? He noticed that along the way, several merfolk guards had watched her figure vanish into the deep sea in a daze before continuing their patrol reluctantly. They had completely forgotten about the disdain merfolk had for humans. There was a glint in the corner of Li Qingshan's eye. He could not help but turn around and let out a sigh. So this is the Crystal Palace. It really does live up to its reputation. In the deep sea, a palace constructed from crystal stood alone on an undersea mountain. The towering obelisks shone with azure light, as magnificent as a castle from a fairy tale. At the same time, it gave off an unfathomable sense of coldness and dignity. Behind the mountain was a bottomless, black abyss. Passing through the various formations, he finally arrived before the Crystal Palace. Li Qingshan was amazed by its loftiness once again. He did not notice it from afar, but up close, the Crystal Palace was extraordinarily large. He had once used the profound light illuminates all to observe the palace on Firemelt Mountain. Originally, he thought the Crystal Palace of the merfolk would only be of a similar structure, but he never thought the Crystal Palace would actually be 100 times, 1,000 times larger. It basically seemed like a mountain formed from crystal. The Crystal Palace was originally constructed by the merfolk for a true dragon, which is why it's so large. Elder Blue introduced. A true dragon. That sure has been around for a long time. Li Qingshan could not help but think about the underground world of the Clear River Prefecture, where the night roamers had constructed Cobweb City for Helicoverpa Rosa. Then he thought about how the demons, or in other words dragons, ruled over the world 1,000,000 years ago. Afterwards, the godfolk overturned the situation, and now the humans established an imperial court and ruled over the 9 provinces. History was ever-changing. Who could remain at the top forever? Though, it's said that the true dragon prefers to sleep in the sea abyss at the back. Elder Blue smiled, but she furrowed her brows in an undetectable manner. Gong Yuan actually did not send anyone to receive him. Fortunately, Li Qingshan seemed to be submerged in his thoughts about history, so he did not realize this was another breach of etiquette. A gust of wind blew over from the Crystal Palace. As it turned out, Ji Changfeng had come out to receive him. In the depths of the Crystal Palace, in the tallest obelisk, a few pairs of eyes stared at this through the projection on the crystal walls. Yuan, are you mistaken? Did he really save you on Giant Ship Island? But he hasn't even undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. A graceful and noble old woman asked Gong Yuan beside her in doubt. Yes, Granny. He defeated the giant god of fire summoned by the fire devourers using the divine fire tablets and helped me suppress my inner demons, controlling the heart of the abyss. If it weren't for the King of Southern Yu's interference, the 3 fire devourers would basically have remained in the South Sea. Gong Yuan said politely. This was not the first time the other 2 merfolk kings had heard about this, but they were still surprised. A human cultivator who had not even undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation had almost turned the tables, forcing the fire-devouring kings who wielded the divine fire tablets into dire straits. If it were not for Gong Yuan's certainty, they would have never believed it. If it really is the legendary divine fire tablets, then it's impossible for him to have defeated the giant god of fire. There must be something strange about the arcane treasure. Though, the matter of him helping you suppress your inner demons is more worth paying attention to. He might have obtained some special cultivation method. If we can ask him about it, it'll be of great benefit to us. And we have to make him hand over that wretched son of mine. You were wrong about this back then. You shouldn't have let them leave the South Sea. Granny said each sentence as if she had already treated Li Qingshan as a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered at any time. That Li Qingshan isn't someone who gives in so easily, and he saved my life after all. He's come to help us fend off the fire devourers this time too. Even the King of Southern Yu has to show him some respect. Gong Yuan frowned slightly. Originally she wanted to take Li Qingshan down a peg, but she also felt like Granny had gone a little overboard. In particular, her last sentence had touched on her bottom line. Don't forget your identity. Since you're the current king, you should put the interests of the merfolk first in everything you do, not your personal preferences. Granny, his voice suddenly became stern. If you don't like it, Granny, you're more than welcome to remove me from the throne. Gong Yuan smiled coldly and radiated with coldness. The other two merfolk kings tried to persuade her otherwise. Although they were all older than Gong Yuan, they were not bold enough to treat Gong Yuan as a junior. As someone who practiced the all-water to ruin's end and wielded the heart of the abyss, only Granny, who had the highest cultivation, could rival her in actual battle prowess. In the war against the fire devourers, her strength was even more important than Granny. And due to her inner demons, her temper had always been very bad. Why you've changed? Granny sighed helplessly. She said to the old nun beside her, my family's matters aren't going well. I've made a fool of myself, fellow. Chapter 905. Granny called out a few more times, and only then did the old nun return to her senses. She praised, that's right. This child really does possess the qualities of a Buddha. He possesses a great Buddhist nature. He's perfect for becoming my disciple and inheriting my legacy. The old nun was the most mysterious great cultivator of the South Sea. She neither founded a sect nor accepted disciples, nor did she have any contact with other cultivators. Instead, she traveled through the various parts of the South Sea, spreading the Buddhist Dharma and doing good. Instead, she possessed an extremely resounding reputation among mortals. She was known as the Divine Nun of the South Sea. Many places had shrines dedicated to her. Now that the Crystal Palace was about to wage war against Fire Melt Mountain, Granny had specially invited her over. Originally, the Divine Nun of the South Sea was reluctant to become involved in the war between other folk, and she was not interested in the wondrous treasures of the Crystal Palace either. However, Granny said that the people who had come this time were two Buddhist disciples from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Both of them possessed extraordinary talent and extraordinary cultivations. The woman among them was even treated by the Chan Monastery of Devanaga as a once-in-a-thousand-years Buddhist prodigy. As a result, she was interested and only said she wanted to take a look. When she saw Li Qingshan for the first time, the Divine Nun of the South Sea secretly frowned. He was clad in armor and wore a horned helmet, which made him seem more like a general than a monk. He did not possess the benevolence of Buddhism at all. Instead, he possessed a lot of viciousness and malice. When she looked at Little N again, she was taken aback. What a well-endowed and intelligent girl, and it's even rarer for her to possess such a cultivation at such a young age. Not only will she definitely undergo the third heavenly tribulation, but she even has the chance of ascending. It's just a pity that she's a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Gong Yuan said. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga is a temple for monks. I've never heard of any monk king specially accepting her as a disciple. It's not necessarily impossible for her to join the abbess. Granny shot a glance at Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan thought otherwise. After witnessing Little Anne's attack in the Philian Hall, she no longer dared to underestimate this expressionless girl. Granny wanted to use her to rope in the Divine Nun of the South Sea, but she only treated her as a regular cultivator. This scheme was not that easy to pull off, and Li Qingshan beside her was no pushover either. As they spoke, Li Qingshan and the others had already passed through the crystal corridor and arrived outside the hall. Elder Blue reported and invited them in. Li Qingshan smiled and cupped his hands. I haven't seen you in a long time. You look much better, Your Majesty. The same goes for the Savage King. Gong Yuan nodded slightly, but she was wondering why Li Qingshan looked so sick. Could it be that he had suffered an internal injury in that battle? However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much, so he introduced the other guests to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan saw how Gong Yuan did not have any intentions of holding a banquet to thank him for saving her life, so he cut to the chase. Everyone's time is very precious, so I'll cut to the chase. I want Fire Melt Mountain and the Divine Wudong Tree. I can give up on everything else, but I definitely won't give up on either of these two. If that's possible, we can begin discussing our countermeasures and go all out against the fire devourers. Gong Yuan's iciness melted away slightly. Li Qingshan did not make an exorbitant demand or make any overboard demands. Fire Melt Mountain was a very rare blessed land, but it was useless to the merfolk. As an ancient divine tree, the Divine Wudong Tree was truly very precious. but it was rooted in Fire Melt Mountain, so it could not be moved. Since he could even give him Fire Melt Mountain, then it was just a bonus. And his two conditions were built on the premise that they could take down Fire Melt Mountain and wipe out the Fire Devourers. Ji Changfeng eased up inside. Li Qingshan's conditions did not conflict with his at all, nor would they be difficult for him to accept. The alliance this time could be said to be half done. Young man, aren't you afraid you'll bite your tongue if you speak too much? What kind of blessed land is Fire Melt Mountain, and what kind of divine object is the divine Wudong tree? Do you know? Just what virtue or ability do you have to demand these two conditions? Granny stared at Li Qingshan. What she wanted from Li Qingshan was far more than that. Old lady, I have no virtue or ability. It's up to you whether you agree to these two conditions or not. Li Qingshan did not become angry. If Ru Xian's stone heart could really achieve the desired effect, then the battle this time would be unprecedentedly brutal. He believed Gong Yuan could see that too. If you want to agree to it, that's not impossible. I also have two conditions. Listen to them. First, hand over that wretched child of yours to us. Second, hand over the cultivation method you used to suppress your inner demons. Li Qingshan was taken aback before bursting into laughter. Gong Yuan, don't tell me your granny has gone senile. If it weren't for the fact that I've obtained a better blade recently and am in a great mood, I would have swung my blade at her as soon as I heard her first condition. As for the second condition, you sure have the nerve to ask for it. There was no need to elaborate on what Ru Xian meant to him. A powerful cultivation method was basically as important as their lives to cultivators. She was basically dreaming if she wanted it just by asking for it. How rude! Granny bellowed. The dragon-headed cane in her hand slammed downwards, producing a thunderous rumble. What do you take this place for? Come and try chopping it. Li Qingshan immediately felt a tremendous pressure, as if the entire ocean was surging towards him. The seawater in the surroundings surged, filled with killing intent. He sneered, and his eyes became tranquil and distant, shining with a faint, clear light. The surging seawater immediately calmed down without a single ripple. Granny was alarmed. What was this cultivation method? It actually possessed a hint of a divine nature, capable of greatly suppressing the water element. Li Qingshan held back the eager tiger's fang, and said to little N, "It's like we've come to beg someone else. Whatever, let's go. We'll talk about it after the Fire Devourers and Mare people have a battle." Hold on. A few voices spoke up at the same time. Granny was furious, Gong Yuan was calm, Ji Changfeng was frantic, and the one who was the most direct was the divine nun of the South Sea. She arrived before Li Qingshan and little N in a flash. Li Qingshan studied the divine nun of the South Sea and thought, what's going on here? He brought his palms together and asked, what does the nun want, nun? The divine nun of the South Sea ignored him. Instead she said to little Anne, child, you're quite the fated one with this poor nun. Are you willing to accept me as your master? Li Qingshan had already known that Buddhist monks and nuns liked little and very much, but he never expected his charm to be so great, making a great cultivator run over and talk about fate, without any restraint, directly wanting to accept him as a disciple. We're in the middle of a negotiation, so do you have to ruin the atmosphere like this? Little Anne returned the gesture politely. I also found the master familiar the moment I saw him, but it's a pity that I've already joined the Chan monastery of Devanaga, so I can't cultivate with the master. Afterwards, Li Qingshan failed to understand what the divine nun of the South Sea said. She seemed to be quoting from Buddhist scriptures, expressing how vast Buddhism was and that there should not be so many sectarian biases. Little Anne also immediately replied in Zen. The adult and the child chatted back and forth like no one else was around, leaving Li Qingshan and the others completely confused. Ji Changfeng felt indignant for Li Qingshan. Fellow Gong, aren't your conditions a little too harsh? We've specially invited the king of savages to avenge us, yet you've ended up like this. What kind of hospitality is that, let alone hand over our cultivation method? Do you want me to hand over the method of Wind God too? Gong Yuan said, please calm down, fellow Ji. Why don't you sit down and talk, king of savages? An alliance is an important matter. If you leave in a huff over a disagreement, that's not what a hero should do. Li Qingshan glanced at little Anne, who had been entangled by the divine nun of the South Sea and arrived before Gong Yuan. He did not take a seat, sitting down casually on the jade table and crossing his arms. Then I'd like to hear what your majesty has to say. Since you know an alliance is an important matter, you shouldn't let an ignorant person spout nonsense here. You'll lose the respect we've built up after so much difficulty. Before Gong Yuan could say anything, Granny flew into a rage. You're just a mere human, yet you still dare to spout nonsense in my crystal palace. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Gong Yuan frowned. Now that Granny had lost her temper, she struggled to deal with it. Most importantly, the two other merfolk kings were reluctant. They could mediate between Gong Yuan and Granny, but they could not stand an outsider acting so arrogantly. Most importantly, this outsider's cultivation was much lower than theirs. He even seemed sickly. He did not seem like someone worthy of their respect. What do you want to see? Li Qingshan answered with a question. You said you obtained a good blade, so it must be the one on your waist, right? I'd like to see just how good this blade is. Granny arrived before Li Qingshan with her dragon-headed cane. Her old face was filled with anger. You really want to see? This blade will definitely see blood. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. See whose blood? Obviously the blood of whoever wants to see it. Alright. I'd like to see just how you're going to make me see blood. Granny laughed from extreme anger, staring at Li Qingshan intently. It had to be mentioned that even if the fire-devouring King Zhu Yan were present, he probably would not be her opponent. Although water paled in comparison to fire in battle, there was still a difference in cultivation after all. When she heard Li Qingshan's words, it was like an ant telling a human, I want to bite you to death in a single bite. It was hilarious and detestable. Li Qingshan stood up and placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. His eyebrows were lowered, but he said nothing. The atmosphere in the hall immediately froze. Even the divine nun of the South Sea and Little and stopped their conversation and cast their gazes over. The divine nun of the South Sea asked secretly, Who is he to you? He's probably going to suffer a great loss. He already possesses such cultivation at such a young age. He might be a genius, but isn't he a little too arrogant? Even if the blade really is strange, how can it be her opponent? Little and shook her head gently. He's asking for trouble. A while later, Li Qingshan put down the hilt of the blade and sighed. Looking at how old you are, I really can't bring myself to do it. Whatever. I'm old, so I take advantage of my seniority. It's normal for me to spout some nonsense. Gong Yuan, aren't you going to do something about it? Gong Yuan was speechless. What, are you afraid? Granny said in disdain. It was laughable that she had actually taken it a little seriously just now. She raised her dragon-headed cane high into the air. Then I'd like to see your blood. Chapter 906. Grandma revealed a look of horror and instinctively retreated. She waved her dragon-head crutch to block the attack. That dragon-head crutch was also a magical treasure. It was carved from a dragon bone and contained a faint spiritual nature. It spat out waves of dragon roars, but in the midst of the crazy roars, it seemed a bit weak. A foul smell filled the surroundings as killing intent surged into the air. Li Qingshan went from a sickly man to a supreme tiger demon. The blade in his hand was the tiger demon's fang. Ever since he obtained Tiger's Fang, he had never had the opportunity to swing it. Even when he faced Granny as provocation, he did not really want to use it, as the price he would have to pay was quite great. At this moment he could finally swing it to his heart's content. He had never learned any proper blade techniques. Although the blade was based on the way of the sword, it was more of a casual swing, a style of its own. There was no hint of the way of the sword at all, but it gave off a carefree feeling. Sure enough, I should use a blade. With that thought, the blood-red light collided with the dragon-headed cane. Above the bloody light, there was a circle of black cracks that vibrated rhythmically. Like a saw, it cut into the dragon-head crutch and cut it in half. Then it cut into the protective spiritual light of Grandma, cut through her skin, cut into her flesh and greedily sucked the blood. Granny's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Only Little and remained expressionless. The divine nun of the South Sea suddenly understood what she meant. As it turned out, she was not referring to Li Qingshan by asking for trouble. Li Qingshan held back Tiger's Fang, as bloodthirsty desire, and sheathed his blade. He stood before the jade table without moving at all and asked, "Did you see it?" The blood-red blade of light remained before everyone's eyes for a very long time. Just now it dispersed, leaving them speechless for a moment. Granny clutched her wound. Her face was sheet-white, but the others wondered what would have happened if the blade had been aimed at them. Granny returned to her senses. She was both surprised and furious, as well as some lingering fear. She called out, "Why aren't you taking down this madman with me?" Granny calmed down. Gong Yuan pressed down on Grandma's shoulder and poured a gust of cold air into it, freezing the wound caused by the long knife. That long blade was extremely strange. Even with the merfolk's healing techniques, it was actually unable to heal the wound immediately. You want me to calm down? Granny was even more furious. It was not that she had never been injured before, but it was the first time she had been injured in the Crystal Palace. Furthermore, she had been injured by a human, which was a great humiliation. Don't forget what you taught me. Please put the interests of the merfolk first. Gong Yuan said coldly. Granny's expression changed. Li Qingshan's strength had far exceeded her imagination. If she used the formations of the Crystal Palace, she was confident she could subdue him, but it was difficult to say whether she would be injured or not. War against Fire Melt Mountain was imminent too, so this was no different from destroying herself. No one knew which side Ji Changfeng would stand on. Even if Ji Changfeng remained neutral, this alliance would undoubtedly be stillborn. If she put the interests of the merfolk first, she definitely could not fall out with Li Qingshan right now. The divine nun of the South Sea glanced at Li Qingshan in great surprise and also tried to persuade her. You can't blame me for that. She wanted to see it no matter what. Li Qingshan sat back down on the jade table and shrugged. If he did not even possess this bit of strength, why would he be bold enough to form an alliance with the Crystal Palace? Originally, he thought even if Granny tried her best not to lose her temper, she would definitely leave in a huff. However, he never expected Granny to walk over again a while later and sigh. I've really gone senile, failing to recognize the heroes of the world. Just now, I've offended you with my words, so please forgive me, King of Savages. Her figure suddenly became much more hunched. I'm young and impetuous. I've offended Granny, so please don't blame me, Granny. Li Qingshan did not push his luck. He had already achieved his objective with his attack. The other two merfolk kings who had yet to take action were both cautious and filled with many doubts. It really is a fine blade. Is that how you killed the giant god of fire? Gong Yuan said in understanding. Her attitude towards Li Qingshan became much gentler. After all, she did not see him directly fight back then on Giant Ship Island, so she was rather doubtful. She suspected that there was something strange about the Azura field, which was why the giant god of fire had been trapped to death. Only when she saw him just now could she not help but sigh in admiration over his strength. Li Qingshan only smiled. He understood his own situation very well. Although the attack earlier seemed extremely powerful, he could only swing it a few times if he used his full strength. Moreover, as the blood in the blade was depleted, it would become weaker with each swing. Although he had absorbed some blood unless he killed Granny, it was impossible to make up for this loss. He still had to rely on his own blood to nourish it. It was no wonder that even Azura refused to use this blade. It really was quite a pain in the ass. However, it really was powerful enough. He actually had the opportunity to kill Granny just now, but that did not mean he was stronger than Granny. If they clashed normally, defeating her would have been very difficult. Granny was just looking to die. She was not skilled in close combat in the first place, and coupled with her old age and feeble body, she was actually bold enough to stand before him and provoke him. Why didn't she take a look at what Li Qingshan was capable of? The strength of the ox demon, the eruption of the tiger demon, and the foresight of the spirit turtle were all in that attack. With the King of Savages' assistance, why should I worry about not getting my revenge? Ji Changfeng said from the bottom of his heart. I still need everyone to work together. I can't take down Fire Melt Mountain alone. Getting back to the main topic, my condition just now. No problem. Fire Melt Mountain and the Divine Wudong Tree are both yours. Gong Yuan said immediately. The three other merfolk kings had no objections either. It was far too beneficial for an expert like that to take action and offer a price like that. Then your condition earlier, let's not talk about the first condition. I owe her. I just hope she can live a happy life in the future, without becoming entangled in her past grievances. As for the second condition, I don't want your cultivation method, but I hope you can help me suppress my inner demons and increase my cultivation. Only then will we have a better chance in this battle. That goes without saying. The outcome of this battle hinges on how much strength you can unleash, Your Majesty. And I also need you to communicate with Ruin's End. This is beneficial to both of us. Li Qingshan smiled. Gong Yuan eased up slightly. Since Li Qingshan also needed her, then it was not a one-sided request from her. Instead, she found Li Qingshan much more pleasing to the eye. After deciding on the basic distribution of benefits, it was finally time to discuss the actual strategy and tactics. If the divine nun of the South Sea did not want to take part, she should have bid farewell and left right now. However, she glanced at little Anne and thought, my Buddhist school has produced such a prodigy. Even if she's unwilling to become my disciple, I can't just watch her die here. This battle will be very dangerous, so I have to ensure her safety. If she sees what I'm capable of, or if I save her life in battle, she might agree to become my disciple out of deep gratitude. Thinking that, she did not leave. Instead, she pulled Little N to one side to talk. Little N cooperated and showed gratitude. Gong Yuan told Li Qingshan everything about the plan that the Crystal Palace had come up with. Fire Melt Mountain has a great geographical advantage. It's very effective against us. If we can't weaken them, attacking Fire Melt Mountain will just be empty talk. But since they can draw out the flames of the earth from the sea and destroy your geographical advantage, can't you summon clouds and rain from Fire Melt Mountain? Theoretically they can, but have you seen Fire Melt Mountain before? Just how much effort does it take to maintain the clouds there? Before we even clash with the Fire Devourers, we'll already have too much of our strength tied up. The Fire Devourers can draw out the flames of the earth from the sea because they have the divine fire tablets, and they can only do that on islands. Tell them to try it out in the deep sea. Since you know everything, you must have a countermeasure. That's right. They have the geographical advantage, so we have to use the timing. Before long, a great storm will appear on the South Sea, blowing in the direction of the south. I see. Li Qingshan understood. With the merfolk's understanding of the climate of the sea and some methods of divination and prediction, knowing about a storm beforehand was nothing difficult. The storms of this world were far more powerful than those of his past life. Sometimes they would even merge with the atmospheric winds in the sky, making them even more terrifying. If even the merfolk called it a great storm, then it was a terrifying storm that even regular cultivators would encounter. A storm like that could easily sweep across several thousand kilometers. It was a terrifying might of the heavens that even great cultivators struggled to contend with. It could indeed suppress Fire Melt Mountain's geographical advantage. Though it's not like you raise the storm. The direction of the wind can change at any time, and Fire Melt Mountain is relatively far away from the coastline. If it's just the shockwaves, it probably won't have much of an effect. That'll depend on what you're capable of, fellow Ji. Gong Yuan looked at Ji Changfeng. She had personally gone to Giant Ship Island to ask for Ji Changfeng's help, precisely so that he could control the storm so that it could reach Fire Melt Mountain accurately. This was far more helpful than him directly fighting the Fire Devourers, and it was also much more difficult. Even if it was the Wind Gale King, just how useful could he be before the terrifying might of the world? Until that day came, no one would know. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll definitely make the Fire Devourers pay. Ji Changfeng was already planning on putting his life on the line. When the time comes, I might be able to lend you a hand, fellow. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, Li Qingshan gained some more understanding over the control of wind. However, it had been far too short of time, so his cultivation was still unstable. If he could take part in a great storm like this and contend against the powers of the world, it would definitely be of great assistance to his cultivation. Then I'll thank you here first. Ji Changfeng clasped his hands with a smile. Li Qingshan also clasped his hands with a smile before saying seriously, but before that, why don't we check out the effects of Stoneheart first? If it really is as good as we anticipate, we might as well provoke Fire Melt Mountain and make them give up on their geographical advantage and attack the Crystal Palace. That way we'll have the geographical advantage. He did not know much about war strategies, but mocking the enemy was a piece of cake for him. He would use it whenever the opportunity presented itself. And he had his own considerations too. If the Fire Devourers turned their attention to the King of Savages out of rage, he really would not be able to stop them. Chapter 907. The 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain was no longer teeming with life like before. It had become much quieter. There were no longer many Fire Devourers playing around in the rivers of fire and magma. A few Fire Devourers would appear from time to time, but they were all in a hurry, as if they were facing an imminent disaster. The strange illness spread at a speed that surpassed all the Fire Devourers' imaginations, erupting with extraordinary intensity. Whether it be the elderly or the children, men or women, their hearts all turned to stone. Even when all the powerful Fire Devourers worked together, they could only maintain the illness of a few Fire Devourers, preventing them from dying from the illness so quickly. Day by day more and more Fire Devourers died. It had already surpassed half of all the Fire Devourers on Fire Melt Mountain. This was a number that had taken who knew how many years to reproduce. Every single surviving Fire Devourer was filled with pain and fury. Over the past few days, several Fire Devourers lost control of their inner demons during cultivation, blowing up into a ball of fire. The shadow of despair loomed over Fire Melt Mountain. Just who did this? Zhu Yin furiously questioned the heavens. The high spirits he had when he first obtained the Divine Fire Badge were no longer there. Without a large number of clansmen to serve as a foundation, strengthening the Fire Devourers and rebuilding the Divine Kingdom on Earth would be like water without a source. No matter how powerful the Divine Fire Tablets were, it would be impossible. He had already questioned the sky countless times furiously and suspected many people, such as the myriad poison ancestor who was skilled with poison, the king of Southern Yu who wanted to use them as fighters and so on. However, he never had the opportunity to investigate. Large numbers of clansmen died every day. This time he did not count on the heavens to answer his question either. He was purely venting, but a voice actually rang out from the sky, an extremely familiar voice. A white cloud had drifted over Fire Melt Mountain before anyone knew it, assuming the appearance of the merfolk Queen Gong Yuan. She said, "Zhu Yin, when you launched a sneak attack on me on Giant Ship Island, did you ever think a day like this would come?" The vast voice rang through the entire mountain. The Fire Devourers all emerged from their stone rooms and raised their heads at the sky. "It's you? It really is you, Gong Yuan." Zhu Yin gazed at the sky and ground his teeth furiously. He had suspected many people, but he was not particularly suspicious of the merfolk, as they had been at war for so many years. If the merfolk could do something like this, they would have used it a long time ago. And infiltrating the magma in the depths of Fire Melt Mountain and poisoning it was not something the merfolk could achieve. So what if it was me? I'll help you reduce some of your burdens and ties. You can also cast aside your worries and wholeheartedly serve as a dog for the Yu Prince's estate. Perhaps you can even obtain other bones. 1,000 kilometers away, Gong Yuan sat on a rock on the shore of the South Sea, speaking to a crystal ball. Not far away, Li Qingshan was leisurely lying on the surface of the sea, looking up at the azure sky. Originally, he was worried about the strength of Gong Yuan's mockery, but he soon discovered that when a woman's mouth became poisonous, it was really incomparable to a man's. Although she spoke calmly, every word was like a cold ice knife, piercing straight into the heart. The Fire Devourers of Fire Melt Mountain understood who their enemy was. They all let out hysterical roars and rushed into the sky without any regard, unleashing balls of flames that the Gong Yuan conjured from the clouds. Very soon the cloud dispersed. Gong Yuan's cold, delighted laughter echoed through Fire Melt Mountain, lingering for a very long time. "Gong Yuan, if I don't get my revenge, I swear I'm not human." Zhu Yan's roar rang out from the crystal ball. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and said to Gong Yuan, "How's it? Does it feel good?" "The effects of Stoneheart are even better than I anticipated, so good that it makes my heart palpitate. The legend says that the flower of water and fire will definitely bring disaster to the Fire Devourers and merfolk. Sure enough, it's true." Gong Yuan let out a long sigh. "Doesn't the legend bring peace? Peace is only peace between two people, but disaster is disaster for the two races." Gong Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. If there was a virus similar to Stoneheart that specifically targeted merfolk, what would happen then? As long as you don't have any ill intentions, the legend won't come true, or disaster will definitely befall you. Li Qingshan stood up and stared straight at Gong Yuan. His voice was filled with a warning. "What, you've fallen in love with her?" Perhaps because she had just vented, Gong Yuan was in an extremely good mood. She did not react to Li Qingshan's warning. Instead, she was curious. "If you're talking about falling in love, that's not exactly it. However, I won't allow anyone to touch a single hair on her." Li Qingshan thought about it. Although he had basically done it with Ruexian, there might not have been much love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was more of a friendship. On the path of cultivation, friendship often lasted longer than love between a man and a woman. However, his possessiveness was real. Even if he really refused to give her to him, he would not mind. However, he would never allow anyone else to touch her either. That's her luck. Gong Yuan sank into her thoughts. "Let's go. The Fire Devourers might come after us." Li Qingshan had specially accompanied Gong Yuan here precisely because he was afraid the Fire Devourers would use this opportunity to hunt them down. If they ended up losing a core member of their side from a single provocation, it would only be a loss that outweighed the gains. Originally, it was Ji Changfeng who came, but he had already ventured south now, observing the storm that was forming. And it was easier for Li Qingshan to work with Gong Yuan. Originally, he had considered setting up an ambush, but the three fire-devouring kings wielding divine fire tablets were not people that could be dealt with schemes. He could only rely on actual strength. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. They're here. He flew over to the reef and wrapped his arm around Gong Yuan's waist. He unfurled his phoenix wings and flapped them gently. Fierce winds swept up, rushing into the air and straight into the atmospheric wind layer. The wings of wind gathered the atmospheric wind and sped up slightly, flying in the direction of the Crystal Palace. Originally, Gong Yuan was reluctant to be hugged like this, but when he accelerated, she gave up on the idea of struggling. She stared at Li Qingshan in surprise. This speed is enough to rival the Wind Gale King, and those wings seem like the legendary phoenix. Just how many other tricks is he hiding? After breaking through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, Li Qingshan's body was enough to rival Demon King's. His strength and speed even surpassed regular Demon King's. Coupled with his various bloodlines of the demonic and divine and his startling number of innate abilities, regular Demon Kings definitely stood no chance against him. Gong Yuan could not help but think of something that many people had thought of in the past. If he underwent the 3rd heavenly tribulation, just what kind of strength would he possess? Making an enemy out of someone like that is truly a disaster. Soon after they left, before the turbulent ocean had even settled down, a triangular gate of fire appeared in the air. The 3 fire devourers emerged from the gate and looked around. They've run away. They just left not long ago. They seem to be traveling with Ji Changfeng. Zhu Yan's voice was filled with irrepressible fury. The flames on his body constantly surged. If he did not kill all of the merfolk, he would struggle to resolve his hatred. This was the terror of hatred. Not only would it not disperse with time, but it would instead accumulate with each battle. No matter how broad-minded they were no better than mortals when it came to a feud like this. Instead, they would remember this hatred even more clearly due to their long lifespans. Zhu Zai only said one word, "After them." No, stop them. The hot-tempered Zhu Fen was instead the most rational one. Although Fire Melt Mountain had suffered extremely heavy losses this time, he had already grown accustomed to this sort of brutality from the countless battles he had experienced. The 3 of them swung the Divine Fire Tablets again and unleashed the Gate of Divine Fire together. They arrived several thousand kilometers away in a single moment, exactly between where they were just now and the Crystal Palace. They gazed at the water and sky in the distance and expanded their soul senses, searching for Gong Yuan, but she was nowhere to be seen. Li Qingshan divined slightly before taking a great detour with Gong Yuan before diving into the depths of the sea. He unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell and concealed all of his aura. He smiled at Gong Yuan. Let's see how they find her. Gong Yuan touched the spirit turtle's profound shell gently. The familiar feeling arose spontaneously once again. She asked, "Just what is this cultivation method of yours? Why is it so compatible with the power of Ruin's End?" Actually, she was extremely tempted by Granny's second request. If she could obtain a cultivation method like that and pair it with the all-water to Ruin's End, not only would it bring great benefits to her, but it would bring even greater benefits to the entire merfolk race. However, she was not stupid enough to use coercion to achieve her objective. Instead, she considered other methods. You can stop dreaming. Even if I give this cultivation method to you, it'll be useless. The negative effects of cultivating it might even be greater than the all-water to Ruin's End. Li Qingshan directly cut off her thoughts. It was impossible for him to teach the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine to someone else, and the cultivation methods of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine complemented each other. If he only practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, let alone whether he could succeed or not, he would only become a spirit turtle indifferent to everything in the end. He would lose himself. Move your filthy hands away. Gong Yuan's face turned cold. Do you have to be so realistic? Don't tell me you'll be able to do something else if I teach you the cultivation method? Li Qingshan snickered. When he faced life-threatening danger last time, he was only focused on fighting the fire devourers, so he did not think much of it. Right now it was extremely safe and they were in the pitch-black depths of the sea without a third person present. He felt that Gong Yuan's waist was supple and strong under the thin mermaid silk, as well as smooth and delicate at the same time. From his angle, her chest was slightly exposed and her cleavage was deep, which gave off a hint of charm. When they first met, who would have thought that this cold and arrogant merfolk queen would actually lean on him in such a manner one day? Gong Yuan's gaze immediately became as deep as an abyss, and she immediately gave off a bone-chilling coldness. Li Qingshan's right hand immediately lost all feeling, and his body stiffened and froze up. Li Qingshan shivered. All right. I'll stop joking around. Cultivators don't care about trifles. You're a mighty queen, so you should be a little more broad-minded. As he said that, he glanced at her again and thought, yep, that's pretty broad-minded. Chapter 908. Only then did Gong Yuan withdraw her coldness slightly. Please watch your words and actions. Don't forget your identity as the Wild King. Although she acknowledged his strength and identity, he was also the person with the least bearing she had ever seen. Even those damned fire devourers possessed the bearing of a king more than him. I've worked hard on cultivation and increased my strength not to watch my words and actions. You might as well say it's the exact opposite. Li Qingshan smiled. A warm stream flowed through his body, and his frozen body recovered very quickly. Gong Yuan snorted coldly. Her deep blue fishtail swayed gently, and she swam towards the crystal palace. She moved extraordinarily quickly, turning into a winding blue streak of light in the end. Only then did Li Qingshan realize he had still underestimated her. Her technique of escaping through water was no slower than his flight in the sky. If she swam in the deep sea instead, he could barely keep up. The reason why Gong Yuan wanted Li Qingshan to travel with her was because she wanted his cultivation method. It was difficult for her to lower herself in front of others, so she purposefully spent some time alone with him. It would be more convenient for them to talk. Even if she showed some weakness, she would not embarrass the merfolk queen. However, she had also underestimated Li Qingshan's unscrupulous and willful nature. Before long, the two of them returned to the region where the Crystal Palace resided. Gong Yuan stopped and closed her eyes to sense the waves in the ocean. Li Qingshan followed close behind and said, "Let's take a look at the situation first. Don't be in such a hurry to go over." He casually used the profound light illuminates all and zoomed in on the situation close to 500 kilometers away. Sure enough, the Crystal Palace was currently under attack. The three fire-devouring kings swung the divine fire tablets, and meteors burst through the obstruction of the seawater, constantly bombarding the Crystal Palace. The defenses of the Water Crystal Palace were fully activated, emitting a bright and resplendent light. Like gentle waves, they wrapped around the fiery meteors one after another, using softness to overcome hardness, continuously weakening the power of the meteors and blocking them. For a moment there did not seem to be any danger. Merfolk were not skilled at offense, but their defense was quite impressive. There were even 3 merfolk kings who maintained the formation and carried out some counterattacks. This land of the deep sea was not like Giant Ship Island. Not only had the merfolk managed it for many years, but the crust was also extremely deep, firmly suppressing the magma in the depths of the earth. Once again, Li Qingshan realized the importance of geographical advantage. It was no wonder that the fire devourers and merfolk had never managed to reach their nest despite fighting so many times. The 3 fire-devouring kings worked together and wielded a god artifact like the divine fire tablets, yet they actually felt like they were powerless. Of course, this was also because they didn't have the time to develop the divine fire order's power. The first 10 days were only enough for them to recuperate and review the pros and cons of the battle on Giant Ship Island. Afterwards, all of their time and effort were spent dealing with the Stoneheart virus, leaving them exhausted both physically and mentally. Now that they had been provoked to attack, they were not as imposing as when they destroyed the Cloud Sail sect. At the same time, Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of the difficulty of attacking Firemelt Mountain. If he did not possess a powerful siege weapon like the Silver Dragon King, it would be far too difficult. The ancients said, timing is better than geography, and geography is better than harmony of people. However, the reality was exactly the opposite. It was harmony of people is better than geography, and geography is better than timing. Gong Yuan was bold enough to mock the fire devourers and use the Crystal Palace as bait, so she was quite confident. She suddenly turned around and stared straight at Li Qingshan as if she was very reluctant to do so. Li Qingshan said seriously, "What a great opportunity. Once they've mostly exhausted themselves, we'll attack from the inside and the outside. We'll have the opportunity to make them stay in this ocean, and then attack Firemelt Mountain. It'll be as easy as pie." However, the prerequisite was that they had to enter a state similar to dual cultivation like they did on Giant Ship Island before powering the Heart of the Abyss and accumulating enough power of Ruin's End. Only then could they pose a threat to the 3 fire-devouring kings. Otherwise, if they split up and attacked like this, not only would it be impossible to make them stay, but they would even face the danger of being defeated one by one. Gong Yuan was the merfolk queen at the end of the day, so her hesitation only lasted for a split second. Although she was reluctant, she still extended her hand and grabbed Li Qingshan's hand. At the same time, she took out the Heart of the Abyss and powered the all-water to Ruin's End at full strength. With the battle on the horizon, Li Qingshan was no longer in the mood to tease her either, mainly because he was afraid it would backfire and affect their mental rapport. As he gripped Gong Yuan's hand firmly, he used the spirit turtle's method of C suppression. In that moment, the two of them felt a powerful resonance in their minds. The two cultivation methods resonated with one another, and their auras attracted one another, gradually merging together. Everything was unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. With the previous experience, it was much smoother this time. A black sphere rose up from the heart of the abyss. That was extremely pure water spiritual energy, the power of Ruin's End. It gradually swallowed the two of them. The seawater immediately surged, gathering towards them and merging into the black sphere. Li Qingshan benefited tremendously from this. Last time it was Gong Yuan who pushed the power of the heart of the abyss to the limit first, and only then did he step in and help her control it. This time he directly experienced the process of the heart of the abyss connecting with Ruin's End. He felt an intense calling, like a mother calling out to her wandering son. The pitch-black sphere constantly expanded, but its shape gradually changed, turning into the shape of a spirit turtle. However, it was still rather unstable. And as the power of Ruin's End grew stronger and stronger, the shallow mental rapport gradually became insufficient to control it. "Don't resist," Li Qingshan said again. He wanted to use the spirit turtle to suppress Gong Yuan's will again so that he could control everything. However, this time, Gong Yuan did not cooperate obediently. Not only did she resist, but she did so intensely as well. Even the spirit turtle struggled to suppress her. The spirit turtle constructed from the pitch-black power of Ruin's End immediately became very unstable, rippling. "What are you doing?" Li Qingshan frowned. "I'll do my best to cooperate with you, but don't even think about controlling me again," Gong Yuan replied coldly. Last time she was forced to submit to Li Qingshan's suppression due to the dire situation, but she did not want to experience that a second time. It was as if she had completely lost herself, becoming his vassal. She had gone from the cold and proud merfolk queen to a little woman in his arms. It was basically a nightmarish experience. And she might have to borrow his power many more times in the future. If this happened every time, who knew what kind of influence it would have on her mind as time went on? Perhaps she would be better off being devoured by the will of Ruin's End and dying from chi deviation. This time, she had to wait until the fire devourers had basically run out of power before striking anyway, so she had plenty of time to adjust. She had to change the posture, to dual cultivate with them. "Whatever you want." Li Qingshan did not force her, as he had a vague feeling that it would probably be very difficult for him to make the three of them stay this time. Their attacks seemed vicious and frenzied like retaliatory attacks, but they gave him a feeling like they had not used their full strength. Have they really lost their minds because of their madness? Or are they purposefully acting like this, waiting for us to take the bait so they can surround us and attack our reinforcements? "Don't get distracted." Gong Yuan's reprimand suddenly rang out in his mind. Li Qingshan grinned. Yes, your majesty." He could sense that Gong Yuan was constantly adjusting herself to match his mind, but she could not help but want to take over and control Li Qingshan. However, let alone whether he was willing to be controlled or not, even if he was willing, she did not have the ability. At the end of the day, he was helping her suppress her inner demons, preventing the power of Ruin's End from losing control and devouring her will. Once she tried to take over, this balance would be upset. Li Qingshan was forced to carefully control such a powerful power of Ruin's End. Once it backfired, it would be no laughing matter. Let alone Gong Yuan, he would suffer too. He said impatiently, "Have you been a queen for too long? Don't always think about controlling me and making me work for you. How many times have I told you? Respect. Respect. Do I not respect you enough right now?" Gong Yuan said angrily. She was irritated by the constant failure of the union. "But you still can't forget your identity, your cultivation, and even your race." Li Qingshan knew that these godlings had a natural sense of superiority when facing humans and demons. Furthermore, Gong Yuan was a queen among godlings. She had overcome all obstacles along the way and experienced countless hardships to reach her current position. There was no need to mention this sense of pride. At a time like this, it had instead become a hindrance. Gong Yuan could not help but sink into thought. "Actually, I agree with your opinion. The situation on Giant Ship Island is indeed not a very good way of dual cultivation, because the most important aspect of dual cultivation is equality, not one-sided control and slavery. This is definitely not conducive to unleashing our greatest power. However, I am willing to be equal to you. Are you willing to be equal to me?" "Apologies. In my eyes, You are just a petty person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Apart from being powerful, you have nothing else. You don't have any of the bearing that a great cultivator or demon king should have. Wine, women, wealth, and pride are all over your chest. You are just like a despicable mortal. Gong Yuan was provoked by Li Qingshan and decided to vent in one breath, opening up her venomous tongue. However, to her surprise, Li Qingshan did not become angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Although it is a little extreme, there is nothing wrong on the whole. Yes, I am a mortal with great power. When I first started cultivating, I swore that I would drink fine wine, sleep with beautiful women, and fight powerful enemies. It is all because of wine, women, and pride. The essence of the great Tao and the philosophy of life are just tools to realize these things. As for the bearing of an expert and the bearing of an expert, they are even less than bullshit. But so what? The first 3 things that Brother Ox wanted him to do were to eat meat, drink wine, and kill people. All of them to his heart's content. Was this not the kind of happy life he sought in his life?" Gong Yuan was slightly taken aback. She said disdainfully, "Nothing much. I just don't like you." "Who's interested in me? We're dual cultivating, not talking about love. I have a wife." "Then what do you think we should do? You cultivate the all-water to Ruin's End and borrow the power of Ruin's End. Why don't you let go of your obsession and merge with the will of Ruin's End? There will naturally be equality between you and me." "You make it sound so simple. If I am not careful, my will be assimilated by Ruin's End, and I will be doomed eternally?" If Li Qingshan could think of it, Gong Yuan naturally could as well. However, the risk of doing so was just too great. "I am here," Li Qingshan said resolutely. "You are not alone." Gong Yuan was taken aback. She frowned and fell into deep thought. At this time, the power of Ruin's End was becoming stronger and stronger. A huge whirlpool of 5 kilometers in circumference was formed above the ocean, and it was still expanding as if it wanted to devour everything. The Zhu Fire tribe and the other 2 immediately sensed the familiar energy ripples. Just as Li Qingshan had expected, they did not attack the Crystal Palace with full force. They even purposely showed weakness and waited for them to appear. Even without the giant god of fire, they were quite confident in killing Gong Yuan with a combined strike from the divine fire tablets. They glanced at one another and abandoned the Crystal Palace without the slightest hesitation. They swung the divine fire tablets and opened the gate of divine fire again. Li Qingshan pressed down on Gong Yuan's shoulder. "I don't need you to think highly of me, respect me, or like me. I just need you to believe in me." In Gong Yuan's memories, she had always been alone after her little sister's betrayal. She no longer trusted anyone wholeheartedly, including her clansmen. Yet now she had to trust a man who she could not tell whether he was a human or a demon. A triangular gate of divine fire suddenly appeared above the whirlpool. 3 burning figures could be vaguely seen in there. Yin Qing suddenly appeared. A circular blade whistled over, slicing towards the gate of divine fire. A huge hand suddenly extended out and grabbed the circular blade firmly. The 3 fire-devouring kings were not like last time, exhausted and a moment too slow to react. This time they had preserved over 80% of their strength and they had come furiously. Yin Qing said to Li Qingshan, "My king, if you still can't deal with her, then just retreat." Li Qingshan shrugged. He was just about to toss the power of Ruin's End that had almost gone out of control at the gate of divine fire to keep the fire devourers busy slightly before fleeing with Gong Yuan. Chapter 909. Li Qingshan smiled. "Isn't that it? Hurry up, they're coming out." Gong Yuan gritted her teeth. The pitch-black power of Ruin's End spread through her azure eyes, gradually dyeing them black. It was a deep darkness that prevented even a sliver of light from passing through. The entire time, her process of practicing the all-water to Ruin's End had been like walking on a tightrope over a bottomless abyss. She was constantly afraid of taking a single wrong step and falling into the abyss, doomed forever. Yet now she was about to leap into the abyss, believing that this man she looked down on could catch her. She rapidly sank into the endless darkness, heading towards the bottomless Ruin's End. Suddenly, a strong arm wrapped around her waist. The man appeared in her mind and smiled. "I've caught you." She was unable to describe what she was feeling. In short, she really hated this man. The 3 fire-devouring kings stepped out of the gate of divine fire and gazed at the ocean below. Zhu Zai frowned. "It's still that heart of the abyss. I didn't think it would actually possess such power when powered at full strength." A large part of the reason why their ambush failed last time was because of the tremendous power of Ruins and the Heart of the Abyss had unleashed. There's no need to say anything more. Kill her and avenge our clansmen. Zhu Fan raised the fire tablet of heaven high into the air and pointed it at the sun in the sky. True flames of the sun descend. Zhu Yan and Zhu Zai both assumed a posture of worship, gathering their surging power on him. Right now the sun really did shine brightly. With Zhu Fan's action, the sun in the sky suddenly lit up. With the fire tablet of heaven as the center, a totem revolved and expanded, enveloping a radius of 100 kilometers. The totem was constructed from golden flames, split into two halves. There was a pattern in the shape of a flame in the center, constantly revolving. It was like the most primitive depiction and worship of the sun by living beings in the wilderness. On the ocean, the whirlpool revolved and expanded, revealing a pitch-black color. It stood against the sun totem in the sky from afar. The air between the ocean and the sky was scorching and twisted. Everything became a blur. Zhu Fan did not seem to be in a hurry to act. He only continued to activate the sun totem, and the fire medallion of heaven in his hand grew brighter and brighter, as if it was forged from gold. It released a brilliant light like a ray of sunlight cut off from the sun. The flames of heaven were divided into yin and yang. Among them there were two flames of yang. One was the soaring fire of star essence, which was the meteor that Zhu Fan had used to destroy the Cloud Sail sect during the Battle of Giant Ship Island. It could only unleash its greatest power at night when the stars twinkled. Just now Zhu Fan was attacking the Crystal Palace. While the flying meteors he released seemed ferocious, they were actually just for show. He was pretending to be attacking with his full strength precisely for this moment so that he could unleash his second type of heavenly flame, the hottest true flame of the sun. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan entered a deeper state of dual cultivation. The power of Ruins End turned into a pitch-black spirit turtle, gradually stabilizing. He looked up. In that moment, he felt unprecedentedly calm and clear in his mind, as if he had actually become a tiny spirit turtle, roaming through the endless Ruins End and seeing through the flow of the river of fate. He immediately felt an intense sense of danger, and as the sun totem constantly revolved, the sense of danger grew heavier and heavier. The three fire-devouring kings were working together, yet they still needed so much time to build up and prepare. They were clearly planning on launching a vicious attack. Through Li Qingshan's mind, Gong Yuan sensed this at the same time. In that moment, the two of them made a decision at the same time. They would not attack but defend. As long as they made it through this attack, the reinforcements from the Crystal Palace would arrive. Coffin of frigid ice. Spirit Turtle's profound shell. The two of them unleashed their most powerful defensive techniques at the same time. The seawater condensed into ice, sealing them in a deep blue coffin. Pieces of the Spirit Turtle's profound shell lit up on the back of the pitch-black Spirit Turtle. In the blink of an eye, the three merfolk kings appeared at the end of the ocean. Granny was at the front, while the other two were at the back, vaguely falling into a formation. It was not as profound as the divine fire tablets, but it still seemed extremely stable. Because they were afraid of being taken out individually by the fire devourers, they dared not use great shifting talismans, so they obviously moved much slower. Zhu Fan did not even glance at them. He continued to stare at the ocean below, at the very depths of the swirl. The fire tablet of heaven in his hand shone brightly, and he suddenly pointed it down. Divine ray of the sun. An extremely blinding streak of light shot down from the fire tablet of heaven. The sun totem immediately dispersed, and even the sun in the sky seemed to dim. The sense of danger in Li Qingshan's heart immediately reached the limit. The invisible light did not even give off a sliver of heat. It immediately pierced the deep ocean, pierced the coffin of frigid ice, and landed on the pitch-black Spirit Turtle's back. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan powered the Heart of the Abyss as hard as they could, but they were still unable to stop the pieces of the Spirit Turtle's profound shell from melting. Everything before them was bright. The brightest light shone into the darkest abyss. Unlike the large-scale destruction of the fiery meteors, the divine ray of the sun was a single-target killing technique, condensing all of its power into a single streak of light. Gong Yuan shivered inside. She felt like she was even closer to death than when she was on Giant Ship Island. The power of the fire tablet of heaven had exceeded her expectations after all. Could it be that she could not escape this disaster after all? Suddenly, a great force pushed her away. She widened her eyes, recovering their azure blue color as she stared at the man she hated in shock. She gripped the hilt of her blade firmly with both hands and swung it at the scorching streak of light that could destroy everything. Blood-red light rushed into the air. All of Li Qingshan's strength, will and even his life were on this strike. He had used up his chance of rebirth on Giant Ship Island recently, so he had not recovered so quickly. Although he had broken through, he had not managed to balance water and fire in time. The third ability of the Phoenix had not appeared either. In other words, if he died, he would only be able to turn into an egg. Against these three vicious people, his egg would probably explode in the blink of an eye. However, there was no fear in his heart. There was only delight. The blood-red blade light collided with the divine ray of the sun. In that instant, the dazzling light drowned out everything. Gong Yuan's vision turned white as she felt her skin burn. It could be imagined just how much damage Li Qingshan, who had faced this attack head-on, had suffered. She could not help but exclaim, "Li Qingshan!" The three merfolk kings who had rushed over to help saw a dazzling streak of light pierce through the ocean. Immediately afterwards, it expanded and thickened. When the light dissipated, a circular hole of 3,000 meters in diameter had appeared in the ocean. The seawater within had not been evaporated, but directly turned into nothingness. Hot air rushed over and all three paled in fright. They believed that if they were hit by this attack they would definitely die. Wouldn't that mean that Gong Yuan was dead for sure? However, they immediately sensed that Gong Yuan's aura still existed. They could not help but be overjoyed and hurried over. The expressions of the three fire kings changed as well. They had not thought that they would still not be able to kill Gong Yuan. Zhu Yin said in resentment, "It's that Li Qingshan again." Zhu Zai said, "He actually tried to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. He's finally dead now. What an idiotic way to die. Gong Yuan is right down there." Zhu Yin suddenly paused halfway through his sentence. He was filled with disbelief. A huge, deep hole had been blasted open at the bottom of the sea. Gong Yuan rushed over to the hole and looked down. She cried out, "Li Qingshan." She was also taken aback. The hole was formed from crystallized earth and rock, while a vicious skeleton stood alone at the bottom of the hole. He gripped a long blade in his hand, which also shone with a metallic luster. The blood-red light on the blade had completely dispersed, just like how his flesh and blood had been stripped away, but he still stood. The vicious skeleton lowered his head and glanced at Tiger's Fang in his hand. His lower jaw moved and another gust of wind blew past, turning into a great compliment. "Nice blade. He's actually still alive." This was both the fire-devouring king and Gong Yuan's amazement. However, the former was stunned while the latter was overjoyed. When the divine light of the sun erupted from the tip of Tiger's Fang, Li Qingshan knew he had won the gamble. Perhaps it could not be regarded as a gamble. The spirit turtle had calculated everything. The divine light of the sun was terrifying, but after piercing the coffin of frigid ice and the spirit turtle's profound shell, it had weakened by quite a lot. The purpose of his strike was not to block the power, that was impossible. Perhaps only after breaking through to the third heavenly tribulation, but to release the power that the divine light of the sun had condensed to the limit. The scorching flames of the heavens had devoured all of his flesh and blood, but after breaking through to the fifth layer of the tiger demon, his tiger bones had become even tougher. Under the tempering of the flames of the heavens, not only were they not destroyed, but they even seemed more consolidated. The tiger demon was belligerent by nature. The more powerful the opponent, the more power it could unleash. The extremely dangerous strike had completely consolidated Li Qingshan's cultivation of the fifth layer of the tiger demon. He had gained a deeper understanding of the blade as well. The seawater gushed towards the hole as if the sky was collapsing. Before he was swallowed up by the seawater, Li Qingshan brandished Tiger's Fang and leapt up, charging towards the three fire-devouring kings. "Kill him!" Zhu Yin roared furiously. The fire tablet of man directly smashed towards Li Qingshan's head. With a clang, the blade collided with the fire tablet of man. Zhu Yin felt an unstoppable force surge over, as well as a wondrous power of tremors. He almost lost control of the fire tablet of man. The fire tablet of heaven and the fire tablet of earth crushed down at the same time. Sparks flew. Li Qingshan and his blade took on the three fire-devouring kings alone. Icebound domain. Gong Yuan spread her arms and walls of ice rushed out from the seawater, sealing off the region. Mist-sealing maze. The three merfolk kings struck out at the same time. A hazy mist immediately rose up between the ice walls, adding another layer of seal. They had to make the three fire-devouring kings stay behind. The three fire-devouring kings stared at Li Qingshan before them. Their eyes seemed to spew fire. They were tempted to smash his skull in with the divine fire tablets in their hands. Forcefully holding back this urge, The three of them communicated with their soul sense and reached a consensus. Retreat. The divine ray of the sun had depleted quite a lot of their strength. If they remained here, they might even be in danger of dying. This time, the king of Southern Yu would not come to save them. Urgent rush of lightning and fire. Zhu Zai turned around and swung the fire tablet of earth. Zhu Fun and Zhu Yen grabbed her shoulder at the same time. Before the mist could envelop them, there was a rumble of thunder, and they turned into a streak of lightning and fire, forcefully smashing through an ice wall and whistling away. Compared to the battle on Giant Ship Island, they still had a lot of strength left over. The icebound domain that Gong Yuan unleashed with her own strength was nowhere close to what it was on that day. There's no need to give chase. Gong Yuan called out to the three merfolk kings who wanted to give chase. These three guys are far too difficult to deal with. Li Qingshan cursed, but he also understood that existences that had undergone the third heavenly tribulation were extremely difficult to kill, let alone the fire-devouring kings who were united as one and wielded divine fire tablets. Right now he was extremely worried. Even if he destroyed Fire Melt Mountain, would he be able to kill them? Chapter 9-10. Do you think I'm all right? Li Qingshan controlled the stream of wind, which passed through his ghastly fangs and produced a hollow voice. As long as you're not dead, Gong Yuan said coldly, but she eased up inside and thanked him vaguely. I told you to trust me, so I definitely wouldn't let you die. Anyway, you've done very well this time. It's just a pity that you were still a step too slow, or you could have gathered even more power of Ruin's End. Perhaps you could have forcefully blocked that strike. What a pity, what a pity. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Faced with Gong Yuan's thanks, he felt rather embarrassed inside. If it were not for the fact that he had no face, he might even have blushed. That was because the moment the divine ray of the sun pierced down, his instinctive reaction was to use Gong Yuan as a meat shield while he dodged slightly. The reason why he gave up on this idea was because he had said earlier that he wanted her to trust him, yet he used her as a meat shield in the blink of an eye. He felt rather bad about it. Moreover, the spirit turtle had calculated that the strike was not lethal. If he did that, it would damage the tiger demon's might. The latter undoubtedly played a greater role. If he knew forcefully blocking the strike meant certain death, why the hell would he care about feeling bad about it? It was not like they knew each other very well. If he were to throw his life away for the sake of a woman who hated him, he would never go easy on her. That's right. Before the storm arrives, we should work together properly so that we can unleash the true power of the heart of the abyss and fend off the divine fire tablets of the fire devourers. Dual cultivation feels pretty good, doesn't it? Even though Li Qingshan had been reduced to a skeleton, he could still give off a presence that Gong Yuan loathed. Gong Yuan frowned. Don't let your thoughts run wild. This is just to deal with Fire Melt Mountain. You might have saved my life this time, but that's only natural in battle. Don't expect me to repay you. As she said that, Gong Yuan extended her hands and released a ball of azure mist that enveloped Li Qingshan. Flesh and blood gradually grew on his vicious bones. I didn't think too much about it, and I didn't expect you to repay me. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt that this was good. He was a person who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Pushing her away or using her as a meat shield was a matter of a single thought. If Gong Yuan really treated him as her savior, he would feel very awkward, as if he had received something that he shouldn't have. Gong Yuan took a deep look at him. His face, which had just regrown and was not covered by skin, looked very horrible and ugly. She couldn't help but think of the scene when he waved his knife to meet the sun god's light. His figure under the blazing light was so clear, which made her heart skip a beat. Although he was a disgusting, shameless, and lecherous man, it was not without reason that he managed to make a name for himself as the king of savages in just a few decades. Li Qingshan peacefully enjoyed Gong Yuan's healing. He felt warm all over and extremely comfortable. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his palm. He looked down and saw that Tiger's Fang had already started to greedily suck his blood. He couldn't help but scold, "You bastard! Why aren't you letting go of the knife?" Gong Yuan said. "This is my treasure. As long as there's a drop of my blood, there's a bite for it to eat. Hey, why is it so weird? Hey, the three of you, don't just stand there. Hurry up and help me. You guys are too slow. How could you stop those three fellows?" Li Qingshan originally only used weapons as tools. Even if it was an artifact like the demonic dragon sword, he wouldn't feel pity if it was broken. However, he really did develop some feelings for this Tiger's Fang knife. He let it suck his blood as he loudly urged the other three merfolk kings. "Grandma, and the other two had personally witnessed Li Qingshan's ferocious ability to fight 1 against 3. How could they dare to underestimate him? They hurriedly cast spells to heal him. It had to be said that the merfolk's healing techniques were quite good. The 4 merfolk kings worked together and spent a lot of effort. In addition to Li Qingshan's own recovery ability, they finally managed to reconstruct his body. However, his body was skinny and his skin was pale. He looked like he was suffering from a serious illness. However, Tiger's Fang in his hand had recovered another 50 to 60% of its blood. It seems to be a little smaller. Li Qingshan lowered his head and frowned. Do you know what shame is? Gong Yuan said. One comes naked and leaves naked. What shame is there? It's not like I asked you to see it. You really are a busybody. Li Qingshan condensed another set of magic armor. Before he put on the helmet, he pointed at the pair of curved horns on his head and asked the merfolk kings, do you know what these 2 words are? I think it's the North Moon? Grandma asked. Don't play dumb. I know you must have looked into it. Don't you think so, Gong Yuan? Li Qingshan knew it was impossible for Gong Yuan to not understand the 2 words after he took off the helmet on Giant Ship Island that day. As a result, he just laid it out. I know you were once hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea. Don't worry, we won't expose your identity. The Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit of the North Moon to the Mist Province had caused quite a stir in the past. It did not take Gong Yuan much effort to understand his identity. She had also considered using this to threaten him, but he had clearly already joined the Banyan Tree King's side. Even the King of Southern Yu had given up on the idea of killing him. Not only would she not be able to threaten him, but she would instead turn an ally into a sworn enemy. It was far too much of a waste, so she gave up on this idea. The Green Province was too far away from the South Sea. It was over 100,000 kilometers away, so Gong Yuan could only receive news of it. It would only be a few major matters. It would be very difficult to understand the ins and outs, so in the end he could only consider it from the perspective of his own interests. He would not do anything that would harm others or himself. Since Li Qingshan had made it clear, he might as well give him a guarantee. Alright, as long as you say that. I trust you too. Li Qingshan smiled before asking, oh right, where's little Anne? He was fighting outside, yet little Anne did not come to help him. That was just far too strange. Only when he returned to the Crystal Palace did he understand the whole story. He had no idea how to react. As it turned out, little Anne wanted to come, but she was stopped by the Divine Nun of the South Sea. The Divine Nun of the South Sea had never really wanted to take part in this battle. In particular, after witnessing the power of the 3 of them when they worked together, she remained in the Crystal Palace to watch over the place, saying that she could prevent people from taking advantage of the situation. At the same time, she grabbed little Anne and said to her, it's very dangerous outside. You can't leave the Crystal Palace. The 3 merfolk kings have already gone to provide support. What can you do with your cultivation? You better stay here and listen to my lectures. Her love for him left little Anne very helpless. Surely he could not use the path of white bone and great beauty and tell the old nun that he was actually very powerful and that there was no need for her to worry about him. Moreover, the old nun's temper was extremely stubborn, so she would not be swayed by words. With just a slight delay, the battle thousands of kilometers away ended. All Li Qingshan could do was say to the Divine Nun of the South Sea, thank you for your kindness, Divine Nun, but young people still need to go through some tempering. We've all gone through many trials and tribulations to reach our current cultivation. You're right, fellow. However, I think one will's mental fortitude is enough for her to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Wouldn't it be a little safer for her to go through tempering when the time comes? The Divine Nun of the South Sea was stern and did not back down at all. Over the past few days, she basically spent every moment with little Anne. They talked about the Buddhist Dharma, and the more they talked, the more they got along. She admired little Anne's root of wisdom and comprehension greatly, and her favorable impression of her skyrocketed. If it had only been love at first sight in the past, then now, it was more like she was determined to take her in as her direct disciple. Little Anne really did not have a suitable master. Although she had once taken the Annihilum Lightchan master as her master, they had not spent a lot of time together, and with her current cultivation the Annihilum Lightchan master had no right to be her master. In the past, the Annihilum Lightchan master had directly taken little Anne as his disciple instead of a disciple. If the Divine Nun of the South Sea cultivated in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, then taking little Anne as her disciple would make perfect sense. Then, little Anne, you can follow the master for now and cultivate properly. Li Qingshan had never thought that being too fortunate would also be a form of trouble. With the divine nun of the South Sea watching over him, Little An dared not use any of the path of white bone and great beauty. He was not afraid of his identity as the North Moon being discovered. The Mist Province did not place much importance on this aspect. Many people possessed the bloodline of demons. Even the divine nun of the South Sea had never imagined that this was forbidden in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. However, Little An's path of white bone and great beauty contained the intention to kill Buddhas and destroy the Dharma. The divine nun of the South Sea would probably fall out with him immediately. All right. It really is my fate to be able to meet the master. Little An's words were not completely empty threats. The old nun truly was worthy of her title as the divine nun of the South Sea. Her Buddhist Dharma was extensive and profound, forming a style of its own. The divine nun of the South Sea was not a school of Zen, like the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Instead, she was a school of Vinaya. She focused on studying and passing down the precepts, which was why even though she possessed a great cultivation, she lived like an ascetic monk, punishing evil and doing good among mortals and spreading the Buddhist Dharma. Just like how the stones of other mountains could be used to polish jade, the status of the school of Vinaya in Buddhism had never been any lower than the school of Zen. The process of communicating with her brought great inspiration to Little An's Buddhist Dharma. This would be the foundation for him to practice the path of white bone and great beauty. Ba, this is also this poor nun's fate. The divine nun of the South Sea smiled knowingly. Her gaze towards Little An was rather gentle, without her usual sternness. The school of Vinaya was particular about one precept for every action, and one precept for every action. The precepts were extremely strict. Let alone mortals, even Buddhist disciples would shrink back. Her standards were extremely high too, so she refused to accept disciples easily. She had come across a few decent ones, but none of them could pass her inspection. Now that she had come across a suitable one, she obviously valued him greatly. Li Qingshan and Little An exchanged glances. There was some helplessness in their eyes. At this moment, a mermaid official walked over and bowed. Great King Li, Her Majesty the Queen requests your presence. Li Qingshan bid farewell to the divine nun of the South Sea and followed the mermaid official through the corridors of the Crystal Palace, arriving outside. All he saw was Gong Yuan sitting on the edge of the cliff. Her deep blue hair reached her waist, while her slender fishtail drooped into the ocean abyss. She gave off a strange sense of beauty, cold and deep. What's the matter? Li Qingshan asked. Gong Yuan waved her hand and dismissed the official. She answered with a question, what do you think? Chapter 9:11. Gong Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you coming or not? Sure. Li Qingshan smiled and came to the edge of the cliff. He looked into the deep, dark abyss, and his vision was soon submerged in the deep sea. He asked Gong Yuan, how deep is this abyss? We'll know once we go down and take a look. Don't waste time. Gong Yuan jumped into the abyss. Li Qingshan shrugged and followed closely behind. The abyss stretched from east to west, spanning hundreds of miles. It looked like a huge, dark mouth that swallowed endless seawater. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan's figures were like two specks of dust compared to this huge mouth. Gong Yuan swam extremely fast in the sea. Li Qingshan had just gone through a huge battle and had recovered less than half of his strength, so he couldn't keep up with her. He saw her slender fishtail drawing a beautiful blue shadow in front of him. He reached out to grab it and felt smooth and cold. Gong Yuan turned around and broke free from Li Qingshan's hand. She glared at him and asked, what are you doing? Slow down, Li Qingshan said. We're going to the bottom of the sea anyway. What does speed matter? Gong Yuan said. What's the point of our dual cultivation? If we don't even have this little bit of chemistry, what's the point? Alright, you have a point. Gong Yuan thought for a moment and still slowed down so that Li Qingshan could keep up. The two of them sank into the deep sea side by side. They traveled several dozen kilometers but they still did not see the bottom. Li Qingshan felt the pressure on him grow greater and greater. The tremendous water pressure made him feel like he was shouldering a heavy burden, making it extremely difficult for him to advance. He was secretly surprised. My body is on par with Demon King's, yet I can still feel such great pressure. If I were a cultivator, even a great cultivator would struggle to reach the bottom of the abyss. On the other hand, Gong Yuan continued to swim with great ease. This was a natural advantage. Li Qingshan could not help but admire it. And the abyss seemed quiet, but it was not actually peaceful. There were several times when he felt a strange sense of danger, but he seemed to recognize Gong Yuan beside him. The vague sense of danger did not turn into actual attacks. After all, she was also the ruler of this region of the sea. Otherwise, fighting against the dangerous aquatic creatures in such an environment definitely would not be easy. If the final battle could take place here, then Gong Yuan would have no problems taking on 3 fire-devouring kings alone. Even with the divine fire tablets, they would not be able to unleash much of their power. After diving another 5 kilometers or so, just when Li Qingshan suspected that the abyss was bottomless, he finally saw the ground he had not seen in a very long time. He landed on the ground. The tremendous water pressure could no longer be endured by his body alone. He had to circulate the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression at all times to suppress the surrounding seawater. A power that resembled black water also extended around Gong Yuan. It was the power of Ruin's End. This really is a good place for cultivation. Li Qingshan studied the surroundings and discovered that the rocks around him were actually all spiritual stones. This was a huge spiritual stone mine, and they were all rare and pure water spiritual stones. The seawater seemed like spiritual liquid after being dyed by the spiritual qi. It was no wonder that the legendary true dragon preferred to rest here. Compared to the magnificent crystal palace, this was now a treasured land for cultivation. However, he could not find any traces of the dragon. It was probably because too much time had passed. Let's begin, Gong Yuan urged. She had grown tired of looking at the scenery here a long time ago. All right. Li Qingshan turned around and extended his hands horizontally with his palms facing down. Gong Yuan also extended her hands, but she also faced down her palms. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. She was far too headstrong. Did she even have to fight over details like this? He flipped his hand over and placed his palms against hers. The azure blue light and the dark power of Ruin's End immediately merged together. The two auras tangled together. Li Qingshan said inside, "Do your best to power the all-water to Ruin's End. If you can increase your cultivation by a level before the final battle and reach late third heavenly tribulation, your chances of victory will increase again. Do you know how to practice the all-water to Ruin's End?" "Alright, I almost forgot. It's her." Gong Yuan's expression changed. A very long time ago, she had practiced the all-water to Ruin's End with her little sister. They constantly challenged their limits and dove deep down. Back then, their personalities gradually began to be influenced by Ruin's End. Apart from each other, they became cold to everyone else. This continued until one day when her little sister apologized to her in tears, saying she could no longer endure it anymore. Although she felt betrayed, she still accepted it, as her little sister's personality had always been relatively gentle, unlike her cold and arrogant. However, she had never understood why her little sister would fall in love with a fire devourer, even going so far as to develop the so-called infatuation of merfolk. Li Qingshan could sense the deep sorrow in Gong Yuan's heart. He thought, so she's not as cold as she seems. She's just been too deeply influenced by Ruin's End. It really hasn't been easy for her to cultivate to this level. Gong Yuan immediately sensed the hint of pity in his heart. She was basically even more embarrassed and infuriated than when he grabbed her by the tail. She forced herself not to lose her temper. This isn't fair. What's unfair about it? The all-water to Ruin's End is a secret technique of my race. You shouldn't know about it. Then what do I have to do to be fair? Teach me your cultivation method, Yi Futian said. I knew it. Big sis, I'm helping you cultivate right now, not you helping me cultivate. If you find it unfair, then forget it. Forget it, then forget it. Yuan immediately pulled her hand back. Even without you, I can still cultivate. If you think you can threaten me with this, then you're gravely mistaken. Li Qingshan was furious too. What am I threatening you with? You're a half-man, half-fish monster. I can't even use you, so what's there to threaten? Why, you filthy animal. How dare you speak to me like that? Gong Yuan basically struggled to believe her ears. She had just heard such filthy words. I'm speaking to you like that. What about it? Don't act like everyone in the world owes you. Don't think I don't know. What do you know? Gong Yuan was furious. If Li Qingshan hadn't just saved her, she would have attacked him. You're a siscon. Maybe you're also a lesbian. Gong Yuan was stunned for a moment. She obviously didn't understand the meaning of these two words. Li Qingshan explained a little. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding seawater froze into ice, sealing him inside. The pitch-black ice shattered under the huge water pressure. He felt like he was about to be torn apart. What? Did I say it right? You damn siscon. Actually, siscon isn't shameful. What's shameful is that you actually failed. Your sister was taken away by someone else and by your enemy. You're really a failure. Li Qingshan was still unscrupulous. Stop. Ma. Gong Yuan's voice seemed to come from the bottom of an abyss. In fact, it was indeed so. It was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze water into ice. In fact, it was indeed so. Their dual cultivation plan had been in a deadlock from the beginning. Li Qingshan fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. Siskan. All water to ruin's end. A great battle was about to erupt. Waves of black water surged out from Gong Yuan's hands, whistling towards Li Qingshan with a deep, deathly stillness. Just now was a gentle treatment, but now it had become a lethal attack. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and the figure of the spirit turtle appeared, suppressing the black water. The bottom of the abyss that had remained silent for who knew how many years suddenly surged violently. Under Gong Yuan's full-powered attacks, the seawater within a radius of 50 kilometers was drawn over. Li Qingshan truly understood the merfolk queen's strength. Fortunately, his spirit turtle's method of sea suppression was extremely effective in suppressing the power of Ruin's End, or he would have been in danger of dying immediately. The dual cultivation had completely turned into a fierce battle. However, while Gong Yuan's attacks were ferocious, there was no method to them at all. She did not use the heart of the abyss either. It was more like she was venting her anger. Li Qingshan did not draw Tiger's Fang the entire time either. He faced her barehanded. An hour later, Gong Yuan showed a hint of exhaustion. She glared at Li Qingshan nearby viciously. Many parts of Li Qingshan's body that had just been reconstructed were frozen and dead. His paleness was covered in a layer of frost, which made him seem rather miserable. However, the smile on his face remained the same. He asked, "How's it? Do you feel better now? You do seem a little more human now." Gong Yuan was slightly taken aback. Did he purposefully provoke me, stirring up emotions in me so that he could eliminate the influence of the power of Ruin's End? After she became the merfolk queen in the Crystal Palace, she was second only to one and above all. Only the granny could say a few words to her. The other two merfolk kings were very polite to her, not because they were afraid of her power, but because they admired her sacrifice. They all knew that she who cultivated all water to Ruin's End had a strong inner demon, so they understood her bad temper and tried not to provoke her. As for the other merfolk, it went without saying. They could only bow down and worship her. Never had anyone been bold enough to speak to her like Li Qingshan did, exposing her scars without any qualms at all. However, her expression immediately became colder and colder. "Do you think I'll forgive what you said just because you said that? Ha, who needs your forgiveness? Darling, you think too highly of yourself. You think you have to take responsibility for the merfolk, so you exiled her. Afterwards, you think you're the one who caused her death. Isn't that so? What should I do? What can I do? What if it was you?" Gong Yuan turned into a smear of blue light and instantly closed in on Li Qingshan. Her cold hand strangled his neck. "If it was me, I would protect her. You can't even protect your family, yet you say you want to protect the merfolk. Isn't that laughable? Even now, you still refuse to admit that you've done wrong." Li Qingshan stared fearlessly at Gong Yuan. He felt the hand strangling his neck gradually loosen. Gong Yuan said absent-mindedly, "Am I wrong?" "You're gravely wrong." "Did she say that to you?" Gong Yuan was asking Ruexian. Otherwise, there was no need for Li Qingshan to risk his life to say those words to her. "No, this is my opinion. That fellow is too awkward. If it was me, I would definitely scold you. I might even beat you up to vent my anger. If the world was filled with people like you, then things would be simple. However, if you want to beat me up, you still don't have the strength." Gong Yuan said with slight disdain. "Don't waste any more time. Hurry up and start cultivating. The storm waits for no man." Li Qingshan suddenly said to her with incomparable seriousness, "Actually, don't be too discouraged. Even if your lower body is a fish, your upper body can still be used." Chapter 9:12. After a frank exchange, they finally began their dual cultivation. The remaining anger on Gong Yuan's face had yet to disperse as she stared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled. "That's just how I am. If I want to say something, I have to say it. This is also an effort for our cultivation, right?" "You really are a bastard." Gong Yuan ground her teeth. He clearly possessed such a powerful cultivation, yet he did not possess the corresponding bearing. "Bitch." Li Qingshan did not hold back at all. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. All right. Cultivation comes first. The storm waits for no one. Li Qingshan grabbed Gong Yuan's legs. Gong Yuan sucked in a deep breath. Normally she was as calm as still water. It was extremely rare for her to be angered to the point where she needed to calm herself down. She took out the heart of the abyss and hesitated slightly before placing it in her mouth. This was because she needed to dual cultivate with Li Qingshan, so they needed to maintain a certain amount of physical contact. She did not like being held in his arms, so it was basic for their palms to meet. The surging undercurrents gradually settled down. As she powered the heart of the abyss, the deathly heavy power emanated from Ruin's End once again. In the deep abyss, it seemed especially powerful. Anger, sorrow, and even nostalgia. All of her other emotions fell silent. Her emotions were vanishing. However, humans were not plants. They could not be emotionless. Even little Anne's path of white bone and great beauty maintained a deep hatred for Buddhism. The feeling of emotionlessness was not something that regular creatures could endure. The home, peace, and eternal slumber that the spirit turtle sought was no different from death in the eyes of regular people. In the world of Ruin's End, they could enjoy eternal life day and night. It was far more terrifying than devouring one another in the Hungry Ghost realm or constantly slaughtering one another in the Azura realm. Gong Yuan experienced this great terror. The iciness gripped her soul firmly as if it wanted to drain away the last bit of warmth. Trust me. Li Qingshan's voice sounded in his heart. Gong Yuan frowned and sighed faintly. She continued to activate the heart of the abyss and sent her mind into the ultimate. However, she felt a hint of comfort in the great horror and a hint of warmth in the cold silence. Li Qingshan felt as if he had turned into a spirit turtle, carrying Gong Yuan on his back as they roamed the world of the ultimate. Time gradually passed. A great storm was gradually taking shape above the South Sea. Looking down from the sky, the clouds were spinning, forming a huge whirlpool that covered 1,000 miles of the sea. It was moving towards the north and it was getting bigger and bigger. Ji Changfeng held the Filian flag in his hand and stood in the sky, frowning as he watched. The storm connected the sky and the sea, drawing down strands of strong winds from the sky and merging them with the gale, making it even more ferocious. Heavy rain poured down. The sea roared and churned and a huge wave rose to the sky. Before it could fall, it was covered by an even bigger wave. The sea became a stage for mountains to dance on. Rumbling thunder interweaved between the dark clouds, constantly illuminating the surface of the sea. No matter how many times I see such a magnificent scene, I feel insignificant. Perhaps only by becoming a true immortal can I truly look down on everything. Ji Changfeng let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky with a hint of anticipation. After I get my revenge, I will roam the world and search for that path to immortality. The storm was like a mythical Kuan Peng with a wingspan of thousands of miles. It flew from the south to the north toward the 9 provinces. Under the sea, the ocean currents were like huge dragons shuttling back and forth. Even the deep sea abyss could feel a trace of agitation. In the pitch-black sphere constructed by the power of the ultimate, Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan hugged each other tightly, sleeping with their necks intertwined. They seemed to have finally stopped despising and hating each other and became close friends, even lovers. However, in reality they could not sense any changes in their posture at all. They only instinctively warmed each other up, sensing the important things that they lacked from each other. This process was not forced or unpleasant at all. Instead, it was extremely comfortable and peaceful. For the first time, Gong Yuan did not feel that the process of cultivating the all-water to Ruin's End was so painful and difficult. The inner demons that had troubled her for all these years were gradually vanishing. Li Qingshan also felt like he had returned to his dream home. There was no need for him to avoid disaster carefully anymore. There were no more dangers or hardships. Neither of them had ever experienced dual cultivation with someone before. The profound harmony of their minds could not be compared to any material enjoyment. They were basically intoxicated by it, unwilling to ever separate. However, Li Qingshan's heart was not just the spirit turtle's heart. It was not as deep as Gong Yuan's. When the undercurrent surged over, his sea of consciousness suddenly sensed something and he opened his eyes. Gong Yuan opened her eyes at the same time. She was rather displeased, blaming him for disturbing this beautiful dream. She sensed each other's posture, and a smear of embarrassment appeared on her face. At that moment, Li Qingshan basically felt like the person in his arms was not the cold and arrogant merfolk queen, but his newlywed wife. He sensed her struggle to break free, so he hugged her even more tightly. Separated by the thin, silky mermaid silk, he saw her fair skin, her soft chest, and her slender waist. She was enchanting and enchanting. Right now she was no longer as cold and resolute as usual. She gave up when she could not break free. It was not the first time she had been hugged by him anyway, so she just let him be. But very soon she understood what it meant to push one's luck. Li Qingshan gazed at the beautiful face only inches away from him. Her smooth forehead, deep eyes, arrogant nose and the thin lips below. He could not help but sigh. He pursed his lips and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her. Gong Yuan suddenly opened her eyes wide. She could have dodged, she should have dodged, but at that moment, his eyes emitted a power that made her calm. She was stunned for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, she had already been forcefully kissed. I'm going to kill him. This was the first thought that came to her mind. Her 5 fingers had already locked onto his neck from behind, but she could not summon any murderous intent in her heart. They were still in the state of dual cultivation. Li Qingshan originally had the intention of playing a prank. He thought that she would struggle and resist, but it went so smoothly. Even he himself was very surprised. She was not an ordinary person, so it was impossible for her to react in time. She took the initiative to hug his neck, which seemed to prove this point even more. Could it be that in such a short period of time, she has already been conquered by the powerful charm that I emitted? I am really an incredible man. Before Gong Yuan had time to summon enough murderous intent to forcefully interrupt this state of dual cultivation, she felt that he was trying to open her pearly white teeth. She was simply going crazy with a kind of complicated emotion. She immediately calmed down and silently said in her heart, Li Qingshan, do you know what this kiss means to a mermaid? What? Li Qingshan inexplicably had a trace of uneasiness. If she roared loudly and wanted to beat or kill him, he would feel a little more at ease. Vow. What vow? The uneasiness in Li Qingshan's heart became even stronger. To stay together and never be separated. Li Qingshan was so touched that he was about to cry. In the novels he read in his previous life, there were often such plots. If a beautiful woman's face, feet and bath was seen, she would not marry anyone else. He originally thought that it was all made up by otakus, but he did not expect that such a good thing actually existed in this world. Are you willing? Gong Yuan asked in her heart again. Li Qingshan was about to agree, but when he saw her deep and serene eyes, his heart suddenly quivered. If I agree, what will happen? You have to stay in the South China Sea with me forever. You are not allowed to get close to any other woman or else I will kill them and you. Ice-like determination flashed in Gong Yuan's eyes. Mermaids were famous for being infatuated, but that did not come without a price. That was absolute loyalty and no betrayal was tolerated. Otherwise the result would be death. There were many such tragic cases in the South China Sea. The most widely circulated story about mermaids was, a beautiful mermaid saved a fisherman who had encountered a shipwreck, and fell deeply in love with him. The two of them were fated to be in love. The fisherman said that he wanted to go back to tell his parents that he was safe, but in the end, he did not return. The mermaid fell in love with the moon, thinking about it day and night. In the end, she transformed a pair of legs and came to the land to look for the fisherman. However, she found that he was already married, so she ate the fisherman and returned to the sea with his head. The so-called infatuation originally had many extreme colors, and it was not something that ordinary people could endure. Li Qingshan immediately raised both of his hands and laughed. Just now, my mind was not too clear. Just now, you are too beautiful and too charming, so I was confused for a moment. Just pretend that nothing happened, ha. Chapter 9:13. Your Majesty, I think this custom of the merfolk is far too outdated. How can something as important as marriage be decided by something as minor as this? You know, I've always respected you very much, Li Qingshan expressed to Gong Yuan very seriously. Respect me? Gong Yuan's voice immediately rose an octave. Apart from those damned fire devourers, she had never encountered anyone who disrespected her so much in her life. As a matter of fact, it was possible to say that even the fire devourers respected her, the merfolk queen, even if it was only respect for her enemies. Yeah, basically. Li Qingshan also found what he said to be a little forced, so he extended 2 fingers. You can't help but admit that I've saved you twice. At the very least, we're still friends because of this, right? He said sincerely, placing emphasis on the word friends. So there are times when you're afraid too. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Gong Yuan's lips. She had grown accustomed to his fearless and unbridled attitude, so this was quite a novelty to her, which also made her a little surprised and furious. Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? Li Qingshan let out a few dry laughs. He did regret it slightly. He should not have provoked her too much. She was beautiful and enchanting, and her noble identity and cold personality were particularly good at stirring up a man's desire to conquer her, but he really should not have done it. If you're not afraid, why did you back away? What, you're the mighty king of savages, yet you're afraid to admit to what you've done. Gong Yuan pressed closer and was delighted. If you regret it, then kneel down and apologize to me. Perhaps I can forgive you? Aha, in your dreams. Li Qingshan would never kneel to anyone. Instead, it aroused his rudeness. So what if I admit to it? You're the mighty merfolk queen. Aren't you embarrassed to marry a human like me? He could tell that Gong Yuan was not actually interested in him. Who knew how far away she was from being infatuated? Let alone the fact that this custom was only her side of the story, even if it really did exist, was she really going to devote herself to a man she loathed over a mere custom with her personality? That was impossible. She was clearly using this opportunity to blackmail him. After seeing through this, he immediately regained his unbridled demeanor. I dare to marry you. Do you dare to marry her? Gong Yuan stared at him coldly. On the contrary, this made him even more certain of his deduction. He crossed his arms and said, There is nothing that I, Li Qingshan, do not dare to do. Remember what you said. Exactly what I said. At this point, the two of them glared at each other fiercely, as if they were not talking about marriage. Instead, he wanted to perish together with his enemy. After a long time, Gong Yuan took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and continued using all water to Ruin's End to break through the bottleneck. Li Qingshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm brave enough to not be intimidated by her. If it was 10 years ago, I might have dreamed of such a good thing. Actually, after this dual cultivation, his impression of Gong Yuan had changed drastically. She was not as cold and arrogant as she seemed on the surface. She also possessed an indescribable sense of pain and weakness, which made him feel a hint of pity for her. Apart from the evil prank in the kiss, he was not completely unmoved. This was probably love at first sight for cultivators. Such a deep level of dual cultivation had an extremely great influence on the minds of both parties. It was even more unforgettable than a kiss or even a real kiss. Even if it were two men, if they could dual cultivate like this, they would become close friends and treat beauties as dirt. If it weren't for the huge difference between them and their strong pride, becoming dual cultivation partners would actually be a natural thing. Otherwise, with Gong Yuan's pride, she definitely would have done everything in her power to redeem herself after being forcefully kissed. She would not have threatened him with something like this. She did not even display any actual hatred. Li Qingshan also silently practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, which shone with tranquil, clear light. It passed through the pitch-black power of Ruin's End and shone on Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan opened her eyes slightly and glanced at him before closing them again. The power of Ruin's End was withdrawn and condensed, rapidly absorbed by her. Her entire body was covered in a layer of black ripples. A long while later, the black water dispersed, completely fusing with her body. She suddenly opened her eyes, which had become pitch black and deep, like the heart of the abyss. Not only did her aura not grow stronger, but it became even deeper and more withdrawn instead. Surging water spiritual energy gathered towards her. Congratulations. Li Qingshan knew that she had finally broken through the mid-nascent soul realm and reached late-nascent soul realm. If she continued like this, reaching the peak was only a matter of time. There was even a chance for her to ascend. Suddenly his ears perked up. He could vaguely hear the roar of the wind and the roar of thunder from the distant surface of the ocean. The undercurrents became more and more turbulent. The storm was currently passing through. Gong Yuan stopped her cultivation method, and the color of her eyes turned back to a deep blue. She raised her head and said, It's time. That's right. Today is the day we take down Firemelt Mountain. Li Qingshan smiled. The dual cultivation during this period had brought him many benefits. His body and mind had completely recovered. Even the tiger's fang on his waist had absorbed enough blood. Don't forget what you said, Gong Yuan said gently. Don't worry, I won't forget. I'll be waiting for that day. Li Qingshan was already certain that she was trying to scare him, so he did not care at all. His attention had already been drawn away by the upcoming battle. He was eager to try it out. Let's go. On the cliff behind the Crystal Palace, the three merfolk kings were currently waiting, discussing whether they should go down or not. They were afraid that Gong Yuan would miss the time to set off, but they were stopped by Granny. Yuan Er's cultivation is more important. The storm this time is a once-in-a-century event. Once we miss it, who knows when we'll have to wait for the next one. Undue delay is fraught with problems. The Merfolk King, who seemed like a middle-aged man, said with some worry. Not only was this an opportunity for Li Qingshan to take down Fire Melt Mountain, but it was also a heaven-sent opportunity for the Merfolk. It was not just the storm. There were two powerful reinforcements in the King of Savages and the Wind Gale King, and the Divine Nun of the South Sea had agreed to assist them too. If they waited another century, who knew what would happen to the situation again? Granny frowned too. She leaned on her cane and gazed into the abyss. Suddenly she riled up. They're here. In the sea abyss, a current surged upwards. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan arrived side by side. Although they maintained a slight distance, their auras were connected, so they moved with startling speed. In the blink of an eye, they rushed off the cliff and did not stop, flying straight towards the surface of the sea. Gong Yuan's voice rang through the entire region of the sea. Take down Fire Melt Mountain and destroy the Fire Devourers today. In the Crystal Palace, thousands of merfolk called out together, take down Fire Melt Mountain and destroy the Fire Devourers. The three merfolk kings glanced at one another. They were all in high spirits, following closely behind her. Several thousand merfolk warriors who had been waiting for quite some time rushed out of the Crystal Palace and fell into a battle formation, following their kings into battle. On a square tower, the Divine Nun of the South Sea said sternly, "One will, since you insist on going, I can't stop you. However, don't stray too far away from me, all right?" "Yes, master." Littleton gave up on fighting. He planned on just using the chant of Devanaga to hold the fort. Chapter 9:14. Li Qingshan charged out of the surface of the sea alone. An extremely majestic painting unfurled before him. The sea was furious. The waves surged and the mountains piled up. The sky was furious, the rain poured down and the thunder roared. He felt at ease and he could not help but let out a great roar. He flapped his wings of wind and dove into the storm. Ji Changfeng rode the whirlwind and flew through the storm. His green robes and white hair fluttered in the wind. From time to time he would swing the Philian flag and gusts of wind would whistle out. Although he was known as the Wind Gale King, he was insignificant compared to the power of the entire storm. However, he understood the habits of the wind very well. Over the past few days, he had been following and observing the formation and expansion of the storm. Every single gust of wind he sent out would hit a critical point, changing the direction of the storm ingeniously. Although it was only a millimeter's difference, it was truly 1,000 kilometers away when it was 5,000 kilometers away. Suddenly, a figure flew over in the storm. The whistling storm failed to affect his speed. Instead, it made him even faster, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. "He's here." Ji Changfeng looked at Li Qingshan in great surprise. Originally, he thought Li Qingshan was just joking when he said he could lend him a hand. However, Li Qingshan's control over the wind had far exceeded his expectations. "He's here." Li Qingshan nodded. With some guidance from Ji Changfeng, Li Qingshan understood how to influence the storm. He opened his mouth and spat out a gust of wind, which whistled through the air for over 5 kilometers. It was no weaker than Ji Changfeng's gust of wind from the Philian flag. Instead, it gave him greater control over the wind like it was his own arm. Demons did not know as many techniques as humans, but they possessed an innate advantage when it came to grasping their innate abilities. The Tiger Demon's mastery of the wind. The Tiger Demon was currently at the 5th layer, so it was even more powerful than the Spirit Turtle. "Nice." Ji Changfeng could not help but praise. Originally, he found it rather difficult to control the direction of the storm, but he was willing to pay any price for revenge. Now that he had a powerful ally, he was completely confident. Ji Changfeng gave Li Qingshan even more detailed guidance. That gust of wind just now should turn another 500 feet to the southeast and cut in along with the rotation of the storm. After all, Ji Changfeng had lived in the South Sea for 1,000 years. The way the storm worked, he had a deep understanding of the nature of wind, and he had his own views on it as well. With the Wind Gale King's hands-on teaching, Li Qingshan had a deeper understanding of the wind. The wind is formless and traceless. It was vast and mighty. It operated all the time, and its nature was very different from that of water and fire. The Fire Master rises, the Wind Master circulates. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon, he never had the time to stabilize his cultivation. Now he took this opportunity to rapidly absorb and learn, constantly adjusting the flapping of the wings of wind. He felt as if he had turned into the wind, dancing freely between heaven and earth, unrestrained and unrestrained. Once the wind lost its freedom, only death awaited it. His lack of demon chi had always been his greatest shortcoming. In the beginning he would have to rest for a while after using the tiger demon's breath, but gradually he learned how to use the storm. He opened his mouth and sucked in deeply, and the fierce wind surged in before blowing hard again. He repeated this endlessly. The tiger demon's breath no longer seemed as sharp as before. Instead, it moved more and more freely like a snake slithering through the storm. Ji Changfeng personally witnessed Li Qingshan's growth. He thought, this kid's future prospects really are limitless. It's no wonder he's made such a name for himself in such a short period of time in the south. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning dragons struck the ocean, dispersing into a swath of lightning that slithered about. Blue light rippled beneath the surging surface of the ocean. Gong Yuan led the merfolk along with the surging ocean currents, advancing with the storm. It made the storm seem even more magnificent. The storm sped towards the north as if it could devour the world. Yi Duanhai stood with his hands behind his back between the ocean and the sky. The sea breeze lifted up his cloak, and the ocean below began to surge. A line of dark clouds climbed up from the surface of the ocean, rapidly piling up into a mountain and sweeping over like a blanket. A streak of fogbow light flew over. Yu Wufeng said, "Master, you should return to the sword pavilion." Yi Duanhai said without even looking back. This battle was extremely dangerous. Even as a great sword cultivator he could sense the danger. Wufeng is willing to go into battle with Master. Yu Wufeng rarely disobeyed his master's orders. Then come. Yi Duanhai cut right to the chase. The path of a sword cultivator naturally had its own persistence and pride. In the storm, Li Qingshan clasped his hands at Yi Duanhai from afar. He turned around and called out, "Little Anne." Little Anne immediately understood. He took out the blood oath scroll and gently swiped across the first blood shadow with his index finger. The blood shadow rapidly faded away. Yu Wufeng felt his heart ease up, dispelling the invisible restraints. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions before he made up his mind. He saw the gateway to the third heavenly tribulation. Before they were swallowed by the storm, the master and disciple rushed into the sky on their swords, arriving above the clouds. As far as the eye could see, the storm had yet to completely cross the surface of the ocean. They could not help but sigh inside. The power of the world truly was unbelievable. The storm had always been a once-in-a-century occurrence, but under Ji Changfeng and Li Qingshan's encouragement, it grew stronger and stronger, heading straight for the 9 provinces. On the shore of the South Sea, the towering trees suddenly began to tremble. The fierce wind whistled over, becoming more and more violent. The sun in the sky was gradually swallowed by the dark clouds. The surroundings became gloomy, filled with the roaring of the wind. Even the thunder seemed to lose its sound. It could only flash again and again to prove its existence. The moment the storm reached the shore, thousands of trees were destroyed, crushed, and uprooted. Li Qingshan unleashed the profound light illuminates all and gazed at Fire Melt Mountain 500 kilometers away. Are you ready? On Fire Melt Mountain, the 3 fire-devouring kings overlooked all the fire devourers. Every single fire devourer wore a fiery red ribbon on their head. This was the fire devourers' etiquette for mourning for their loved ones. The plague had killed over 60% of the fire devourers. The weaker the children and the elderly, the more difficult it was for them to survive. The flames of fury burned in every single fire devourer's eyes. Their fiery hair surged like torches. The ribbons made from fire cloth became bright red in the flames, like blood. The merfolk are coming. Zhu Yan sat on a fiery red rock and only said that with his head lowered. What responded to him were thousands of furious roars, like thousands of erupting volcanoes. There was no need for any motivation or encouragement. Fury and hatred were the best fuel, making every single fire devourer's heart burn so hot that it almost melted. Zhu Yan rubbed his forehead. Between his fingers, his eyes shone like fire. All he saw was the dark clouds leaping over the southern horizon, sweeping through everything along the way as easily as they could, casting down the shadow of war. Zhu Fan let out a furious roar and leapt into the horizon. He pointed the fire tablet of heaven at the twinkling stars in the distance. Thousands of sparks rose into the sky, lighting up with thousands of scarlet stars. The stars became even more resplendent. Zhu Zai patted Zhu Yan's shoulder and flew down from Fire Melt Mountain. She knelt on one knee and stabbed the fire tablet of earth into the ground. Rumble. The ground began to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. Every single volcano in the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain began to erupt. The ground cracked and magma flowed. Many new volcanoes even formed, destroying and swallowing the structures one by one and turning it into a burning sea of fire. For this battle, the fire devourers had already cast aside everything. They were determined to die with the enemy. Only the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain remained silent, as if it was brewing something. Zhu Yan suddenly gripped the fire tablet of man firmly. A roar rang out from the crater behind him, drowning out the sounds from the erupting volcanoes. A huge, scarlet hand suddenly grabbed the edge of the crater, and soon afterwards, a huge head the size of a small mountain extended out. It had a simple face and a furious expression crawling out of the crater. Its scarlet-red body was as large as a mountain, with 2 fire dragons coiled around it. The fire devourers all knelt down and called out the name Zhurong. This happened to be the giant god of fire that Li Qingshan had once fought against, except it had a clearer face and an even larger body, as well as unprecedented intelligence, or in other words, divine nature. The giant god of fire opened its mouth, and the surging flames whistled in. Its chest swelled up, and it suddenly erupted with a furious roar that could shatter the world. Fight! Fight! All the fire devourers bellowed out together. Zhu Yan stood up and glanced at the south deeply before turning around and throwing himself into the giant god of fire's body. In that instant, the giant god of fire's face became clearer and clearer, vaguely resembling Zhu Yan's. Its body became even more solid as if it was alive. It leapt out of the crater of the volcano and stood in the sea of fire. In that moment, the sea of fire within 400 kilometers seemed to gather towards it. The 2 fire dragons let out loud cries. The storm swept over, obscuring the starry sky and swallowing Fire Melt Mountain in a single gulp. Between the clouds and mountains, the 3 merfolk kings led all of the merfolk warriors into a battle formation, gathering all of their strength. Under their control, the storm turned into a raging torrent that surged towards Fire Melt Mountain and crashed into the protective formation. Li Qingshan was shocked. This was a legendary battle between gods. Sure enough, there was a reason why other folk were called godfolk in ancient times. Only by gathering such tremendous strength into such a torrent could they have a chance at breaching Fire Melt Mountain. No matter how vicious the natural storm was, it was impossible for it to directly breach the royal court of the fire devourers. It could only be used to suppress and destroy the terrain. The core of the attack was this battle formation. At this moment he suddenly raised his head. Thousands of scarlet stars flickered in the thick cloud layer and fell. A fiery meteor with a long trail of fiery light broke through a tall cloud mountain in front of it and flew straight towards the battlefield. Hundreds and thousands of fiery meteors followed closely behind, tearing the cloud mountain into pieces. Compared to the meteors he had seen on Giant Ship Island, this meteor shower was more than 10 times more vicious and densely packed. Yes, that was only a hasty sneak attack and it was over the ocean while the attack right now had been prepared for a long time. Chapter 9:15. Boom, 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 boom. The tiger demon's breath danced around like a winged snake, slithering through the air. The meteors exploded loudly, and scorching waves of air and flames whistled through the surroundings. The storm paused for a moment. Cracks tore through the thick dark clouds. Resplendent sunlight piercing through the surroundings. Sparks continued to fly into the sky endlessly, turning into whistling meteors. Zhu Fan raised the fire tablet of heaven high into the air, and surging flames gathered on him. With Fire Melt Mountain as his foundation, he could launch attacks fearlessly. He definitely would not stop in a hurry like he did on Giant Ship Island. In other words, the meteor shower would never stop before the end of this battle, until one side was completely annihilated. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind, suddenly unfurling them to several thousand meters, smashing a few meteors to pieces. However, the endless meteors also made him frown slightly. This was no longer something he could fend off alone. Between the clouds and mountains, many merfolk could not help but raise their heads. Their faces were illuminated by the flickering firelight. They could not help but show a hint of fear as they faced this terrifying scene that seemed like an apocalypse. The tremendous battle formation the merfolk assembled had focused all of their strength on attack. They basically had no defensive capabilities at all. Any single meteor would be fatal. Don't get distracted. Attack with full power. Gong Yuan ordered loudly. She clenched her fist and gazed at Fire Melt Mountain below. They had to attack. They had to attack regardless of the cost. This battle was different from any other battle between the two races. All they could do was destroy the protective formation as soon as possible, or they would just be taking a beating passively. They could not even fight a war of attrition. At the same time, they had to maintain their core battle prowess, or they would be completely exhausted by the time they breached Firemelt Mountain. It would be pointless then, which was why she had not struck yet. And she could sense that the greatest danger was definitely not the meteors, but the giant god of fire that stood on the main peak of Firemelt Mountain. The banner fluttered and fierce winds swept through. Ji Changfeng rose into the air and whistled over, stirring up a storm at the same time, stirring up a mighty storm that deflected the meteors one by one, whistling past the battle formation. Even Li Qingshan had to admit that he was inferior to this method of controlling the wind. Leave these meteors to this old man. I'm afraid that I won't be able to do anything in the following battles. Everyone, please avenge me for the death of my family. Ji Changfeng had a resolute expression as he stood in the sky above the battle formation, waving the Fei Lian flag. In order to control the direction of the storm, he had almost exhausted all of his energy. At this moment, for the sake of victory in the battle, he had relied on his own strength to merge his mind into the storm and fight against Zhu Fan's flying meteors. It was as if he wanted to redeem himself from the regret he had in the past. Don't worry, Wind Gale King. Li Qingshan will not disappoint you. Li Qingshan finally obtained a moment to catch his breath. Along the way, although he wasn't as exhausted as Ji Changfeng, he still expended a considerable amount of energy. Gong Yuan took the initiative to reach out and hold his hand, helping him recover his strength through dual cultivation. Sensing the bone-chilling coldness from her hand and the power of Ruin's End seeping out, Li Qingshan said, "Keep your composure. It's still not time yet." Her strength was crucial to this battle. When the two of them worked together, his role was mostly to help her stabilize her mind and control the power of Ruin's End, so it did not matter even if he expended some of his strength. However, he had to conserve her strength as much as possible. Bang, 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 bang. The surging torrent piled up into mountains of water with a great momentum that could swallow everything, slamming against the protective formation wave after wave. The storm passed by, continuing forward due to inertia. The region outside Firemelt Mountain had become a vast ocean, surrounded by a burning sea of fire that spanned 400 kilometers. The two tremendous powers of water and fire began a mad clash, clashing in every inch of space. The thick clouds were illuminated by the flames, turning into magnificent clouds of fire. Millions of raindrops fell in the wind, illuminating the flames and leaving behind millions of streaks of fire in the air. Li Qingshan's eyes shone brightly as he stared at this magnificent sight. He could not help but purse his lips. All of the blood in his body began to boil slightly as Tiger's Fang in his hand thrummed gently. Gong Yuan remained worried the entire time. Below them was Firemelt Mountain, a place that all merfolk kings dreamed of conquering. However, when she actually led an army here, she could not help but doubt whether she could do it or not. What would happen if she failed? However, when she looked at Li Qingshan beside her, she gradually eased up. Right now, he no longer possessed the indifference and casualness that she loathed. His entire body was relaxed and tense, like a vicious tiger poised to strike, crouching quietly in the jungle. His heart was as firm as steel, without the slightest fear or hesitation. His entire body radiated with elegant, heavy and stern killing intent, which gave off a sense of invasive, masculine beauty. Just how great would it be if he was always like this? Gong Yuan could not help but sigh inside. What's wrong? Li Qingshan glanced at her in confusion. The time is almost here. Gong Yuan pointed at Firemelt Mountain below. The outermost protective formation is about to collapse. Under the constant invasion of the torrent, the light of the mountain guarding formation was constantly weakening, becoming dimmer. The attacks launched by the three merfolk kings and several thousand merfolk warriors were far too vicious, and 400 kilometers was still far too large after all. Although the fire devourers had managed this place for many years, the defensive power of the outermost protective formation was still extremely limited. If it were not for Zhu Zai holding the fire tablet of earth and presiding over it, it would have collapsed a long time ago. It's all thanks to this storm. Firemelt Mountain really is a piece of bone that's even tougher than I imagined it to be. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. The storm had played a crucial role, or just breaching the outermost protective formation would have been extremely difficult. It would be even more impossible for Ji Changfeng to fend off Zhu Fan's meteors alone. The power of the formation originated from the flames of the earth, and the flames of the earth burned fiercely, never going out and never running out. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, they could not afford to run out. Only the great powers of the world could fend off the great powers of the world. The 5 elements reinforced and countered one another, and water countered fire. Merfolk were not as skilled in battle as the fire devourers, but water did indeed possess a natural restraining effect against fire. It's just a test. Don't let your guard down, Gong Yuan warned. The 3 fire-devouring kings had yet to unleash their true strength. In particular, the giant god of fire that stood still with a furious expression was even more alarming. She had no idea what kind of terrifying existence it would be. Of course, if this is all the fire devourers are capable of, then it'd be far too disappointing. Before she had even finished speaking, a sense of warning suddenly rose up in Li Qingshan's heart. The meteors suddenly stopped falling. Do it! Zhu Fan bellowed out. A spark rose up from the tip of the fire tablet of heaven, growing larger and brighter, like a scarlet sun. Fire dragon of the land, lightning and fire devastation. Zhu Zai barked. The black pillars of smoke from thousands of volcanoes suddenly twisted and gathered above Fire Melt Mountain, turning into a huge dragon of black smoke that was tens of thousand meters long. It opened its lava-like eyes and extended its claws. Bolts of lightning crisscrossed through its body like a creature from a nightmare. The giant god of fire leapt up and landed on the dragon's back. It raised the spear of fire high into the air and pointed it at the people in the sky. A scarlet sun fell from the sky, illuminating the surroundings and serving as the backdrop. Chapter 9:16. It's coming. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He had personally experienced the power of the spear of fire in the past, and the giant god of fire right now was more than twice as powerful as before. Just how powerful would the spear be? And the timing of their attack was extremely ingenious. The surging flood was about to breach the protective formation on the outermost layer. The 3 merfolk kings were all focused on destroying the formation, so they were unable to spare any time to attack the giant god of fire. It was impossible for them to spare any time either, or they might just leave if the formation stabilized and lasted a little longer. In other words, the only ones who could fend off the giant god of fire right now were Li Qingshan, Gong Yuan, Yi Duanhai, the divine nun of the South Sea, and Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng was already utterly exhausted from fending off the meteors. The divine nun of the South Sea guarded the back of the battle formation from afar with little Anne. No one was certain how much effort she would put in, or perhaps she would directly leave when she saw that the situation was not right. The issue was they were not just dealing with the giant god of fire. The fire dragon of the land wrapped in lightning and spewing fire definitely was not easy to deal with. The scarlet sun pressed down slowly. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast, falling towards the merfolk battle formation like it could destroy everything. However, no one could stop the attack, so they were immediately wiped out. 8 supreme experts had worked together and arrived with a great storm, yet when they truly clashed with the fire devourers, they actually faced great danger. Probably no one had imagined this. In the heart of the giant god of fire, Zhu Yan stared at Li Qingshan beside Gong Yuan with bone-deep hatred. His hatred for him was even deeper than his hatred for Gong Yuan. If it were not for his interference, they would have killed Gong Yuan twice already. Why would they have ended up like this? She was clearly just a piece of trash who had not even undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The giant god of fire threw it as hard as it could. The spear of fire tore through the sky and shot towards the horizon. Li Qingshan gripped Gong Yuan's hand firmly. Gong Yuan had already taken out the heart of the abyss and powered the power of Ruin's End, ready to fend off the enemy together. But in the next moment, their sense of danger suddenly eased up. A streak of scarlet light flew over their heads. Surprisingly, the target of the flaming spear wasn't them, but Ji Changfeng, who was waving the Philian flag with all his might in an attempt to stop the descending scarlet sun. It is better to break 1 finger than to injure 10 fingers. Zhu Yan understood that principle very well. Back then, even the divine sun ray had failed to kill Li Qingshan. The might of this spear of flames was slightly weaker, so he had even less confidence in killing Li Qingshan. As a result, he targeted the weakest Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng was startled. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. It was even deeper and more intense than on Giant Ship Island. Wherever the spear pointed, he seemed to have turned from a lofty great cultivator into a prey in the forest. Even if he controlled the wind, he still couldn't escape. Seabreak Division. An extremely brilliant sword light suddenly illuminated the heavens and the earth, suppressing the lightning and fire, seeming to split the heavens into 2. At the same time, it cut off the trajectory of the flaming spear. Yi Duanhai had finally taken action. His cloak drifted in the wind as he gripped the sea-splitting sword in his hand. It was around a meter long and completely concealed. Just by looking at the sword, it was impossible to imagine that it could produce such a streak of light. Great sword cultivators were truly terrifying. Li Qingshan secretly rejoiced. If they really had fallen out back then, who knew what the outcome would have been? However, strangely enough, the spear of flames continued flying towards Ji Changfeng, but no one paid it another glance. Ji Changfeng moved with the wind, dodging the spear with a gentle flash. The spear of flames flew for another 5 kilometers before suddenly snapping and exploding into a ball of fire. Yi Duanhai's strike had already severed its lock onto the giant god of fire. Once it lost its connection with the giant god of fire, all that remained was its form. It posed no threat at all to a great cultivator like Ji Changfeng, who was renowned for his speed. Yi Duanhai, I spared you back then, yet you still dare to get involved and oppose Fire Melt Mountain. Zhu Fan bellowed furiously. If I were here back then, would you still be able to flee back to Fire Melt Mountain? Yi Duanhai said indifferently. If the 3 fire-devouring kings had destroyed the Cloud Sail sect and killed everyone, then they would have shown them some kindness. However, they had been defeated, only managing to escape with their lives thanks to the King of Southern Yu's assistance. If they brought this up again, they would just be asking to be humiliated. Scarlet sun in the sky, illuminating the world. Zhu Fan was utterly infuriated. He swung the fire tablet of heaven as hard as he could, and the scarlet sun produced 1,000 streaks of scarlet light, shooting towards the merfolk battle formation below. Despite his fury, he still maintained his sharp senses for battle. As long as he wanted to kill a great sword cultivator like Yi Duanhai, it would not be easy. However, as long as he ended the battle of the merfolk, Fire Melt Mountain would immediately turn the tables and become invincible. 3,000 swords. Yi Duanhai tossed out the sea-splitting sword. It split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. This was a sword technique that all sword cultivators practiced. It demonstrated startling power in his hands. The 3,000 sea-splitting swords turned into 3,000 streaks of light, crisscrossing through the air and colliding with the scarlet light. However, the red sun quickly pressed down, the heat it emitted dispersing the thick layers of clouds and the cloud mountains, leaving only the cloud that the mermaids and mermen stood on. They felt the roaring wind turn into waves of heat that blew towards them. Ji Changfeng was already powerless to stop it. Yi Duanhai had to deal with the scarlet light with his full strength, or most of the merfolk would be dead before the scarlet sun even fell. Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan wanted to take action, but the giant god of fire had already stood on the huge dragon and charged over with Huofan in hand. The fire dragon of the land shrank its head slightly, and lightning and fire surged out. There was a flash of light in the flames, and the tip of the spear of fire immediately filled their eyes. This time Zhu Yan did not attack anyone else. He poured all of his hatred and fury into the spear. Li Qingshan wanted to draw his blade, but Gong Yuan's voice rang out in his head. Work together. Now is not the time for you to play the hero. Yes, your majesty. All water to ruin's end, black water as deep as the abyss. Gong Yuan raised the heart of the abyss high up, and surging black water surged out. Although it was not as violent as the flood below, it possessed an even deeper and colder feeling. It silently swallowed the fire dragon of the land's lightning and fire, pressing towards it. The spear of fire paused, and it was also covered in a layer of water. The giant god of fire let out a furious roar. The spear went against the flow, stabbing towards Li Qingshan as if it could still pierce through everything. Gong Yuan was about to cast another technique when Li Qingshan suddenly pulled her towards him. He said, "Hold on to me tightly." Gripping the blade with both hands, he leapt up and drew Tiger's Fang from its sheath. Blood-red light surged into the air as he slashed towards the tip of the spear. Gong Yuan shot him a glare, but all she could do was hug him tightly from behind. She chanted, "All water to ruin's end." Droplets of water turned to ice. The difference between a blade and a spear of fire was like the difference between a toothpick and a spear. However, the moment the blade and the spear collided, the light that was unleashed caused the world to change color. A massive sound drowned out the rumbling of thunder. Everyone's gazes were drawn over, watching as he attempted to challenge a god with his insignificant body. A great power emanated from the spear of fire, causing Zhu Yan's eyes to widen. How can he be so strong? He had never seen Li Qingshan fight against the giant god of fire in the Azura field. Although they had clashed once on the ocean, Li Qingshan had just taken a blow from the divine ray of the sun and his flesh had been stripped away, leaving behind only tiger bones. He had not been able to unleash much of the strength of the ox demon. Now, not only was he full of vigor, he had even combined the power of the ox demon and tiger demon. When Brother Ox had first taught him these two transformations, he had not taught him the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Although the strength of the tiger demon could not compare to that of the ox demon, it was still extremely powerful. Individually, it was stronger than the average demon king. Now that Li Qingshan had 5 layers of the ox demon and 5 layers of the tiger demon, his strength was terrifying. So what if he was a god? Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the Spear of Fire's attack was thwarted and stopped. With a roar, Li Qingshan swung his blade with all his might, and the spear was actually deflected. Even Gong Yuan, who was closest to Li Qingshan, did not expect him to be able to do this. However, she felt that it was only right. Her body and mind were closely connected, and she could clearly feel the tremendous power rolling and flowing, turning into an unstoppable flood. She naturally would not let go of this opportunity. The surging black water had already condensed into rhombus-shaped black ice. This was the most destructive form of the power of Ruin's End, exceeding the limits of coldness. It was even more difficult than condensing 10,000-year-old ice. Like a black rain of ice, it shot towards the chest of the giant god of fire, where Zhu Yan was. The fire dragon of the 8 regions suddenly raised its head, opened its mouth, and swallowed the black rain of ice before biting towards Gong Yuan and Li Qingshan. Like a black mountain collapsing, Li Qingshan flew backwards with Gong Yuan, until there was nowhere left to retreat. Behind them was the merfolk battle formation, so there was even less room for them to dodge. If they dodged, who knew how many merfolk would die, and the battle formation would definitely be broken. Gong Yuan smiled coldly while Li Qingshan stood still. The massive dragon head reached them and suddenly collapsed, turning into rolling black smoke again. It swallowed Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan as well as the entire merfolk battle formation, but did not cause any damage. The black ice was not that easy to swallow. If water could counter fire, then the water of Ruin's End was the greatest counter to fire. Bitch. Zhu Zai's face paled. She was the one controlling the fire dragon of the 8 regions. With the dragon head destroyed, she suffered a backlash as well. She could not help but curse and then said, "Let's see how long you can stay smug for." All of this happened in a split second, but the scarlet sun had already fallen. It was over 100 times larger than regular meteors. Some of the weaker merfolk could not help but cry out miserably, as if they had been incinerated by fire. They gave off the smell of being roasted. Yi Duanhai was helpless too. Sword cultivators were powerful, but they did not excel at forcefully clashing with others. Zhu Fan had always been the strongest fire devourer, and he had the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain as his foundation. The Scarlet Sun's overall destructive power was far more terrifying than the divine ray of the sun. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan had to face the giant god of fire and the rapidly recovering fire dragon of the 8 regions under its feet. They could not spare any of their strength at all, and from such a distance, even if they struck down the Scarlet Sun, the resulting explosion would be enough to kill off most of the merfolk. The 3 fire-devouring kings were delighted, but the 3 merfolk kings paled in fright. The granny called out, "What are you waiting for, divine nun?" Chapter 9:17. The voice was ancient, grand, stern, and methodical. It did not allow for the slightest doubt, but it also carried a hint of zen, enough to make people feel reverence. Little and backed far away. His expression changed slightly. He saw the divine nun of the South Sea bring her palms together, and an old kasaya had appeared on her at a certain time. It ruffled even though there was no wind, and her figure suddenly became larger and larger. She was no longer the impoverished nun from before. Instead, she represented some sort of existence, radiating with supreme dignity. Her words carried the law, but there were no changes at all. However, the Scarlet Sun's descent suddenly came to a halt, peeling away layer by layer. The heat it gave off rapidly weakened as well. When it reached 300 meters above the battle formation, it was only 10 times the size of a regular meteor. It was still aggressive, but it was no longer as terrifying as it could crush and destroy everything. A streak of light pierced through the air, and the Scarlet Sun exploded loudly. Waves of fire and heat swept out in all directions, killing over 100 merfolk warriors, but it was not enough to destroy the entire battle formation. Amit Ba, the divine nun of the South Sea, chanted softly. "Bald ass." Zhu Fan cursed aloud. "Impressive, divine nun. Li Qingshan could not help but praise her. It was no wonder that Granny would ask the divine nun of the South Sea for reinforcements at such a crucial time. No great cultivator could be underestimated, and a great cultivator who possessed great power yet was willing to wander the world alone, living in poverty, was even more so not to be underestimated. The divine nun of the South Sea was neither angered by the scolding nor delighted by the praise. She turned to little Anne. The 4 parts of Vinaya is the foundation of our school of Vinaya. The school of Vinaya is also known as the school of 4 parts of Vinaya. You know this as well. The school of Vinaya has 4 major subjects, namely the precepts, the body of precepts, the conduct of precepts, and the appearance of precepts. The precepts is the first subject as well as the foundation. As long as you practice this scripture diligently and practice the precepts to the limit, you can put an end to conflict and become impervious to all techniques. This disciple understands. Little Anne put his palms together and bowed. Although disciple was not a master-disciple title, but just a humble title she used when she received guidance from a senior master, the divine nun of the South Sea still enjoyed it very much. She did not continue with her attacks. Instead, she retreated a little further with little Anne. The strength of the fire devourers had completely exceeded her expectations. She was not afraid, but she was afraid that little Anne would be injured. Little Anne had wanted to use the chant of Devanaga to support the battle, but at this distance the chant of Devanaga would not be of much use, so he could only watch the show in peace. He thought to himself, it's about time. Zhu Fan became even more furious, but the divine nun of the South Sea stood too far away. It was very difficult for her to bypass Li Qingshan and the others to attack. King Fan, there's no need to be anxious. You just need to hold your ground and see how many times that old nun can block. Zhu Zai communicated with her soul sense. At the same time she powered the fire tablet of earth and the protective formation. The black smoke from thousands of volcanoes merged with the fire dragon of the land. The collapsed dragon head rapidly recovered. Zhu Fan's summoning of the Scarlet Sun took up a tremendous amount of his strength. If he fought elsewhere, his battle prowess would definitely be greatly affected, but this was Fire Melt Mountain. The roaring sea of fire rapidly replenished his strength, allowing him to summon the Scarlet Sun a second and a third time. However, the first Scarlet Sun had only descended, and the divine nun of the South Sea had failed to completely nullify it even when she used her full strength. She retreated in a hurry to recover, clearly unable to last a long battle. And his Scarlet Sun still played quite an important role. Not every merfolk warrior could face death with equanimity. The Scarlet Sun might still be several hundred meters away from them in the end, but if they allowed it to fall, it would only take a blink of an eye. Even if they were truly unafraid of death, they would still be frightened when they saw the blade land on their heads. Coupled with the intense pain of being burned by fire, the entire battle formation of the merfolk was thrown into disorder. The flood that attacked Fire Melt Mountain scattered as well. As a result, the protective formation that was on the verge of collapse could last a little longer. As their strength was depleted, the merfolk would suffer casualties, and their attacks would only become weaker and weaker, not stronger and stronger. The giant god of fire regrouped and charged towards the battle formation. They did not need to win. All they needed to do was wear them out, and the scales of victory would shift towards them. The storm roared as it rolled over Fire Melt Mountain, but it could not extinguish the sea of fire that spanned 400 kilometers. You'll definitely lose this battle. Zhu Fan's voice turned into the roar of the giant god of fire. The spear of fire whistled down. The fire dragon of the land lunged over with its fangs and claws. It opened its mouth and lightning and fire wove together into a sphere, tearing through the air. Really? Li Qingshan swung his blade to block the spear. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Why don't you look behind you? Yi Duanhai merged with his sword and circled around to the back of the giant god of fire. Right when he was about to strike, Zhu Fan turned into a scarlet streak of light and flew over. Yi Duanhai turned around and swung his sword. The sea-splitting sword and the fire tablet of heaven clashed loudly, sending sparks flying. Their positions changed over 100 times in the blink of an eye. Their afterimages lingered in the air as if they were clashing at the same time. It was difficult to determine a victor for the time being. At the same time, Gong Yuan blocked the ball of fire and lightning, but the shockwaves of the battle could not avoid reaching the merfolk battle formation. Several dozen more merfolk warriors immediately died, with countless more injured. The flood's attacks became even more disorderly. This is what you wanted me to see, Li Qingshan. The giant god of fire's spear turned into multiple blurs, firmly gaining the upper hand. The 2 fire dragons on its body flew out, lunging straight towards the merfolk battle formation. Ji Changfeng, who had just recovered slightly, hurriedly readied the Filian flag to block them. However, the two fire dragons refused to face him head-on. Instead, they split up and constantly charged into the battle formation, massacring the merfolk. I'd like to see how you protect these ants. I'm not talking about the back but the back even further back. The demonic armor on Li Qingshan disintegrated in the shockwaves of the battle, revealing his enchanting, handsome face with a wanton smile. Directly north of Firemelt Mountain, a strange green cloud appeared in the thick layer of clouds, rapidly moving against the wind. A huge, vicious ghost stood in the green cloud. It happened to be the poison-assimilating Ghost King that the myriad poison ancestor had transformed into. He clenched his fists and slammed them against the protective formation violently. The formation shook and hissed as it was corroded. Yu Wufeng, who had vanished since the beginning of the battle, also appeared to the north of Firemelt Mountain. Beside him were the 9 cave masters of Savage Mountain. Several hundred cannons were arrayed before them. The pitch-black cannons were all pointed at Firemelt Mountain, lighting up with light. These spiritual stone cannons were spoils of war that Li Qingshan had obtained in the Clear River Prefecture. They had once rendered great service to him, so they were specially used to attack cities and seize territory. However, they were rarely used in regular battles. Not only did they take up tremendous amounts of spiritual stones, but they also needed to be prepared beforehand, so they had always been stowed away by the night roamers. Today they had finally seen the light of day again. Swinging the fogbow sword down, Yu Wufeng ordered, "Fire!" Under the combined control of the 10 cave masters, several hundred streaks of light whistled out, landing on the protective formation and kicking up rings of light. Afterwards they immediately threw in new spiritual stones. They were all high-grade or even supreme-grade spiritual stones. At a time like this, no one found it a pity. If they could not win this battle, Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan would still have the opportunity to escape, while they would definitely be dead. Being able to use these spiritual stone cannons to attack could be regarded as a fortunate thing. Only by preserving their own strength as much as possible could they increase their chances of survival. Myriad poison ancestor? Zhu Yan was both surprised and furious. Far too many unexpected enemies had come today. We're both honored guests of the king's estate, so why have you come to attack us? What? The myriad poison ancestor did not answer him at all. He focused on attacking the protective formation, which was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Under the constant attacks of the poison-assimilating Ghost King and the spiritual stone cannons, the protective formation that had already been teetering on the verge of collapse finally reached its limit. There was a faint crack, which rapidly turned into an earth-shattering rumble, unleashing dazzling light. The light dispersed, and the 400 kilometers of Firemelt Mountain was finally laid bare before the storm. Torrential rain poured down, landing on the Sea of Fire and landing on the fire devourers. The protective formation had lasted until now not because of Zhu Zai's power alone. Instead, it had gathered the entire fire devourers to fend off the mere people. But now, what they had been supporting the entire time had suddenly vanished. Their fervent expressions froze. Under the fierce wind, the Sea of Fire suddenly flared up, but that was only the final radiance of the setting sun. The surging flood swept over, rushing into the Sea of Fire like a hot knife through butter. Water and fire met, kicking up surging white mist that permeated the surroundings. For a moment, even the storm was unable to disperse it. The 3 merfolk kings led by Granny were all overjoyed. They had no idea why the myriad poison ancestor had suddenly assisted them, but they would never let this opportunity slip by. They called out, "Firemelt Mountain has been destroyed. Now is the time to avenge our clansmen." The morale of the merfolk warriors was roused. No matter how the fire dragon constantly lunged over, none of them wavered anymore. They only hoped to provide as much power as possible before they were killed. Li Qingshan sensed something. Not only had he been roused with hatred, but Granny's voice was also extremely bewitching. She had taken advantage of the moment when the merpeople's minds were wavering and completely unleashed their potential. Before he could even lament over her viciousness, the giant god of fire launched a furious attack. The blood-red light on Tiger's Fang had already dispersed. It was no longer enough for him to face the spear of fire head-on. If it were not for the protection of the power of Ruin's End, his flesh and blood probably would have been burnt to a crisp again. However, this was only his final bout of madness. In the sky, the torn clouds rapidly closed up. The storm was far too great. Without the obstruction of the formation, it unleashed the tremendous power of the world freely and freely, suppressing the sea of fire. On the ground, the flood swallowed the volcanoes one by one. The black smoke was severed, and with each pillar of smoke that was severed, the fire dragon of the land shrank slightly and let out reluctant roars, but it no longer gave off a feeling of arrogance and might. Li Qingshan. Zhu Fan let out a hysterical roar. He had a feeling that all of this was because of Li Qingshan. These various disasters had begun ever since he first met him. The giant god of fire faced the storm and lunged towards Li Qingshan furiously. Oh no, this guy wants to perish together with me. Li Qingshan's heart sank. He sensed life-threatening danger. He never thought Zhu Yan would actually be so resolute with his identity and cultivation. Chapter 9:18. Precept of 4 parts, Body of Precepts. The old, stern voice rang out once again. In Li Qingshan's ears, it was like a heavenly melody. The giant god of fire that lunged over crazily suddenly had its blazing hair cut off inch by inch, as if an invisible pair of scissors was shaving its head and accepting its precepts. A monk's robe appeared on its body, and a string of prayer beads appeared in its hand. Li Qingshan had never seen or heard of such a strange sight before. The giant god of fire had actually turned into a monk in a single moment, but what was the point of that? The flames on the giant god of fire did not weaken at all, but it did not blow itself up resolutely. The twisted madness on its face suddenly subsided drastically, replaced by a hint of struggle and confusion. Zhu Yan felt the killing intent in his heart vanish, and an extremely strange feeling of benevolence arose within him instead. He regretted all the evil deeds he'd done in his life. At this moment he couldn't even bring himself to kill a bird, let alone so many living beings. Using this opportunity, Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan backed far away. The 3 merfolk kings pulled away from the giant god of fire as well, ordering the merfolk to disperse at the same time. Afterwards they all unleashed their various techniques. 3,000 streaks of light, a tornado of wind, a black storm of ice and surging water all whistled over. The giant god of fire's advance came to a halt, and it was pushed back step by step. Flames sprayed from its body as it let out roars filled with regret. It waged war in its heart. The blazing, violent nature of divinity and the benevolent nature of Buddhism constantly struggled. Having lost the support of the 400 kilometers of sea of fire, its body rapidly shrank. Even its face became blurry. Unity of the swords. Yi Duanhai formed a seal with his hand, and the 3,000 streaks of light combined into a glorious sword, sweeping past the giant god of fire's right leg. The giant god of fire dropped to its knees. Its fury and resentment finally broke through the invisible shackles on its soul. Its monk's robes shattered, its hair reignited and the prayer beads scattered. Zhu Yan knew it was the divine nun of the South Sea again. He bellowed out, "Old damned nun. Mighty be the nun." Li Qingshan praised. Although it was not a direct attack, the effects were far too impressive. In a large-scale battle like this, it was basically even more powerful than a greatsword cultivator. The divine nun of the South Sea shuddered and her face paled. She had suffered some backlash. She took out a pill and ingested it, also ignoring the hatred and admiration. He put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha, again before introducing to little Anne who was beside him. If the precepts are the foundation of the school of Vinaya, then the precepts are the main body. In the process of accepting and adhering to the precepts, you will receive your own Dharma body. You will guard against evil, pursue good and refrain from evil. Not only can it protect oneself from evil thoughts, but it can also help all living beings to realize their mistakes and convert to Buddhism. It's just a pity that this fire-devouring king is far too violent and resentful. Even I can't save him. It's a pity, a pity. Otherwise, I'd ask Her Majesty to spare his life. After all, will there ever be an end to revenge? If the precepts are to be impervious to all Dharma, then the precepts are to prevent evil thoughts from arising, and even to the point of forcefully converting people to Buddhism. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. These Buddhists were poisonous. If you really can do that, what's wrong with me sparing his life? Gong Yuan said and glanced at Li Qingshan. The person beside her could be regarded as half a Buddhist too, so it was no wonder he was so vicious. I'll remember that, said little Anne. The process of your tonsure and ordination was far too casual back then, reduced to a mere formality. This is also the greatest flaw of the school of Zen. They blindly seek to understand their true nature, rejecting the precepts as foreign objects. They drink alcohol, eat meat, and even slander the Dharma. However, apart from a few eminent monks with great wisdom, how many people can understand the true meaning behind this? If I have the opportunity, I'll take up the precepts for you again. The divine nun of the South Sea shook her head and casually criticized the school of Zen a little before retreating another 5 kilometers away with little Anne. She had been drifting away from the battlefield the entire time, ready to flee at any time. She had only fought twice the entire time, but no one dared to underestimate her. Instead, they felt like it was only natural. Both times she had fought had decisive effects, allowing the world to witness the power of the school of Vinaya. The storm traveled north. In the fierce wind and rain, the giant god of fire charged into the merfolk battle formation and unleashed a massacre. With a swing of its spear, several hundred merfolk were reduced to ashes. It was finally able to slaughter to its heart's content. At a time like this, no one dared to approach the giant god of fire, afraid of dying together with it. They could only attack from afar. If it were not for the fact that Granny had ordered the merfolk warriors to disperse when they retreated, they basically would have been wiped out, slaughtered to the last. Even 10,000 cannot stop a single person if they put their lives on the line. This was also applicable in the cultivation world. However, putting their lives on the line could not last for long. A while later, the giant god of fire shrank by almost 300 meters. The attacks from Li Qingshan and the others were all powerful enough to split mountains and sever rivers. Without the support of Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai, without the support of the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain, how long could a mere Zhu Yan last? And the storm only made matters worse. Zhu Yan, when you massacred my giant ship island, did you think a day like this would come? Ji Changfeng spat out a mouthful of essence blood. He went as far as to expend his cultivation, swinging the Philian flag until it rustled loudly. The fierce winds whistled and swirled, stripping away and tearing apart the flames. He was delighted with his revenge. Just now, the giant god that was still insufferably mighty had become a trapped beast in the storm. Go die. The giant god of fire threw out the spear with everything he had, but it was cut in half by Yi Duanhai's sword in midair. Li Qingshan saw this and also felt a sense of sorrow, but it only lasted for a moment. Up until now, over half of the several thousand merfolk warriors had already died. As for devouring, a few of them died from exhausting their strength, while the rest all retreated back to the main peak. However, what made him sigh the most was actually not the humiliation and pursuit of him, nor was it the casualties of the merfolk and fire-devouring folk, nor was it the tragedy of the destruction of his clan that Ji Changfeng brooded over. Instead, it was the several 100,000 mortals on Giant Ship Island that had been reduced to ashes in the flames without anyone noticing. Just like how Gong Yuan despised him, he had yet to completely break free from the realm of mortals. At the very least, Zhu Yan, you can still die a tragic death, fighting like a trapped beast and not dying like weeds. Out of respect for a warrior, he would use his full strength to kill Zhu Yan here and now. Flame King, don't get caught up in the battle. Look to the south. The storm is coming. Quickly retreat to the main peak. Zhu Fan communicated in a hurry. Zhu Yan recovered a sliver of calmness and raised his eyes to the south. A dazzling light appeared in the surroundings. A white and golden pillar of light enveloped a range of several hundred kilometers, rapidly moving towards Fire Melt Mountain. In order to maximize the might of the storm, Ji Changfeng had directed it straight towards Fire Melt Mountain under his meticulous control. However, this also meant that the eye of the storm would just happen to pass by Fire Melt Mountain. Although it would pass by before long, it would form a windless and rainless region on the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. As long as they grasped this opportunity, they could turn the tables. They were not in dire straits yet. Zhu Yan glanced past everyone in disdain. Do you really think you can kill me, Zhu Yan, with such determination? He turned around and flew towards the main peak. Myriad poison, keep him busy, Li Qingshan ordered. Everyone was surprised. Who had not heard of the myriad poison ancestor? They were already very surprised that he would come to help. With how careful he was and how much he valued his life, why would he risk his life to stop Zhu Yan? However, to everyone's disbelief, the myriad poison ancestor actually leapt up and turned into a poison-assimilating ghost king, blocking Zhu Yan's path. Li Qingshan said, "If you want to perish with me, I'll give you the opportunity to perish with me. Come, show me your determination." Gong Yuan stared at him in surprise. He turned around and asked, "Are we really going to make him return to the main peak? Once we break through the formation, how much strength will we have left, and how much strength will they have left?" Gong Yuan frowned slightly. From the start of the battle until now, none of the experts on their side had died, but the situation was not optimistic. Ji Changfeng was already powerless to continue fighting, and a great sword cultivator like Yi Duanhai was probably the least skilled in prolonged battles. In order to control the flood and attack the protective formation, the three merfolk kings had used up all their strength at the same time. Even casting a technique just now was rather difficult. Even Shi and Li Qingshan had exhausted themselves when they worked together to fend off the giant god of fire and fire dragon of the land. They had only managed to last until now through the wonders of dual cultivation and the endless power of ruins end from the heart of the abyss. The battle formation of the merfolk had already fallen, and the defenses of the main peak definitely could not be breached so easily. If Zhu Yan and the others were allowed to recover easily and launch another counterattack together, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Just now she actually thought the outcome was already set. She was far too naive. What do you think we should do? We've already come this far. If we don't take any risks, then we'll be underestimating our opponents far too much. Li Qingshan smiled and wrapped his arm around Gong Yuan's waist tightly, flying towards Zhu Yan. All right, I'll believe you. Gong Yuan shook her head helplessly. The corner of her lips curled into a smile. Ignoring her mental exhaustion, she powered the heart of the abyss as hard as she could. The power of Ruin's End expanded once more, turning into a black spirit turtle in the air and slamming towards the giant god of fire's back viciously. Zhu Fan rushed over in a hurry to provide support. With a flash of his sword, he intercepted him. Faced with Zhu Fan's furious expression, Yi Duanhai said indifferently, "What, you want to blow yourself up too?" Their eyes met and sparks flew. The two of them began fighting again, but this time Yi Duanhai had truly lost the upper hand, which indirectly proved that what Li Qingshan had said was true. The three merfolk kings exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. With just the three of them, they controlled the flood and slammed it against the main peak violently. Boom! Like the world was collapsing, the water surged and splashed everywhere. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain shook violently. The surrounding 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain had already been completely swallowed by the flood. Only the main peak towered into the clouds, like a lone island in the ocean. Zhu Zai's expression changed. Originally she wanted to control the formations to attack again and assist Zhu Fan and Zhu Yan, but now she was in a hurry to obey the formations, afraid of losing focus. To the north of Fire Melt Mountain, the last spiritual stone cannon was reduced to a pile of scrap metal in the spiritual energy explosion. Yu Wufeng swung the fogbow sword and ordered, "Attack! I'll cut down anyone who tries to flee on the spot." The cave masters all shivered when they heard that. "We serve the king of savages," the gentleman of heavenly blubber called out. He sucked in a deep breath and turned his body into a huge ball of flesh. Suddenly he sprayed out with a streak of blood-red light, charging at the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. The 10 cave masters all struck out with their full strength, attacking the main peak. Chapter 919. Under Li Qingshan's orders, the vicious poison-assimilating Ghost King blocked the giant god of fire. Pale, green flames burned in its deep eye sockets as it gazed at a blurry face that was burning with flames. Boom! The confrontation only lasted for a split second before the two colossal objects collided viciously. Flames of two different colors crisscrossed and splashed everywhere. The giant god of fire swung its fists of fire and launched a furious attack. It did not use any more ingenious techniques. When enemies met on a narrow path, the more courageous would emerge victorious. The poison-assimilating Ghost King howled like a myriad of ghosts, which was enough to shake the mind of people. Mortals probably would have died on the spot, but it did not affect the giant god of fire much. Instead, it constantly retreated under the onslaught of the flames. Pale, green, poisonous clouds rose up from its body, like it was bleeding from wounds. This was not because the myriad poison ancestor was not using his full strength, but because evil ghosts were innately suppressed by fire, and the flames on the giant god of fire were anything but ordinary. Moreover, the myriad poison ancestor was not skilled in close combat, so he was even less of an opponent. "Piss off!" The giant god of fire roared furiously. It raised its right shoulder and charged forwards like a tank, unleashing explosive power and sending the poison-assimilating Ghost King flying. The giant god of fire paused slightly and staggered violently. The black spirit turtle slammed into its back viciously, and the flames on its back immediately dimmed significantly. Again? Li Qingshan and Gong Yuan clasped hands firmly. In that moment they cast aside all of their grudges and prejudices, wholeheartedly opposing the enemy before them. They wanted to emerge victorious regardless of the cost. Then let's die together. Explode. Zhu Yan bellowed, actually choosing to self-destruct immediately. He wanted to take them down with him. Li Qingshan shivered inside. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The flames on the giant god of fire suddenly blazed, illuminating the surroundings. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with roaring flames. In the end, the 300-meter-tall giant god of fire blurred before twisting and vanishing. Terrifying flames swept out in all directions like a tsunami, swallowing both the black spirit turtle and the poison-assimilating ghost king. Under the impact of the flames, the black spirit turtle rapidly twisted and deformed like a sugar figurine being roasted at high temperatures. Even the cold power of Ruin's End seemed to be tainted with a layer of heat. Gong Yuan felt that the last bit of her mental strength had been used up, and she was almost unable to control the heart of the abyss. The power of the Ruin's End kept retreating, and the raging flames kept corroding it. A strong premonition of death assaulted her heart. I didn't expect to die here and with someone like you. However, without Zhu Yan, the divine fire tablets won't be able to unleash much of their power. Fire Melt Mountain will definitely fall. She smiled, feeling somewhat unwilling and relieved at the same time. As the Merfolk Queen, she had done her duty. Just like her younger sister, she had been reduced to ashes in the raging flames. Li Qingshan was still staring at the center of the explosion. He casually pulled Gong Yuan behind him and said without turning his head, "Who said we would die?" He was not bold enough to charge up with Gong Yuan because of a moment of recklessness. Instead, he considered the fact that the giant god of fire had fought until now and had depleted quite a lot of its power, so the power of its self-destruction definitely would not be as great as before. However, he was not sure whether he could endure it or not. The worst outcome would just be turning into a phoenix's embryo. The flame should not be enough to destroy it, so he was not as pessimistic as Gong Yuan. Gong Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His wide back really seemed like it could withstand all dangers, which gave her a sliver of hope for survival. She could vaguely understand why her younger sister had been so stubborn in the past. The power of Ruin's End was constantly whittled away, leaving only a thin layer. Li Qingshan could already feel the burning pain on his face, but at this moment, the flames that filled his vision actually receded. What's going on? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The flames had actually failed to even touch a hair on him. Had the divine nun of the South Sea intervened again? It was impossible for the explosion of the giant god of fire to be so weak. Even if Zhu Yan blew himself up, it would not be so weak. There was a flash of fire in his eyes, and a huge fireball that vaguely resembled the shape of a heart rushed towards the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that the explosion this time was only a feint by Zhu Yan. He had only detonated the power that constructed the giant god of fire's body. At first glance, it seemed extremely shocking, but it was actually just for show. However, it had created an opportunity for Zhu Yan to escape. Precept of 4 parts, precept of conduct. The divine nun of the South Sea's voice rang out again. Zhu Yan's speeding figure suddenly came to a halt. He felt like he was immobilized, so he cursed again. Damned old nun. He struggled as hard as he could. Gravity of the earth, get over here. Li Qingshan raised his right hand and enveloped the heart of the fire god from afar, gathering all of his strength to use the ability. Zhu Yan felt an invisible force grab him and pull him backwards. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain was right before him, but it suddenly seemed distant. In that moment, he experienced an urge to use this force to charge back and drag Li Qingshan down with him. However, he dismissed this thought with a thought. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain was already on the verge of collapse. If he died, it would probably fall very soon. The poison-assimilating Ghost King lunged over again. Zhu Yan bellowed out, "Explode!" The heart of the fire god suddenly exploded. It was even more powerful than the explosion just now had just exploded. The divine nun of the South Sea's face changed, and a sliver of blood oozed out from the corner of her lips. She was no longer in the mood to explain the essence of the school of Vinaya to little Anne, meditating in a hurry. Zhu Yan broke free from his restraints and used the power of the explosion to charge into the formation. Zhu Fan was overjoyed by this. He immediately broke free from Yi Duanhai and turned into a streak of fire, flying back to Fire Melt Mountain. There was a flash of light and he took human form. Yi Duanhai panted slightly. A large part of his cloak had been singed. Clashing against the strongest of the 3 kings, Zhu Fan, was a bitter battle for him. He was powerless to stop him right now. The three kings of the fire devourers worked together and wielded the divine fire tablets, immediately stabilizing the tottering formation. At the same time, they tossed the three wutong fruits with a hint of gold into their mouths and absorbed the extremely pure fire spiritual qi that gushed out from the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, rapidly recovering their strength. The three merfolk kings continued to power the flood with all their might, but their faces were already sheet white. The flood became weaker and weaker, while the main peak instead became more and more stable. Under this situation, taking down the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain where the royal court of fire devourers resided seemed to become more and more impossible, while the glorious eye of the storm drew closer and closer. Ji Changfeng had already overdrawn his strength a long time ago, entering a state of weakness. Although he still managed to swing the Philian flag, not only was he unable to trigger the storm, but he was even swallowed by it. The myriad poison ancestor withdrew the poison, assimilating Ghost King's clone. Just now the two explosions were not enough to kill him, but they did leave him rather injured. The divine nun of the South Sea retreated another few kilometers. Although she still had some strength left, it was clearly not for throwing her life on the line. Instead, it was for escaping when it mattered, such as right now. She grabbed little Anne's hand. Chapter 920. Li Qingshan could not help but think of what the Banyan Tree King had said, even if you gather everything you have. Even if you have the strength, the possibility of taking down Fire Melt Mountain is basically non-existent, unless you completely infuriate the fire devourers and make them give up on this natural geographical advantage and fight you elsewhere. However, he did not pay too much attention back then. With so many powerful cultivators gathered, coupled with his and Gong Yuan's combined efforts, how could they not take down a single Fire Melt Mountain? Only now did he realize that the Banyan Tree King was right. He had still underestimated the power of the divine fire tablets after all. This was a divine artifact that had been passed down since ancient times. Once it was combined with a geographical advantage like Fire Melt Mountain, the power it erupted with was enough to make people feel despair. The three fire devourers said nothing, doing their best to recover as much strength as they could. However, the flames of delight flickered in their hearts, as well as the blazing flames of revenge. They silently waited for an opportunity. Once they completely erupted, they would definitely incinerate all enemies. At this moment, glorious light suddenly descended. Above them was the circular azure sky, but it was drizzling. A rainbow passed through the sky, so resplendent that it was impossible to look at it directly, but it cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Fire Melt Mountain continued to stand, like an inextinguishable ball of fire on the vast ocean. At the center of the flames, a wutong tree extended, brimming with life. If you want to retreat, then do it now, Yi Duanhai said. He had already done everything he could. He had not let down Li Qingshan's invitation this time. To a great sword cultivator like him, he no longer had any chance of victory in this battle. You're right, fellow Yi. The divine nun of the South Sea expressed her agreement. You're wrong, divine nun. We haven't lost yet. Granny suddenly withdrew her technique, and the weakened flood immediately collapsed. The two merfolk kings to the left and right looked at her in surprise. As if they had sensed something, they furrowed their brows. Even the fire devourers have the courage to die with the enemy, but don't the merfolk? Granny took off the Sumeru ring on her finger and tossed it gently. Granny. Gong Yuan caught the Sumeru ring. She was moved. I've always told you to think for the sake of your clansmen and the bigger picture. You must be very impatient listening to me and thinking that I'm just boasting. He paused for a moment before continuing, actually that's not the case. With that, Granny leapt towards Fire Melt Mountain, charging forward without regard for her own safety. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain rushed into her face and she smiled. Quickly stop her. Zhu Fan's expression changed drastically as he roared loudly. However, it was already too late. That slightly stooped figure blossomed with a dazzling bright blue light, causing the brilliant sunlight to pale in comparison. After what seemed like a long time, the roar came, shaking the heavens and earth. The terrifying force collided with the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, like countless impacts from a flood. The formation that had just stabilized only lasted for a split second before shattering. Even a portion of the mountain was swallowed and collapsed, creating a huge gap. This was the power of a king general that had cultivated for thousands of years. Amit Ba, the divine nun of the South Sea, chanted softly. Under the illumination of the sun, in the tranquil eye of wind, the location of the fire devourer's royal court, the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain, was exposed before everyone for the first time. A moment of silence appeared on the battlefield. "Granny?" Gong Yuan murmured. She never thought she would actually be so resolute. After all, merfolk were not as violent and warlike as the fire devourers. Having reached their current realm of cultivation, they valued their lives even more. They would never think of something like that unless they were in dire straits, or why would they pursue the word longevity in the first place? Even if Gong Yuan had thought of using this method to take down Fire Melt Mountain, she would never have done it. Righteousness was important, but it was not necessarily the path of longevity that was as important. No one had to put on an act about this. Even the three fire-devouring kings had never imagined Granny would do something like this, so they were caught off guard. Moreover, even if they were on guard, it would be useless. The mountain could not fly or move, so there was no way to deal with this move. The storm moved extremely quickly. The eye of wind only paused for a moment before the fierce wind and rain arrived once more, pouring down on the crater of the volcano. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan immediately swung his blade and rushed towards the crater. The magnificent palace forged from fiery red crystal and the dazzling divine Wutong tree appeared before him once again. Gong Yuan followed close behind. Ji Changfeng Yi Duanhai, the myriad poison ancestor, and even the divine nun of the South Sea all appeared above the crater, forming an encirclement. The other two merfolk kings used the last of their strength to control the water, directly pouring it into the crater. The water gushed into the crater, destroying the palaces one by one. It made contact with the scorching magma and kicked up white mist. However, the wind and rain obscured the view, and the water flowed endlessly, forcefully suppressing the flames of the earth. To a very large extent, the geographical advantage depended on the power of the formation to fend off the enemy with composure and recover strength rapidly. Once the formation was destroyed, this geographical advantage would immediately be halved. Coupled with the suppression of the storm and the pouring of the water, it was basically non-existent. The three fire-devouring kings were all alarmed. In such a short amount of time, they had not even recovered 30% of their strength, and they had lost the geographical advantage too. Even with the divine fire tablets in hand, it was impossible for them to withstand such an encirclement. Even if Li Qingshan and the others were even more exhausted, their tremendous advantage in numbers was enough for them to achieve a qualitative change. Seeing this, Li Qingshan was in no hurry to strike either. He just waited for a volcanic lake to form. Now that the advantage was on their side, they could deal with it with ease. However, his brows were firmly furrowed. He did not relax at all. Right now, it all depended on how the three fire devourers would respond. If they chose to fight, then they would definitely perish together and drag others down with them. Unless they did not receive them at all, no one had the confidence to escape alive. The other choice was to flee. Whether it was opening the gate of divine fire or directly diving into the depths of the magma, none of them could stop them. Gong Yuan no longer had the strength to unleash the icebound domain and seal up the space. They had won this battle, but it was much more difficult than they had imagined it to be. It was either a narrow escape or endless trouble. It was no wonder the king of Yu wanted to create a silver dragon king. Attacking a mountain was not something humans could do. So many experts had worked together against it, yet one of them had still died and they had almost failed. Even if they won, they had no idea whether it would be a Pyrrhic victory, or if they had allowed the enemy to escape. The three fire devourers looked at one another. Thousands of thoughts flashed through their minds in that moment. All they could think about were these two situations. However, to their sorrow, they discovered that no matter which option they chose, the fire devourers would not be able to escape the fate of annihilation. Even if they fled, only the three of them could escape. The rain poured down and the water constantly rose, flooding the pavilions and lofty palaces. Only the divine Wutong tree remained, holding up a red halo of light, blocking the rain and water. Thick, dark clouds seemed to weigh down on the mountain peak. The wind howled and lightning crackled. Everything before them seemed like the end of the world. "My king, you should go. Avenge us." The great shaman priest threw himself under the divine Wudong tree. There were no tears in his eyes, only flames. The three fire devourers raised their heads and looked over. Pairs of fiery red eyes stared at them. There was no blame or resentment. All of the remaining fire devourers stood in the rain. Even in this final moment, they refused to invade this holy land. "Go." Zhu Fan smiled and Zhu Zai smiled too. Zhu Yan said, "Don't worry, we'll avenge you right now." "My king." The great shaman priest cried out. The fire devourers were all solemn, but none of them tried to persuade them otherwise. There are only fire devourers who die in battle. There are no fire devourers who flee. The three fire devourers said at the same time. The tips of the divine fire tablets in their hands faced each other, rising up together slowly. They did not move quickly, but they possessed an unparalleled pressure. It was even greater than when the giant god of fire charged out of the sea of fire on the fire dragon of the land. They sang a sorrowful song, dying with the enemy. Ji Changfeng and Yi Duanhai immediately prepared to retreat. It was not because their hatred was not deep enough, nor was it because they lacked courage. All cultivators treasured their lives, let alone the fact that they had reached their current level of cultivation. There were just far too many difficulties. They could die in battle against their enemies, but they did not want to be dragged down with them. They would die a meaningless death. The divine nun of the South Sea directly retreated 5 kilometers, returning to Little Anne's side and grabbing her hand. Li Qingshan let out a deep sigh. We've been tricked if that's the case. Although the 3 fire devourers were determined to die with the enemy, they were not brainless enough to charge up and self-destruct. Instead, they just had to use this method to force them bit by bit, which hid a great scheme. Once their encirclement collapsed, they might even be in danger of being taken out individually. They clearly knew their scheme, but everyone, including Li Qingshan, had to retreat. They dared not retreat. If they did not retreat, then it would be exactly what the 3 fire devourers wanted. Their powers would combine and self-destruct at the same time. No matter who was sucked in, they would be doomed. The 3 fire devourers continued to rise. Even when they purposefully slowed down, they could cross a distance of less than 3,000 meters in a few seconds. What do we do? Gong Yuan asked Li Qingshan beside her almost instinctively. At that moment, only he remained standing firmly without any intentions of retreating. Kill? Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and glanced at the myriad poison ancestor. The myriad poison ancestor seemed to be struggling slightly, but under Li Qingshan's gaze, he was immediately subdued. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, the ability of the nightmare tiger's demonic eye had become even more powerful. On the side, Gong Yuan sensed it too. She felt like his gaze was cold and murderous, filled with supreme dignity, which actually made her feel a hint of fear that she had not experienced in a very long time. She could not help but take a step back, rejecting him instinctively. Compared to the current Li Qingshan, even the Li Qingshan who usually took advantage of the situation to forcefully kiss her seemed much cuter. That was truly looking down on everything, heartless and merciless. The world was vast, but only a single person existed, and even they themselves were treated as mortal enemies, so they slaughtered everything and fought against the heavens and earth. There was a flash of green light, and the myriad poison ancestor flew down. The 3 fire devourers were overjoyed at first. The heavily injured myriad poison ancestor was not their opponent at all. Without any support, he might not even be able to withstand a single strike. Right when they were about to use the divine fire tablets to kill him, great fear suddenly rose up. In the blink of an eye, the myriad poison ancestor arrived before them. His expression was indescribable, whether it was indifference or determination. Before they could even attack or dodge, miserable green light had already filled their eyes. Chapter 921. The storm howled, but its momentum was gradually weakening. Even the mighty power of the heavens and the earth was affected by this great battle. The battle had finally reached its end, but it became more and more intense. It was difficult to determine a victor. The divine nun of the South Sea backed up far away. Just when she was about to leave with little Anne, she felt an unusual sense of determination from her. She said gently, "We've won." The divine nun of the South Sea was mildly surprised. Just when she wanted to say something, there was a deafening rumble. The main peak swelled up from inside out, and a circular shockwave whistled through the air. A streak of green light surged out of the crater, rushing into the sky and dyeing the clouds. The divine nun of the South Sea's face was illuminated too. She said in surprise, "That's..." Yi Duanhai was shocked. He doubted his eyes. The myriad poison ancestor blew himself up? Even the merfolk Queen Gong Yuan and Ji Changfeng, who bore deep grievances against her, would not resort to something like that. To a very large extent, Granny was approaching the end of her lifespan, and her path of cultivation had basically been severed. She did not want so many clansmen to sacrifice themselves for nothing, which was why she had made such a decision. That was already surprising enough. What was the myriad poison ancestor after? Everyone could not help but look at Li Qingshan's back. The myriad poison ancestors seemed to have come to reinforce them because of him. Was this also his order? Even the king of Southern Yu and the Banyan Tree King could not make a great demonic cultivator who cherished his life so much willingly die. It was exactly because of this that the three fire devourers were completely unprepared. Gong Yuan, who was only inches away from him, immediately felt like she could not see through this man who had once cultivated together with her mentally. She could not help but frown slightly. Just what did he do? Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed, staring at the crater without moving at all. The corner of his lips curled into a smile, filled with cold mockery. If you want to blow yourself up, then I'll play with you. Do you really think I'm that easy to scare? The effects of the myriad poison ancestors' self-destruction seemed to be much worse than Granny. It did not possess the terrifying might that could devour everything, but under the restraint of the crater, the power instead became even more concentrated, and it possessed a sense of corrosion, releasing all of the venom he had accumulated over 1,000 years. The red crystals on the inner wall of the crater turned into a mud-like red and green viscous substance. It flowed down and emitted a pungent smell. Gong Yuan also felt a little dizzy when she smelled it. She couldn't help but sigh at the intensity of the poison. The fate of the several thousand fire devourers was the same. Their bodies melted into mush in the green light, only leaving behind their hearts, which were also soaked in poison. The flames were extinguished. However, at the bottom of the volcano, the three fire-devouring kings held the divine fire tablets in a defensive posture. Their auras had become extremely weak, but they were still alive. "You guys are really tough," Li Qingshan said. "Despicable bastard, how dare you fight me?" Zhu Yan was utterly furious as he cursed aloud, but his voice gave off a sense of weakness. His entire body was covered in a layer of faint green. Large swathes of his skin had festered, and it was rapidly spreading, corroding his flesh and blood. No matter how tough their defenses were, it was impossible for them to emerge unscathed from the self-destruction of a great cultivator at such a close distance. Although it did not cause any instant terrifying damage, the poison had already invaded their bodies and was currently spreading violently. If they did not stop it, it would definitely be fatal. From a certain perspective, it was slightly better than what Li Qingshan had anticipated. Everything else was simple now. So what if I dare? So what if I don't? Although I also prefer to use my own strength to defeat my opponents in an open battle, I hate losing even more. Li Qingshan said calmly. He was not an unscrupulous person, but when he needed to do so, he would not care too much. Anyway, once I kill the three of you, Fire Melt Mountain will be completely destroyed. I'll show you that I, Li Qingshan, am not lying. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Zhu Yan roared out madly, but it only made the poison spread even faster. He wanted to rush over, but he was firmly held back by Zhu Fun and Zhu Zai, who called out, "King Yan, don't fall for it." In their current state, it was already impossible for them to catch up to anyone. It was impossible for them to even perish together. Instead, it made the poison spread even faster. Li Qingshan, king of savages, I will definitely get my revenge for the destruction of my race. You will definitely die in the flames, never to be reincarnated. Zhu Fan cursed him in the most vicious way possible. Li Qingshan said, "Dying in the flames is my destiny, just like dying to a virus is the destiny of you fire devourers. What, are you planning on running away?" Zhu Fan was indeed planning on running away. They were not in dire straits yet. As long as he escaped from the magma and used the flames of the earth to suppress the poison, he still had a great chance at survival. At the same time, 500 kilometers away, the Silver Dragon King hovered above the clouds. In the silvery white room, the King of Southern Yu muttered to himself, "If I kill Li Qingshan, do you think the three of them will completely pledge their allegiance to me?" "They won't," said the tiny banyan tree potted plant on the table. "Why?" The King of Southern Yu seemed eager to prove that he could kill Li Qingshan, and not just Li Qingshan. There were also Gong Yuan and the other two merfolk kings. That way he could conveniently crush the royal court of the merfolk. Meanwhile, the fire-devouring kings would no longer be the same after losing their clansmen. They would not be able to grow and expand either. The problem in the south could be completely eliminated. After losing all your clansmen, do you have any other methods to control the three of them? None. The King of Southern Yu thought about it. He had only given the divine fire tablets to the fire devourers after careful consideration. The fire devourers were stubborn dogs, but they were not rabid dogs. He did not have absolute confidence that they would not turn on him, or it would definitely be much easier for him to take down Fire Melt Mountain than Li Qingshan and the others. As a matter of fact, he did not even need the Silver Dragon King. The Fire Devourers were equivalent to hostages. Now that they had all been killed, although the problem of Fire Melt Mountain had been completely eliminated, the 3 Fire Devourers no longer had anything to worry about. And have you thought about the consequences if you can't kill Li Qingshan? The Banyan Tree King added. Alright then. Then I'll listen to you again. Actually, I'm very curious just what a kid like him will be like once he completely matures. The King of Southern Yu completely dismissed the thought of killing Li Qingshan. If it were just Li Qingshan, then so be it, but with the Banyan Tree King who was renowned for his meticulous calculations as a guarantor, the difficulty of killing him immediately increased by 10 times. If he forced it, there would be disadvantages regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. And once he failed, it was very likely for him to provoke a terrifying enemy. Let's wait and see, the Banyan Tree King said calmly. Oh right, is the divine Wudong tree still alive? Of course. Don't you want the divine Wudong tree? I'll give it to you. Zhu Yan calmed down a little, but he was reluctant to give up. He swung the divine fire tablet at the divine Wudong tree. You fucking bastard. Li Qingshan's expression changed too. He had gone through so much just for this divine Wudong tree. When he ordered the myriad poison ancestor to blow himself up, what he worried about the most was destroying the tree. Fortunately, the divine Wudong tree was extremely sturdy. The barrier of light it produced had only dimmed slightly, but who knew what would happen to it now that it had been attacked with such malice? King Yin, you mustn't. Zhu Fan tried to stop him in a hurry, but it was already too late. Clang. There was the sound of metal colliding, and the divine Wudong tree shook violently. Thousands of leaves swayed together, and a deep gash appeared on the tree. Sap that was as red as blood flowed out. In that moment, a certain deep consciousness awakened from its slumber. Suddenly, a tall, thin man in luxurious clothes with long hair that draped over his shoulders appeared under the Wudong tree. His face was simple and unadorned, and he possessed an elegant bearing. He glanced at the wound on his arm and did not show any anger. He asked Zhu Yan, "Why did you have to do this?" Zhu Yan was alarmed. Before he could even speak, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head, only to see the man's slender white arm pierce through his chest, digging out a scorching scarlet heart. An intense feeling of emptiness filled his heart. Why must you do this?" The elegant man sighed. He did not give off any murderousness at all. Many roots grew from his hand, wrapping around the fiery red heart. Zhu Yan's aura rapidly weakened, no longer much stronger than regular fire devourers. Without the suppression of power, the poison immediately erupted and he fell backwards. When he hit the ground, he had already been reduced to a pile of mud. Li Qingshan suddenly discovered he had gotten something wrong. The divine Wudong tree did not belong to the fire devourers. It was also a demon king, and its cultivation was startlingly powerful. All things possessed intelligence. They could absorb the spiritual chi of the world and turn into demons. This was something that everyone understood. As a demon spirit from the same generation as the phoenix, the divine Wudong tree could not be compared to regular demon kings after several tens of thousand years of cultivation, even though trees cultivated relatively slowly. Not to mention that it was a divine tree. It was equivalent to an exotic or spiritual beast, possessing power that exceeded regular demon kings. The fire devourers regarded this tiny garden as a holy land, and even fire-devouring kings could not ascend to the phoenix's nest on the tree. Was there a reason for that? However, the divine Wudong tree was aloof in nature, unlike the Banyan Tree King who liked to communicate with others. A single slumber could last several centuries or even millennia, so it was unavoidable for people to misunderstand that it did not possess a sense of self. In the past, when the phoenix flew away and the fire devourers occupied Fire Melt Mountain, the divine Wudong tree had once made a pact with them. As long as they did not destroy its body, affect its cultivation, or ascend to the phoenix's nest, they would not interfere with one another. It allowed them to establish a royal court here. Even if they cultivated under the tree and ate some Wudong fruits, it did not matter. However, only Zhu Fan, who was the oldest, knew about these matters relatively well. Even Zhu Zai was rather vague about it. As for Zhu Yan, he had cultivated on the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain for almost 1,000 years, but he had never seen the divine Wudong tree do anything. As he treated it as a sacred object, he instinctively treated it as an inanimate object. Now that his clan had been wiped out, he had been overcome with anger. He wanted to chop down the divine Wutong tree and make Li Qingshan's efforts come to naught. How could the divine Wudong tree put up with him? Zhu Fen resented Zhu Yan for looking for trouble, but he also blamed the divine Wudong tree for being so vicious, so he held himself back. Having lost Zhu Yan's fire tablet of man, their chances of escaping had decreased by half again. If they fell out with the divine Wudong tree again, they would be dead for sure. There would be no hope for revenge. Chapter 922. The two of them immediately turned into two streaks of scarlet light and charged into the volcanic lake, diving into the depths of the underground fire. The elegant man transformed from the divine Wudong tree did not stop the two of them. He even turned a blind eye to their furious and hateful gazes. Instead, his gaze landed on Li Qingshan, and he vaguely felt a trace of familiarity. He couldn't help but feel curious and took a few more glances. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and chased after them. The elegant man exclaimed in surprise. Those wings were no longer just familiarity, they couldn't be any more familiar. Wait, Li Qingshan brushed past him. He couldn't be bothered to form a relationship with the divine Wutong tree, at all. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to kill Zhu Fen and Zhu Zai here to prevent any future troubles. He passed through the boiling lake water and plunged into the scorching magma. A fiery world filled his eyes, and his gaze focused, locking onto Zhu Fen and Zhu Zai's auras. King Fen, he's caught up. Should we? Zhu Zai's expression was vicious as she made a kill gesture. We've already been deeply poisoned. Don't get entangled with him, dive deeper. Zhu Fen said as he dove deeper into the magma. Zhu Zai could only give up on this plan. Li Qingshan similarly didn't want to fight them directly, or else it was very likely that they would perish together. When a hunter chased after an injured prey, the key was to chase, to prevent the prey from resting or recovering. Their wounds would continuously bleed until they were completely exhausted. Right now he was playing the role of a hunter. He absolutely wouldn't give the two of them the chance to catch their breath to purge and suppress the poison in their bodies. He would definitely chase them to their deaths. In this violent sea of magma, one of them chased and the other fled as they dove deeper and deeper. Even in the ocean abyss, they had to endure tremendous water pressure, let alone the heavy magma. With every 3 meters they sank, the pressure would multiply. Gradually, large areas of burns also began to appear on Li Qingshan's body. Even though he had a portion of the phoenix bloodline, it was difficult for him to stop the corrosion of the fire poison. The flames burned his body, and the pain was indescribable. However, there was no hesitation in his eyes, because he believed that Zhu Fen and the others were similarly suffering. King Fen, he's still behind us. He wants us dead. Zhu Zai's lips turned green as she said through gritted teeth. She had the same injuries as Li Qingshan. Even though she was a natural fire spirit, there was a limit to her endurance. Moreover, up until now she didn't have the chance to expel the poison at all. She could only use the environment of the lava to suppress it. Let's see how long he can keep up, Zhu Fen said angrily. Li Qingshan chased after him relentlessly. Even if his skin was burnt and his flesh was roasted, even if his eyes were hollow and his consciousness was blurred, he refused to give up. After an unknown period of time, the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the fugitives and the pursuers struggling in the endless sea of magma. Their speed had already decreased to the level of mortals, almost as if they were moving forward. This was not just because of the heavy pressure of the lava, but also because of the influence of the underground magnetic field. No spells could be used, and even their innate divine abilities were starting to lose their effect. They could only rely on their physique and willpower to hold on. That invisible power seemed to want to disintegrate and shatter the soul. King Fen, I can't hold on any longer. You should go. Zhu Zai stopped. She felt like her body was already on the brink of shattering. She could be crushed by the magma at any time, disintegrated by the magnetic field, and devoured by the poison. Don't admit defeat. We have to survive. We have to get revenge. Zhu Fen's situation was only slightly better. Even his communication became intermittent and extremely feeble. That kid really is extraordinary. When you get revenge, you have to be careful. As long as there's one person, the fire devourers aren't destroyed. Zhu Zai handed the fire tablet of earth to Zhu Fen after much difficulty. Go. Oh, stop him. Zhu Fen was utterly furious. He gripped the fire tablet of earth firmly and left resolutely without even looking back. If he could not purge the poison soon, the fire devourers would truly be destroyed. Li Qingshan stopped too, confronting Zhu Zai from afar. A while later he suddenly turned around and rose up as hard as he could. Zhu Zai continued to stand there without budging at all. She was like a statue frozen in the sea of magma. In the distance an earth bubble burst. When the shockwaves reached here, it was only a weak ripple. Her body shattered silently, leaving behind only her heart. The flames and the magnetic field purged the poison away, turning bright red like fire again, melting into the sea of fire. Fire Melt Mountain suddenly calmed down after the battle. After the storm passed through, it was an unbelievably clear azure sky. Gong Yuan and the others gathered on the main peak again. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings, leaving them speechless for a moment. Although they all knew the brutality of war, only those who had personally experienced it would truly understand. Their cultivations were all existences that stood at the apex of the 9 provinces, but when they were caught up in a battle like this, they basically could not even preserve their lives. Right now they felt like they had just survived a disaster. Compared to this, the clash between the South Sea Sword Pavilion and the Myriad Poison Cult can really be regarded as a small skirmish. Yi Duanhai sighed slightly inside. He could not help but reconsider whether to board the King of Southern Yu's war chariot or not. Once the 2 provinces went to war, the scale of the war would definitely be even greater. Master. Yu Wufeng rushed over and bowed towards Yi Duanhai. His clothes were scorched and tattered, and the fogbow sword in his hand had melted and twisted. As long as you're fine. Yi Duanhai revealed a rare smile. It's all thanks to the sea-splitting sword Qi you planted in me, master. It's a pity that the fogbow sword has been destroyed. Yu Wufeng said in pity. Even now he still felt lingering fear when he thought about it. When they attacked the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain from the north, they suffered a counterattack from the formation, and it was also the only time. It was rather hasty and casual, like sweeping away annoying moths. However, it was exactly that single counterattack that killed 6 of the 10 cave masters. They were all reduced to ashes in a single moment. Let alone fleeing, they basically did not even have the opportunity to react. The formations on the main peak had always been both offensive and defensive, and they possessed extremely great offensive power. However, it was impossible for it to disperse its power against the 3 Merfolk Kings' powerful attacks. It could only defend unilaterally. However, killing these cave masters was relatively easy. But clearly the 3 fire-devouring kings were not particularly interested in killing them. They would just chase them away and leave it at that. Their attention was still focused on the main battlefield. If they had launched another 1 or 2 counterattacks, all 10 cave masters would have died here. As long as you're alive, you can just reforge your swords. Go meditate and purge the fire poison. Don't leave behind too many problems. Yes, Wufeng will be taking his leave. Yu Wufeng bowed and took his leave. He could not help but glance at the crater of the volcano. He also saw the elegant man in thought under the divine Wutong tree, fiddling around with the fire tablet of man in his hand. Gong Yuan and the others should have returned to the South Sea immediately. The reason why they had remained here was because they were waiting for Li Qingshan's return. If it were not for him, it would have been impossible for them to emerge victorious. His personal strength went without saying. Yi Duanhai and the Myriad Poison Ancestor had both come for him, while the Divine Nun of the South Sea had fought mostly because of Little Anne's favor. Without the assistance of these 3 great cultivators, coming to Fire Melt Mountain would be suicide. Now that the battle had ended, it was obviously impossible for him to just leave. Ji Changfeng was delighted from getting his revenge, but he was also rather worried. Nothing will happen to the King of Savages, right? Don't worry. He's very tough. Gong Yuan stared straight at the bubbling volcanic lake below, but she could not help but glance at the divine Wutong tree from the corner of her eye. Once upon a time she had also thought about breaching Fire Melt Mountain and cutting down the divine Wudong tree. However, she felt fortunate now. Fortunately, the divine Wudong tree did not stand on the fire devourer's side, or they really would be in danger of being completely wiped out this time. It was not because she had been careless, but the divine Wudong tree's presence was just too weak. Even the 72 demon kings in the past did not have this. It was as if it was devoted to being a tree, a spiritual root without any self-awareness, serving as the phoenix's nest. And, because of the strength and viciousness it had demonstrated just now, no one was bold enough to approach it and talk to it. The crater sprayed out a cloud of white steam. Under the clear sky, it was like a lone dragon, soaring into the distant, transparent sky. As it seemed, the volcanic lake would vanish before long, turning back into a lake of magma. Would he become the new master of this place after the phoenix and the fire devourers? As Gong Yuan pondered, there was a splash and a figure flew out of the volcanic lake. Apart from the wings on its back that were as magnificent as before and the pair of ox horns that were as sharp as hooks, he was covered in horrific burns. Amitabha. May the Buddha protect us, the divine nun of the South Sea chanted softly. Ji Changfeng smiled. Sure enough, the heavens helped the worthy. I'd be surprised if they died. Gong Yuan asked loudly, Little Li II, did you make them stay? I made one stay. It's a pity that Zhu Fan managed to escape. Li Qingshan smiled. Right when he was about to fly over and heal them, a figure suddenly flashed before him, grabbing his wrist. You're called Li Qingshan? That's right. What can I do for you, fellow? I wouldn't dare. I'm Feng Shiwu. I have some small matters that I'd like to ask for your guidance. Feng Shiwu let go of Li Qingshan's hand and tidied his clothes, bowing towards Li Qingshan. His bearing was noble and elegant, such that no one could find anything wrong with it. However, he gave off a cold, distant feeling. His expression was arrogant, making him seem rather condescending. Li Qingshan could sense that this attitude was not directed at him. Instead, it originated from the aloofness in his bones. Then, what is it, fellow? Do you have the bloodline of the phoenix? I do have a few. Very good. Feng Shiwu smiled. You've defeated the fire devourers. Do you want to take over Fire Melt Mountain and cultivate? That's right. I have an important mission for you. Ha! Li Qingshan was surprised. We seem to have only just met. I never expected this divine Wutong tree to be so familiar with him. However, he had originally been thinking about how he could establish a relationship with the divine Wutong tree. It would be best if he could obtain the phoenix's legacy, but he never thought it would go so smoothly. Though you're far too tacky. You probably don't have the right. Feng Shiwu frowned slightly and studied Li Qingshan with a critical gaze. I still haven't agreed to it. So be it. The bloodline of the phoenix is far too difficult to find. Now that it's like this, I can only make do. Feng Shiwu let out a long sigh. Are you listening to me? Li Qingshan bellowed. Chapter 923. Li Qingshan exhaled and flew back to the volcano. After some treatment, he had basically made a full recovery on the surface, but his depleted vital energies could not be recovered in a short amount of time. He needed some time to recover. Seeing how Gong Yuan and the others were all in thought, he could not help but smile. Why's the atmosphere so heavy? We've won this battle. Fellow Ji has been avenged, Pavilion Master Yi has fulfilled his promise, and the Divine Nun has demonstrated the arts of Vinaya. As for your Majesty, there's no need to even mention it. The South Sea will no longer be at war, so why don't we laugh heartily and celebrate? Otherwise, if other people see it, they'll think we've lost. You're right, fellow. Ji Changfeng sucked in a deep breath and laughed aloud. With his revenge, he felt like another shackle had been removed from him. His mind became even more free and he could go anywhere he wanted in the world. That's right. Yi Duanhai was still a man of few words, but he did smile for once. The battle had been dangerous, but it was not a bad thing for him. The path of sword cultivators was also a path of slaughter. If he did not fight powerful enemies and experience danger, how could he sharpen his sword? As a result, he made up his mind. He could not avoid the conflicts of the world. All he could do was throw himself into it and slaughter his way out. You're the most heartless one, only caring about the happiness before you. Gong Yuan scolded gently. Her voice was no longer as cold as usual. Instead, it was as gentle as water. The two merfolk kings on the side looked at one another. They were slightly surprised and seemed to understand something. Normally, it would be perfectly normal for dual cultivation partners who were so compatible to become partners, but was that really possible between them? If I can't enjoy the happiness before me, when can I? You're just too thoughtful and think too much. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched, gazing at the vast sky. The world was vast. Perhaps. Gong Yuan played with her hair and did not comment. Amitabha. These fire devourers are fond of burning and killing. They're violent by nature, so they deserve retribution. Though, king of savages, there's something I don't know if I should say. After witnessing Li Qingshan's abilities, the divine nun of the South Sea no longer treated him as a junior. She treated him with the same level of respect. However, many of the things he had demonstrated in this battle made her secretly frown. She felt like this was not something a Buddhist should do. Not really. I'm just joking. What do you want to teach me? Just say it, but I don't understand Buddhist scriptures, Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. The divine nun of the South Sea was taken aback. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Whatever. That's good too. Li Qingshan nodded. After exchanging a few more words and deciding on a date to celebrate in the Crystal Palace, the group bid farewell and went back to recuperate. Before parting, Gong Yuan glanced back and said to Li Qingshan, "Don't forget what you said." "What is it?" Li Qingshan shrugged innocently. Gong Yuan shot a glance at him and left. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. This queen was not without her adorable aspects, but it was impossible for him to remain in the South Sea. As a result, he might as well just go back on his word and avoid any further trouble. Suddenly he felt a gaze on him. Turning around, he saw that Little Anne had already bid farewell to the divine nun of the South Sea. Her clear eyes were currently looking at him silently. "You sure had it easy this time. You just watched from the sidelines." Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. "It wasn't easy at all. I was very worried about you." "I know." Li Qingshan's heart warmed up. He pulled her into his arms. "It's been hard on you too, my king." The gentleman of heavenly blubber, the Marquis of Serene Sea, and Ghost Shadow, the three remaining cave masters of Savage Mountain, came over to pay their respects. All of them seemed to be in extremely horrible shape, clearly quite injured. In particular, the gentleman of heavenly blubber had gone from a mountain of flesh to a pile of bones again. "It's been hard on you in this battle." "I'm a man of my word, Little Anne." Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. Little Anne took out the blood oath scroll and erased the last 3 blood shadow children. The bloody words gradually faded away too, returning to a blank state. "Thank you, my king." The 3 of them eased up inside. Originally they were still worried that Li Qingshan would go back on his word, but they finally stopped worrying now. "There's no need to thank me. You were captured by me in the first place and forced to fight for your lives. Now that you've been released, it's not exactly a debt of gratitude. It makes sense for you to resent me," said Li Qingshan. "We would never dare," the 3 of them said in a hurry. After witnessing this battle, their reverence towards Li Qingshan had reached the limit. Even the most arrogant Marquis of Serene Sea was careful. "It doesn't matter whether you dare or not. You can go." Li Qingshan waved his hand. Originally, he wanted to warn them not to speak carelessly and divulge his secret, but upon further thought, he found it unnecessary. "I've always been the cave master of Savage Mountain. I have nowhere else to go, so I'm willing to continue serving my king and strengthen the foundation of our Savage Mountain so that my king can truly become the Lord of the South," said the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Now that the myriad poison ancestor was dead, the South Sea Sword Pavilion would no longer interfere so easily. Was there still anyone in the South who was the king of Savage's opponent? If he issued an order in the name of Savage Mountain, which cultivator would be bold enough to disobey? He had gone from second cave master to first cave master, and he was even the only first cave master. That was basically authority in his grasp. "Me too," the Marquis of Serene Sea said in a hurry. He cursed inside, "Damn fatty, he's just too good at sucking up to others. He's shameless." As the nominal governor of the South Sea Commandery, he had never been able to truly control the South Sea Commandery, let alone the even larger South. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he let it go? It would be easy for him to return to the Marquis estate now, but he would probably be restrained by Savage Mountain everywhere in the future, so he was better off remaining a cave master. As long as he surpassed that damn fatty, his status would immediately change. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and the Marquis of Serene Sea's gazes met for a split second. Sparks flew. "My king, I don't want to return to the Shadow Palace either," said Ghost Shadow. He did not have much desire for power, but he really did not want to return to that nightmarish place and be raised as a stud horse. "That's not up to you." A distant voice suddenly rang out. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back, only to see that the Shadow Queen had appeared before he knew it. She currently sat on a towering rock with a veil covering her face, only revealing a pair of eyes. She glanced at Li Qingshan. Even though she was right in front of him, she seemed hazy and fleeting. The clear sky had become gloomy too. Li Qingshan's eyes focused on the item in her hand and became slightly surprised. They were the fire tablets of heaven and earth that Zhu Fan had taken away. He could not help but ask, "Zhu Fan? He's already dead," Yi Weiyang gave a simple reply. Li Qingshan did not ask any more questions. The strongest fire-devouring king was like a lion, but he had been poisoned and his mind was in a mess. He had caught the attention of the king of assassins of the Mist province, so an outcome like this was nothing out of the ordinary. Her appearance here obviously was not a coincidence. It was probably part of the Banyan Tree King's arrangements, creating a perfect conclusion to this great game of chess. Pay up. Yi Weiyang extended her hand. Sai, what's the deal? Every time I do something it's very expensive. Can I pay with my body? Your realm of cultivation really is different from some demons. Yi Weiyang returned to the rock with a flash. Yes. You better leave now that you've taken advantage of me. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with her. What do you think? Do you want them? Why don't you consider the offer from before? Yi Weiyang tossed the 3 divine fire tablets into the air and caught them like she was juggling, glancing at Li Qingshan. Sure enough, Li Qingshan considered it before turning her down righteously. Don't even think about it. I only sell my skills, not my body. Then forget it. Yi Weiyang stowed the divine fire tablets away and said sternly, I'll be taking the night roamers of Savage Mountain with me. All right. I hope you can treat them well. I'll go visit them. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua's figures appeared in Li Qingshan's head. He was rather reluctant to part with them, but he still nodded in agreement. It was not because he was heartless. After spending so many years together, their relationship was not exactly as deep as the ocean, but it was still quite deep. He had not even called them over for the attack on Fire Melt Mountain this time precisely because he did not want them to take the risk. However, even if he kept them by his side, the time they spent together would be extremely limited. The environment of the Shadow Palace was without a doubt more suitable for their cultivation, allowing them to go a little further. Only like that could he avoid hearing about their deaths in a century or even a millennium. The King of Savages' words are law. Who dares to disobey? Yi Weiyang spoke jokingly, but after personally witnessing the battle, her attitude towards Li Qingshan had changed drastically without a doubt. She no longer respected him just because of the Banyan Tree King. Instead, she respected him from the bottom of her heart, treating him as an equal. She even looked forward to his future. His good impression of the night roamers might have become a precious friendship. Her gaze shifted and landed on Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow shuddered and called out, My king! You can't force things, Li Qingshan advised. After all, Ghost Shadow had just risked his life for him once. Then I'll be waiting for the King of Savages in the Shadow Palace. Yi Weiyang bowed and turned into a shadow, drifting away in the mist. Thank you, my king, Ghost Shadow said in a hurry. If you want to stay on Savage Mountain, then that's up to you. I'll give the position of King of Savages to whoever undergoes the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Li Qing waved his hand, telling them that there was no need for them to put on an act. But let's get this out of the way first. Don't commit any crimes under my name. The title of King of Savages was not particularly important to him. The so-called authority of unifying the South was meaningless either. It was fine if he acted like a tyrant and took in a few lackeys, but lackeys were for dealing with trouble. Those lackeys who specially used their big brother's name to cause trouble and make trouble for their big brother were better off dead. Yes. The gentleman of heavenly blubber shivered inside. The more Li Qingshan cared about the title of King of Savages, the more benefits it would bring them. If someone in the south disobeyed them, they would be harming the dignity of the King of Savages, but Li Qingshan did not care at all. This was a very difficult thing to do. The 3 of them bid farewell and left. Li Qingshan gazed in the direction of Savage Mountain in the north. Little and asked, Aren't you going to go back and take a look? You understand tacitly. Li Qingshan said. Although he had played a role in their lives in the past, the path was far too long. This was not even some separation. Unshackled by a false reputation, unaffected by worldly affairs. Not bad, not bad. Originally, I thought you were ruthless and stubborn, so I was worried whether you had the right or not. Looking at it now, you really are someone with the Phoenix's bloodline after all. As long as you reflect on yourself and start from the beginning, you can still shoulder this duty. Feng Shiwu's praise rang out, and Li Qingshan could not help but shake his head. This guy really was a 10,000-year-old demon after all. He still had a discerning eye. Ruthless to the bone, stubborn by nature. Wasn't that exactly the demonic nature of the tiger demon and ox demon? However, it was probably impossible for him to reflect on himself and start from the beginning. Oi, you've been going on, but you still haven't told me what duty it is. You'll know once you come down. Give me a moment. Li Qingshan said before taking out a formation he had prepared and casting it down. The formation was called the Fire Gathering Formation of Southern Bing. It was only slightly above average, nowhere close to the original protective formation of the Fire Devourers, and it could only envelop the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. He could not care about the 400 kilometers of volcanoes, but combined with the geographical advantage of Fire Melt Mountain, it could be considered to be rather powerful. After casting down the formation, Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and overlooked the mountains. The original rivers of lava had turned into lakes, glistening under the sunlight. However, the volcanoes that had been extinguished by the storm were currently reviving, spitting out black smoke again. Probably before long, this place would return to how it used to be. A storm could not change a geographical environment like this. Raising his head, the white clouds drifted about. The world was vast. It had been many years since he had come to the Mist Province, and he had gone through battles and battles time and time again. Finally he stood here. An even more profound path lay ahead, leading straight to beyond the 9 heavens. Then come. Li Qingshan smiled at Little An and leapt down, landing in front of the divine Wutong tree. Tell me, what's the mission? On Savage Mountain, under the great banyan tree. Sister, we've won. Yi Liubo said in surprise and joy. Yeah, we've won. Yi Liusu smiled, but she sighed inside. Under Li Qingshan's orders, none of them could leave Savage Mountain. They could only wait here for news. Just now, the Banyan Tree King had sent them good news as well as another piece of news. The Shadow Queen was about to arrive. Actually, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the Shadow Queen would take them back to the Shadow Palace. There was no need for them to worry about the Fire Devourer's revenge. However, this concern did not diminish. All right, you can pack up in peace. Once the Shadow Queen arrives, we can set off, Yi Liubo said in relief. Aren't you going to wait for him to return? Yi Liusu was rather surprised. Originally, she thought Yi Liubo would stay here and wait for him to bid farewell, or she might as well go to Fire Melt Mountain to find him. He's taken down Fire Melt Mountain after so much difficulty. He must be preparing to enter secluded cultivation right now. Why would he return? Although they had not spent a lot of time together, Yi Liubo believed she understood his personality after so many years of fanatical worship. She also supported his decision. It's fine. We'll still see each other in the future. Let's not fall too far behind. Yi Liusu patted her shoulder in comfort. Sigh, I'm so envious of Little An. Yi Liubo let out a gloomy sigh. Only then did she show deep reluctance to part with him. Yi Liusu asked herself, was she envious? Of course she was, but no matter how fanatical her worship, no matter how deep her feelings for him were, it was impossible for her to be as supercilious as her, completely following his path. There's nothing we can do about it because we're still normal people. Yi Weiyang rushed over from Fire Melt Mountain very soon. The night roamers were already ready to set off. She could not help but nod in satisfaction. Let's go, my clansmen. The banquet is ready. It's time to return home. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.